Welcome, traveler of dreams. Tonight's video features a chilling compilation of the most terrifying stories to set the perfect mood for Halloween. Before we get started, remember to like the video and subscribe so you won't miss future horror stories like these. Also, let me know where you are watching from, so go ahead and leave a comment. Let's begin. I'm Nora, a grandmother from the Heartland. And years back, my husband Marco and I drove our 2 kids all the way to Riverton, Pennsylvania to visit relatives. The drive was long, so long that arriving at Marco's parents' house at 2 in the morning felt senseless, so we agreed to stop at a motel. We chose one of the pricier options to avoid anything run down or questionable, and when we got there it looked exactly as we'd hoped it would. The staff greeted us kindly. Everything was tidy and organized, and our room felt roomy and comfortable, with a surprisingly nice bathroom. We checked in, hauled our luggage from the trunk, then had a pleasant dinner at a nearby bar and grill before returning around 9:30. We watched a little television, and when the kids were ready to wind down, Marco went into the bathroom to brush his teeth while I coaxed our son and daughter under their blankets. I'd promised our daughter a bedtime story, so I was on the hook to read one, but our slightly older boy, who could hear everything, insisted on a tale about trail-driving cowhands fending off war parties, not something about princes and princesses finding love and tying the knot. While the 3 of us tried to meet in the middle, a sudden, unexpected knock came at the door. It was close to 10, and our unspoken rule at home was that if anyone knocked that late, Marco would answer it. He heard it, spat, wiped his mouth, and headed over with a sour look. When our son asked who it was, Marco said it was probably motel staff, but when he opened up it wasn't a motel employee. Standing outside were 4 men. 3 were younger in tracksuits, deeply tanned and muscular like gym rats, and the 4th was older, thin, pale, but much better dressed. The older one apologized for the late hour and explained that he and his nephews wanted to come in and talk to us about something. Marco mirrored his politeness and said it wasn't a good time. We had a long drive in the morning and were heading to bed. The man countered that he really had to insist and promised that after a brief conversation they'd be on their way. Marco stayed courteous, but made it clear we didn't want company, especially from strangers so late. The older man didn't argue. He just turned and gave a nod to one of the younger men. The nephew reached behind his back and brought his hand around holding a handgun. He kept it low against his thigh, and the older man explained that, sadly, this wasn't a request. This was him telling us. Our son, the older of our 2, sensed something was off, maybe from the look on his father's face or from the way Marco fell silent once the gun appeared. In a whisper, our boy asked who was at the door. I told him I didn't know, but he needed to take his sister into the bathroom and both of them should climb into the tub. When he asked why, I used a pretext I'd leaned on before during a much less serious moment. Since he couldn't see around the doorway and hadn't seen the weapon, I told him we needed to speak about some grown-up stuff with the nice men outside. It wouldn't take long, but he and his sister weren't allowed to listen. They needed to wait in the bathroom for a minute. He asked if he could take a pillow. I said yes. He took his sister's hand and let her in, then shut the door. As he did, I saw Marco backing away with his hands raised while the men came inside. One of the younger ones closed the door behind him, and the older man invited us to sit on the double bed so we could be comfortable. He sat in the same chair I'd occupied a few minutes earlier, pulled out a cigarette, and one nephew lit it. After a drag, he looked around and said, "Pretty nice place, huh?" Marco's voice wavered with anger and fear as he asked what they wanted. The older man clicked his tongue and shook his head, took another long drag and told Marco it didn't have to go like this, that he could relax. He said we were going to reach a compromise, and once we did, he and his nephews would leave without raising their voices. Marco didn't change his tone. He repeated the question, and the old man began to explain. He said he and the younger men had stayed in the room the night before, and he was getting forgetful in his old age. He'd left something behind, something the motel staff wouldn't be foolish enough to steal, and since we were the next family in, we must have found it. I finally spoke up, saying we hadn't found anything valuable, and that it would be easier to help if we knew what we were looking for. The younger men's faces stayed stone cold while the older one smiled and said what he'd left should be in the nightstand closest to me. I stood to check, and he had to stop the nephew with the gun from pointing it at me. I was rattled but defiant, so I kept walking to the nightstand. I opened it. It was empty. I turned and invited one of the younger men to check it himself so he could confirm it. No one moved. The older man chuckled and said he figured that would be the case. If the nightstand was empty, that meant one of us had taken his property, and if we wanted to live, we'd hand it back. I felt anger rising because I thought I understood the grift: accuse guests of theft, then intimidate them into paying cash. When I challenged him on that, he laughed again. He wasn't after money, just his property. Marco cut in, asking what property. The older man told us to call the kids out. We refused at first, and he replied that we could ask them to come quietly, or a nephew could kick in the door and drag them out by the hair. Our choice. So I tried to keep my voice steady and asked them both to come out. There was a pause, and the room went quiet as the bathroom door eased open. Our son led our daughter out by the hand. They both looked uneasy, nervous rather than panicked, not on the verge of tears, just tightly wound. The older man took on the air of a friendly uncle, telling them not to be scared and that he and his crew called them what they were. We are friends of the family. It didn't soothe them, but it was better than threats. He asked simply whether they'd found anything while playing in the room. Both shook their heads. He asked if they were sure. They nodded silently, eyes wide and scared. He asked a few more times, "You wouldn't lie to me, would you?" But their answers didn't change. Neither had found anything. The older man turned to us with a far less pleasant look and asked if we understood the tough spot we were putting him in. Fear twisted in me, but the hypocrisy made me blaze, and I snapped that it was hard to pity him when he was putting us through one of the hardest moments of our lives. His smile vanished. He crushed his cigarette in an ashtray on the table, leaned forward, and asked me something I will never forget. "Is my nephew going to have to really hurt you in front of your children?" The meaning of it stunned me and knocked the words out of Marco. The older man pretended our silence meant we didn't understand, and he repeated himself slowly. When he did, our little girl's eyes filled and she pleaded, "Please don't shoot them." He answered in that same gentle, chiding tone that he didn't want to, but that Mommy and Daddy had taken something from him. Our son stayed quiet, holding his sister as she started to cry. The older man turned his back and for the first time truly looked angry. "Look what you did. Now your daughter's crying." In a voice that tightened every nerve, he said he didn't want to squeeze her silent, but he would if he had to. Marco's fury finally boiled over. He didn't stand, but he seethed and started to warn the man to keep his hands off her, only to have the gun swing up toward him before he could finish. The older man told us to calm down and not rattle our daughter more than she already was. I looked at her, face buried in her brother's pajama shirt, and then I noticed that one of his hands was free and digging into the pocket of his pajama pants. Within seconds, everyone saw it. We watched as our son pulled something out, a ring, a gold one set with a big red stone that looked like a ruby circled by diamonds. He held it up as if to say, "Here it is." Relief washed through us, too strong for anger. Marco dropped his head into his hands like he could finally breathe, and I was too stunned to speak. The old man grinned like a wolf and laughed as if this had all been one big gag. He turned to his men and said something like, "After all this time, I still have it." He gestured at our boy and told him to hand the ring back. Seeing our son gently shift his sister aside and step toward the old man, brought up that raw, protective dread that something might happen to my children. I whispered, "Please don't hurt them." The old man hushed me with that oily, avuncular tone and held out his hand. Our boy placed the ring on his palm and tried to dart back, but the man caught his wrist and jerked him to face him. Marco managed a "please don't," and I mirrored the child rooted to the spot, wishing the man would keep his word now that the ring was returned. He told our son he wasn't going to harm him, and that the mistake wasn't taking something, it was taking it from the wrong person. Our boy said nothing, staring up with wide, fearful eyes, and the older man laughed, leaned in, and gave him the lightest slap on the cheek. "He's got guts," he said. "Reminds me of me when I was young." He let go and told the boy to settle his sister, who was crying loudly by then. He stood and tossed out a string of assurances. No hard feelings, water under the bridge, apologies for the disruption, though Marco and I barely heard. As soon as the goons shifted, we rushed to the kids and wrapped ourselves around them while the men filed out. The last thing the old man said was, "Pretend we were never here." Then, just like that, they were gone. As you'd expect, the kids were wrecked. Especially our son. He was only 6 then, still in that sticky-fingered phase where curious hands wander. When I'd sent him to the bathroom earlier, he must have found the ring, and when he came back, he didn't understand what was happening. He kept quiet, afraid speaking up would make things worse. I made it clear that keeping it and not telling anyone was wrong. But I also made it just as clear that those were very bad men, truly bad, and they would have been cruel no matter what. I didn't want to pile more fear onto him, though afterward I gave a much sterner talk about what stealing can cause. In the end, it was terrible luck. After something that frightening, the kids refused to sleep in the room. We convinced them to rest in the car, and that made it logical to get back on the road. Marco and I were buzzing on adrenaline anyway. We could have stayed, but real sleep wasn't going to happen. We drove to Marco's parents' house, and even though we felt awful about waking them at 4:30, they understood completely once we explained. It was probably the single most terrifying experience of my life. One of the few times I thought I might witness harm come to my own child. I wouldn't wish that feeling on anyone. It's a kind of fear that's hard to put into words, and one I'm grateful I haven't felt again in all the years since. When I was still attending university, I used to make the long drive back home during the holiday breaks. Since my parents lived all the way across the country, the trip took about a day and a half, which meant stopping overnight at a motel. The one I usually stayed in was one of those single-story L-shaped places that looked like it had been built in the 1950s and never updated. The rooms all opened directly onto the parking lot. The paint on the building was faded and cracked, and out front were two buzzing neon signs that gave off a constant hum through the night. Despite its age, the place was affordable, reasonably clean, and almost exactly 10 hours from campus, which made it a practical stopover. During my sophomore year, I pulled in, paid cash for a room, and parked right outside the door. I tossed my bag inside, checked the room quickly to make sure it was in order, then stepped back out to lock my car. As I did, the door next to mine opened, and someone walked past. It was a woman, probably mid-30s, staring down at her phone as she moved. Without paying attention, she collided with me. I was about to mutter an automatic apology when she spoke first. Instead of saying sorry, she snapped at me, calling me a stupid funk B-word and telling me to watch where I was standing. The insult was so absurd that I stood frozen for a moment. Rather than letting it ruin my night, I just shook my head and laughed quietly at how unnecessarily hostile some people can be. I felt relieved that I was only booked for one night, meaning I probably wouldn't have to deal with her again. I had no idea then that I would soon be drawn into something far more disturbing involving her. Later, I drove out to the same fried chicken shop I had stopped at the year before, and was comforted to find it still open. I grabbed a sandwich, fries, and an iced tea, then stepped outside. In the parking lot, I noticed a man standing near what I assumed was his car, peering through the restaurant windows at the diners inside. When he spotted me, he called out in a friendly tone, asking if I could help him. Curious, I asked what he needed. He explained that about a week earlier, his wife's parents had died in a sudden car crash. She was devastated, but instead of healing, her mental state deteriorated rapidly. Eventually, she suffered what he described as a breakdown, insisting she was going to find her parents as though they hadn't really died, before driving off in her car. He said he was desperate to find her before she hurt herself or did something dangerous. Then he pulled out his phone, showed me a photo, and turned the screen toward me. The moment I saw it, I froze. The picture was of the woman who had bumped into me outside my motel room less than an hour earlier. I studied the image, then looked him in the eye and lied. "No, sorry, I haven't seen her. But if you give me your number, I'll call if I do." I made sure to sound convincing, wrote down his number, and wished him luck before we parted ways. You might wonder why I would deceive someone who seemed to be a concerned husband. I asked myself the same question. But right before I could say good news, I know exactly where she is, she's in the room next to mine, I hesitated. In my head, I heard the voice of my friend Kara, who had gone through something awful in high school. She had dated a slightly older guy who at first seemed fun. He had a car, money to spend, and confidence, but he turned out to be obsessive and dangerous, refusing to take no for an answer. Kara had to quit her job because he kept showing up, yelling or begging her to take him back. When she finally found work elsewhere, he tracked her down again. That time he tried dragging her into his car, and the police had to intervene. Later, Kara learned that one of her old friends had unknowingly revealed her workplace after the ex fed her a fake story about planning a surprise party. It was manipulative and cruel, and it reminded me exactly why I couldn't risk handing over this woman's location to a man whose story I couldn't verify. Something about his explanation had felt rehearsed, too polished, like he'd practiced it. Maybe it was true, maybe not, but caution seemed wiser. Back at the motel, I walked up to the room next to mine, hesitated, then knocked. The curtains shifted, and her annoyed voice called, "What do you want?" She didn't sound hysterical, just irritated at being disturbed. I told her I had something important to ask face to face. After a moment, she cracked the door open and peered at me from the dim interior, her voice lower now as she asked again what business I had knocking. Unsure how to phrase it, I asked bluntly, "Ma'am, did your parents die recently?" She frowned and said no. Her father had died years earlier, but her mother was still alive. As strange as it sounds, I felt vindicated. My instincts had been right. The man had lied. She looked confused, so I quickly explained about meeting a man in the chicken shop parking lot who had shown me her picture. The second I said it, her expression changed completely. The color drained from her face, her eyes wide with something like horror. It was as if I had told her something impossible. After a tense silence, she whispered, "Can you come inside?" Once the door closed behind me, the first thing she did was thank me. Her demeanor shifted completely from rude and abrasive to fragile and shaken. She explained she had recently fled from her abusive husband. It wasn't just arguments or tempers, it had been years of escalating violence. When she began to fear he might kill her, she knew she had to escape. While he was at work, she took a suitcase, some cash, and her car, and ran. Listening to her describe the abuse was chilling. When I told her I had lied to him about not seeing her, she looked visibly relieved, almost to the point of tears. I mentioned that I had his number and half joked about misdirecting him with false tips. For the first time, she smiled, even laughed weakly, before warning me not to get more involved. After thanking me over and over, I returned to my room to prepare for bed. I fell asleep feeling as though I had done something meaningful, maybe even life-saving. But only a few hours later, a loud crash jolted me awake. Groggy, I thought it might be an accident on the highway outside. Before I reached the window, another bang sounded, this time from the room next door, hers. I immediately dialed 911, put the call on speaker, and hurried to dress while telling the dispatcher what was happening. I hadn't seen the man yet, but I already knew who it was. There was only one person who could be responsible. I ran outside just in time to see him. The same man from the chicken shop dragging her toward a pickup truck. She was unconscious, limp, her legs scraping against the gravel as he hauled her like a discarded doll. The sight turned my stomach. I started screaming for him to stop, yelling for help. Other motel guests spilled out of their rooms. One man in plaid pajama pants charged at him, shouting for him to let her go. Another man joined in, and a third rushed from the side. The husband swung at one of them, but the third shoved him so hard he lost his grip. Realizing he was outnumbered, he ran to his truck, jumped in, and sped off into the night. The woman lay on the ground, one side of her face swollen and bruised. Someone had already called the police, and another guest was requesting an ambulance. I stood frozen, guilt twisting inside me as I wondered how he had found her. Then it dawned on me, he must have seen me react when he showed me her photo. Maybe he sensed I was lying. All he had to do was follow me back to the motel at a distance. He could have watched as I knocked on her door, confirming which room was hers. I had led him to her without even realizing it. What I thought was helping had instead handed her back to her nightmare. The police arrived quickly and secured the scene. Paramedics loaded her onto a stretcher. She was conscious again, but in terrible condition. I couldn't bring myself to approach her. The guilt was too heavy. I was convinced my actions had delivered her straight to him. Even now, years later, I still believe that's true, no matter how many times I try to convince myself otherwise. After the sirens faded and the lot went silent again, I went back to my room and tried to sleep, but it wouldn't come. In the morning, I packed my things, avoided making eye contact with the manager, and checked out without asking about her. I just got in my car and drove away, carrying the unbearable weight that my attempt at kindness might have made everything worse. Back in the early 90s, long before I ever settled down, started a family, or even got my life into any real order, I was seeing this girl. I was completely obsessed with her. honestly believed she was flawless and was convinced we were destined to spend the rest of our days together. But one afternoon I came home early from work and walked in on her in bed with one of her coworkers. After that, I threw some essentials into a bag, made her leave, and drove off. About an hour later, I found myself pulling into a run-down motel roughly 15 miles outside of town. It wasn't the first place I passed, but it looked like the kind of spot where I wouldn't wake up to find my car missing. I booked a room for a week and asked the desk clerk where I could find a liquor store. That first night I drank until I blacked out, then woke up hungover enough to pour out the rest of a half-empty bottle of vodka down the sink. Clearly, drinking wasn't going to patch up the mess in my life. After scarfing down a heavy burger and fries at a nearby diner, I crashed back in my room. 3 hours later, around 9:30 at night, I dragged myself into the shower trying to clear my head. I figured the night would end with mindless TV and maybe a pizza if delivery reached that far out. But as I came back into the room, I heard shouting outside in the parking lot. I pulled on some clothes, tugged the curtain aside, and spotted a woman standing at the far end of the lot, absolutely losing it. She was yelling at the same clerk I'd spoken to earlier. From behind the glass I couldn't make out the words, but I could tell it wasn't some small argument. Seeing her unravel almost made me feel less pitiful about my own situation. That's probably why I gave in to curiosity, stepped outside, and lit a cigarette while pretending not to eavesdrop. But once I caught what she was yelling, it stopped being funny. She looked late 20s, maybe early 30s, dark hair, tan skin, jeans, sneakers, white shirt. And between screaming at the clerk to shut up, she kept shouting things like, "We need to get everyone out now. They're all gonna die." That sent me closer to hear better. The clerk tried calming her, even threatening to call the cops, but she insisted the police wouldn't help, saying they'll just end up dead too. You need to get everyone out immediately. By then, other guests were spilling out of their rooms, curious about the commotion. Parents hustled kids back inside as soon as the woman screamed about mass death. I couldn't decide if she was melting down or if she actually knew something terrifying. It felt like a huge gamble. Some guests retreated indoors with uneasy looks, while one guy came out with car keys in hand, clearly ready to bail. The fear in her voice was contagious. She wasn't just acting unhinged. She truly believed every word. People muttered, "Call the cops from balconies above." But you could tell they weren't just dismissing her, they were shaken too. The clerk started telling people to go back inside, insisting it was under control. That phrase set her off completely. She lunged at him, grabbed his arm, and before anyone could react, bit into his forearm hard enough to draw blood. His screams echoed across the parking lot while gasps and shouts broke out from every direction. Some people immediately retreated to their rooms, slamming doors shut. The clerk somehow wrenched himself free, shoved her off and bolted back toward the office, clutching his arm. She popped back up, still shouting that we were all doomed. Then another man, later I learned he was the manager, stepped out holding a pistol, saying the cops were already on their way and warning her to leave before she got herself arrested. She didn't back down. Instead, she shrieked louder, insisting the police would die just like the rest of us. She rushed toward him, but unlike his employee, the manager kept his distance, gun raised. For the first time, she froze. That sight made me think maybe she wasn't totally gone, at least enough to know a firearm meant business. She backed off, then spotted a young couple on the balcony holding their baby. She bolted toward the stairs, screaming for them to hand over the child so at least it would survive. The father blocked her path, shoved her back, and she tumbled down a few steps, only to scramble back up again. Just as she charged for him a second time, sirens wailed and a patrol car screeched into the lot. The manager dropped his gun to the ground with his hands raised. One officer secured it while the other moved toward the woman. At first she looked relieved, like the cops were going to help her. But once it became clear they weren't evacuating the motel, she lost it again, screaming that everyone was going to die, calling people idiots for not listening. Her voice cracked, words blurring together as she wailed. Watching her unravel completely right there was disturbing in a way I can't explain. When the officer pulled out his taser, she snapped. She lunged forward as if to attack him, and he fired. Her body seized mid-charge, collapsing face first on the asphalt. The impact was brutal. Paramedics later bandaged her face and loaded her onto a stretcher as the cops followed the ambulance away. The manager circled the lot, pleading with guests not to check out and promising the ordeal was over. I headed back to my room, grabbed my keys, and walked to the diner again for fries and a shake. No massacre came that night. Whatever she believed was going to happen never did. The only real disaster was the one inside her own head. I've been tending to the rooms at the Willow Crest Lodge for nearly 15 years. It isn't some grand hotel, just one of those stretched single-floor motels tucked along the highway. The kind with dull teal doors and an ice machine that groans to life only when it feels like it. We get a mix of visitors, some stay a night, others hang around for weeks, and you learn quickly not to dig too deeply into why they're there. On one calm afternoon in late September, I had just finished straightening up room 9 when I noticed a boy, no older than 5 or 6, pacing back and forth outside room 15. At first I figured he was playing, maybe waiting for his parents to come back with snacks or soda. But after a few minutes I realized he wasn't playing at all, just walking up and down the same patch of walkway. When I asked where his mom and dad were, he gave a small shrug and muttered that he didn't know. He didn't look frightened exactly, more like he'd been drained of something vital, like the spark had been knocked out of him. I took his hand and headed toward the front office to find Frank, the clerk on duty. Frank had been at this place longer than anyone and hardly ever showed nerves. I told him about the boy, and he flipped through the logbook. Sure enough, room 15 had been rented the previous night by a couple with a child, paid in cash. The 3 of us went to the door. Frank knocked firmly, waited, then knocked harder. No response. He gave me a look that told me he was uneasy, then grabbed his master key. The odor hit me before the door was even open all the way. Not the heavy stench of something long rotting, but that sharp metallic scent of fresh blood. The room was chaos. Sheets twisted and darkened, dresser drawers pulled out with clothes scattered everywhere, and a lamp tipped over with its shade cracked. I saw flecks of red on the wall, small spatters like someone had flicked a brush of paint. The bed told the rest of the story, soaked through with so much blood it was impossible to mistake for something minor. Frank cursed under his breath. I quickly steered the boy away before he could see. We waited in the parking lot. I tried to keep the kid distracted, asking about school, cartoons, anything. Though he barely answered, it felt like he knew what happened but couldn't grasp it fully. The deputies arrived 20 minutes later. 2 went in first, then a man in plain clothes followed, likely a detective. That's when I knew things were grim. They kept circling the same questions: how we found the boy, the time we noticed, if anyone had been seen leaving. I repeated everything, which wasn't much. Frank told them about the cash and how there hadn't been a vehicle listed in the registry. When I wasn't being questioned, I kept the kid occupied. I dug up some crayons and paper from the office desk, and he sat at one of the tables, sketching while officers came and went. When I glanced over at one point, I saw he had drawn what looked like a bed scribbled over with heavy red marks. Maybe my mind was just filling in gaps, but I hated thinking he might have witnessed something done to his parents. Some of the guests drifted over, curious about the noise, but the deputies shooed them off. One woman in room 7 mentioned that she'd heard a loud bang during the night, loud enough to wake her. She brushed it off at the time, assuming it was a dropped suitcase, but now she realized it might have been far worse. It took a couple of hours before a woman from Child Protective Services showed up. She was brisk but kind with us, and tender with the boy. She told him gently he'd need to come with her to meet some nice folks at her office. He didn't argue, didn't question, just slipped his hand into hers and followed her to the car. Watching them leave, I knew deep down he would never see his parents again. The investigators never shared much afterward. They took the linens, the broken lamp, some of the clothes, and sealed the room. When it was finally released back to me to clean, it was stripped bare, mattress gone, curtains removed, nearly everything taken as evidence. What remained was unsettling. A pale outline on the carpet where the bed had sat. A faint reddish shadow on the wall that lingered even after hours of scrubbing. I still think about that boy sometimes, whether he remembers whether he ever learned the truth of that night. Over the years, I've dealt with my share of awful messes, rooms filled with trash, overdose scenes, even deaths. But room 15 was different. It wasn't just the blood or the wreckage, but the way that child wandered outside as if he already understood he was on his own. I still work here. The doors have faded even more, and the ice machine still only sputters to life when it feels like it. Yet every time I pass that room, I glance at the door. Part of me half expects to see that little figure still pacing back and forth, waiting. Though maybe not waiting at all, but already knowing why his parents would never be coming back. For nearly 5 years, I manned the reception desk at a small roadside motel buried deep in the middle of nowhere. The place wasn't fancy, aged, a little weathered, but thanks to Carla, our housekeeper, it stayed spotless. Our guests changed with the seasons. Hunters came in autumn, anglers showed up in the summer, and now and then a truck driver would swing by after midnight. The work itself was uneventful, yet I grew to value the steady rhythm and the sense of security it gave me. Still, once in a while, the kind of men you didn't want to meet in the dark would pull into that gravel lot. One of those men showed up during the spring of 1996. It was late on a Sunday evening when his vehicle rolled in. The day had been slow, maybe 4 or 5 check-ins at most. I was halfway through a bitter cup of coffee when he stepped up to the counter. He looked ordinary, just another middle-aged white man in a bulky jacket and a knitted red beanie. His demeanor was warm, even polite, as he asked for a room for the night. I checked which units were available, quoted the price, and when he slid a credit card across the desk, I ran it. The machine declined it. He seemed puzzled and said, "That's strange. It's been fine all day." He asked me to run it again. I did, twice more, and each time the machine spat it back. The man looked embarrassed, apologizing while digging into his wallet. I assured him it wasn't a big deal, and he paid cash. With a grateful smile, he accepted his key when I handed it over, and I directed him to room number 6. That night I was covering the graveyard shift. From 9 p.m. to 7 a.m., aside from restocking the vending machine and keeping watch, I mostly passed the time with movies playing on the little box TV we kept behind the desk. The office had a good view of the lot, so I could see headlights whenever a car arrived. A few hours later, I noticed not 1 but 2 county patrol cars pulling into the lot. Mason County deputies. 2 officers remained outside, scanning the rows of rooms, while another entered the lobby. He asked me about a credit card transaction that had been declined multiple times earlier in the evening. He already knew the card had failed 3 attempts and said he needed to talk to the man who had used it. I told him about the guest in the red hat. The deputy asked which room, so I led him to number 6. The door was locked, but I handed over the spare key. They eased it open, weapons drawn, only to discover the room was vacant. The man had slipped away. One officer muttered that the guest must have been watching the lot and crawled out the back window when he spotted the flashing lights of their cruisers. Inside, all that remained was a half-finished bottle of water on the nightstand, a pair of dirt-caked boots near the bed, and a faint chemical odor, sharp and hard to place, something like hair dye or another chemical product. The deputies asked me not to re-enter the room until investigators combed it for evidence. Later, while I was hauling trash outside, I overheard 2 officers talking, and what I caught made my skin crawl. Forensics had uncovered a bag inside that room filled with several wigs. They said more testing was needed, but at first glance, the hair in those wigs seemed disturbingly real, like human hair. That alone was chilling, but what froze me was hearing one deputy quietly admit that one of the wigs looked identical to the hair of a woman who had gone missing just a week earlier. At that point, I tuned out. For hours, the deputies and the forensic team searched and collected what they could. They left with the wigs, the boots, and even the half-empty water bottle. I overheard someone mention they'd be testing everything for DNA. Eventually, when they left, the motel fell back into silence, but nothing about it felt calm. Hours earlier, I had stood only a few feet from a man who could have been a violent predator, maybe even a killer collecting trophies. I had handed him a room key, exchanged smiles, and wished him a good night. And all the while, he may have been carrying a bag filled with the hair of some missing woman. That thought has followed me ever since. What haunted me most was how composed he had been. There were no visible nerves, no rush to get away, no flicker of anxiety. He behaved as if he had all the time in the world. A few days later, the sheriff returned with more questions. They still hadn't caught the man, and he wouldn't confirm whether the hair matched the missing woman, but the way he spoke told me the truth wasn't good. From then on, every time someone walked in to rent a room, I looked at them differently. That encounter convinced me that monsters don't just live in newspaper headlines or on a movie screen. They can stroll in smiling, blending in, pretending to be someone harmless, until the moment it's far too late to recognize what they really are. Years back, I had a job delivering pizzas for a small, family-run pizzeria. I won't pretend I was clueless about the extra things I sometimes carried alongside those steaming pies. Every so often, the order would include a padded envelope that reeked of marijuana. At that time, it wasn't unusual at all. Plenty of pizza places doubled as fronts for casual weed distribution. Maybe I was foolish, but I never really stressed over the risk. It wasn't my product, not my business, and I figured I could always claim ignorance about what those sides truly contained. Looking back, I was a fool. I wasn't the only delivery driver, I was simply the expendable one, the kid who handled the weed runs. The owner and his father had much darker dealings in play, and I learned about them the most horrific way possible, though it turned out far worse for them than for me. A typical Saturday night shift usually meant I was paired with a man named Danilo. Danilo was well past 60, maybe older, and he was the father of the pizzeria's owner, Corin. The two of them were unmatched pizza craftsmen. I stand by it still, once you had one of Danilo's deep dish specials or a stuffed crust prepared by Corin, you were hooked for life. I'm convinced they could have ruled the pizza market on skill alone, without dabbling in the narcotics trade, but that chance is long gone. Corin kept his own group of runners, while I almost always worked with his father. When I was paired with Danilo, it felt like the light side of their operations. Corin and his crew seemed to handle far heavier substances, crack, heroin, maybe worse. Danilo, whose full name was Bogdan, had immigrated from Serbia as a teenager. Who knows what he had once seen or learned back there. Later I heard whispers about him cooking up something like crocodile, though I believe that was just rumor. Despite the shadows in the background, I adored Danilo. He was kind, gentle, soft-spoken, the type of man you just felt safe around. I knew vaguely that he had endured unspeakable horrors in Serbia, but he never spoke of them. He made flawless pizzas, and now and then before it was legal, he slipped consenting adults a little marijuana. That was nothing to me. I enjoyed every minute working with him. Corin was another story. Distant, intimidating, a towering figure with a cold demeanor. And me? I was a scrawny kid, raised by a stepfather who was more of a tyrant than a parent. Maybe that's why I clung to the warmth Danilo gave. He was the best part of that job. One Saturday night, an order came through for a deep dish Danilo, our house special for weekends, probably with a few sides, though I can't recall exactly. This was before GPS, before delivery apps. If you didn't know an address, you used a paper map, and that's what I did. Danilo worked his magic in the kitchen, and I took the finished pizza out in the van. But when I pulled up to the address, something was clearly wrong. The place was a boarded-up ruin, condemned and uninhabitable. Nobody lived there, certainly nobody ordering pizza. I checked the order slip against the map again. It matched. Luckily, there was a payphone nearby. Hard to believe now, but I remember them well. I called the restaurant to confirm the order, thinking maybe I had miswritten the address. But Danilo didn't pick up. That struck me as odd. Maybe it had been a walk-in customer who'd placed the order, but that wasn't common. I tried again multiple times over the next 15 minutes, still no answer. An uneasy chill settled over me. By then, the pizza had cooled anyway, so I headed back to the restaurant. As soon as I arrived, I knew something was terribly wrong. The front door hung wide open. Danilo never left it that way. If a customer forgot to pull it closed, he'd rush to shut it, preserving the warmth inside. Then there was the smell, something roasting, thick in the air. We served meat lovers' pizzas and other dishes. Sure, but this scent was different. It was all wrong. In the kitchen, I tried to ignore the most obvious thing. My eyes first caught the writing on the wall, smeared in tomato puree. At that moment, I thought it was blood. The message was blunt. Your pizza's done. Then I saw it. A man's body shoved into the blazing pizza oven, only his legs and lower torso hanging out. The temperature dials were cranked to their highest setting. The stench confirmed it. And here's the part that has haunted me ever since. Before my brain processed the horror, my body reacted to the smell of roasting flesh as though it were food. Some ancient reflex whispered meat. Hunger flared before I realized I was inhaling the cooked face of Danilo. my coworker, my friend, the father of Corin. I prayed he hadn't suffered, but a butcher's cleaver was lodged between his shoulder blades. At first I hoped that meant he'd been killed quickly before being shoved into the flames. Later I would learn the truth. He had been alive, locked in that inferno, screaming as his flesh seared. That fact still makes me ill. I froze there, horror-struck, when a shriek split the silence behind me, a raw animal howl of grief. Corin stormed past me without even seeming to notice I was there. For all his coldness, all his composure, the man collapsed. He screamed for his father, begged him to wake, sobbed like a broken child. He wrenched Danilo's charred body out of the oven, but much of his face stayed behind, burned into the iron. Corin cradled the remains, rocking back and forth, tears pouring down his face. Then his eyes met mine, and his grief solidified into fury. "You will not call the police," he commanded. His voice was iron. "Tomorrow you find another job. You will be taken care of, and so will they." I didn't ask who they were. I understood enough. I never returned to that pizzeria. I never asked how Corin concealed what had happened, nor what revenge he may have taken. My final delivery for him wasn't food or drugs. It was a padded envelope filled with cash, enough to let me move out of state, enough to cover months of living while I started over. I accepted it like the coward I was. I never looked back at the aftermath. I heard whispers of gang wars, of violence tearing through the streets, but Corin was never publicly tied to it. I chose not to know the details for my own survival. That was decades ago. I have a family now and I run my own restaurant. It will never rival what Danilo created, but it's the closest I can come as a tribute to him. I hope wherever he is, he sees me with pride. Whatever sins his son bore, Danilo did not deserve that fate. And though I fear the truth, I hope Corin found a way to exact justice, the only way he knew how. I'm a delivery driver, but not for pizzas. I'm a long-haul trucker, hauling everything from dishwashers and gaming systems to refrigerators, things you'd assume are low-risk cargo, but you'd be amazed at what thieves target. For instance, a few weeks back, an entire US shipment of a rare collectible toy line, the Laughing Harlequin figurines, got hijacked at gunpoint. Look it up if you doubt me. When that news broke, I was in the middle of a run from El Paso to Crestview. By contract, I'm not supposed to reveal my load specifics, but let's just say it was high-value, highly sought-after medical gear. This wasn't the kind of shipment that leaves you relaxed like boxes of microwaves or custom cabinetry. If you get that nod, you're probably as old as me. The trip clocked just over 24 hours, meaning a built-in rest stop and a few hours sleep. I'd mapped my schedule to land me at one of my go-to rest areas in Tennessee right at midnight. They had a great 24-hour diner there, plus I often caught up with a few familiar truckers to swap stories. You can imagine my letdown pulling in and seeing the diner shut down for renovations, the lot empty except for a decrepit old Land Cruiser that looked like it had been rotting there for months. No chatter on the CB either, just dead air. I figured these things happen. I'd brought my health-conscious road rations anyway. Slim Jims, Twinkies, Cheetos, and Mountain Dew. You know, the essentials for maintaining that sleek trucker physique. I tore into some jerky, inhaled a few Twinkies, listened to a couple CDs, then prepped to grab some sleep before rolling on. Normally, I sleep like a rock. I just recline in the passenger seat and drift off. But that night, no luck. Something felt wrong. Maybe it was the darkened diner, maybe the emptiness of the stop, or that flickering street lamp by the turnoff. I'm not superstitious, but the whole scene put a bad taste in my mouth, like the place itself was off-kilter. I should emphasize, I'd stopped at this very area at least a dozen times. It was always buzzing, even at late hours. Being there alone was like crossing into another dimension. I'm not the sort to indulge in that mindset. Honestly, I love horror films precisely because they don't scare me. Sure, I get slightly edgy about my cargo being hijacked from time to time, and maybe that was playing on me here, but this was something different. It sounds cliché, but there was this eerie gust, figurative and literal. The night had been still, yet as soon as I parked, the wind whipped up, swirling dust and debris across the lot. Then there was that Land Cruiser. I could swear its windows were blown out, maybe scorched, hard to tell. A nagging voice told me to go check. I had my constant companion, Mara. Mara's my shotgun. I never travel without her. When I can't have her up front, she's got a hiding place. Let's just say she's always nearby. But stepping toward that abandoned vehicle filled me with unfiltered dread. The more I thought about it, the heavier it got. My mind drifted through scenarios, then drifted in general until I was nodding off. That's when it came. Knock, knock, knock. I jolted awake. Was I dreaming? Another knock, softer but distinct at my driver's side window. I sleep on the passenger side, and with the cab light off, I couldn't see clearly, just a silhouette of someone human. I flicked on the interior light, which weirdly made it harder to discern them, and motioned for them to walk around to the passenger side. Instead, they vanished, ducked out of sight. What the hell? I switched the light back off. A minute passed, then another. I was about to convince myself I'd imagined it when knock, 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 louder this time, right beside me at the passenger window. I sprang up. Not cool. I yanked my flashlight from the glove box and shone it at whoever was there. He was wearing a delivery uniform, a well-known pizza chain. The jacket, the cap pulled low. The beam didn't faze him, but I angled it away and, against my better judgment, cracked the window. "Need something, buddy?" I asked. The guy flashed a grin. "Got the pizza you ordered," he said. I hadn't ordered any pizza. I was in the middle of an empty rest stop with zero phone service. The only way I could have ordered was on the CB, which I obviously hadn't. I told him this, and his grin didn't budge. I could barely see his features, but his smile gleamed unnaturally bright. He rattled off some name, insisting the pizza was definitely mine. I repeated that it wasn't, and I didn't want pizza. In truth, I absolutely did, but not from a grinning stranger in the middle of nowhere. I lifted the flashlight again and saw the state of his uniform. If he worked for that chain, the outfit hadn't been replaced since the early 90s. Torn, filthy, the cap frayed with tufts of hair poking out, and the logo half unstitched. "Move along," I said. "I don't want your pizza." He claimed he couldn't leave, that I'd paid already, and he'd get in trouble if I didn't accept it. My hand found Mara. Usually her presence shuts down even the boldest weirdos. Not this one. I still couldn't see his eyes, but his smile only widened like admiration. He raised the box. "You really don't want this pizza?" My stomach grumbled right then. That's when he tilted his head back and I caught his gaze, or what was left of it. His left eye was bloodshot and wild, and his right eye wasn't there at all, just gauze covering the socket. He stopped smiling briefly, which was oddly a relief. I cocked Mara. "I'm leaving now," I said. "Step back." I wasn't sticking around another minute. I'd find another place down the road to rest. "No," he barked suddenly, making me flinch. The grin stayed, but his one eye looked almost mournful. "It's your pizza. You have to take it. I'll set it down and leave, then you can grab it." With that, he retreated straight backward, placed the box on the ground, and kept walking backward toward that Land Cruiser, never breaking eye contact. Finally, far enough away, he turned, got in the vehicle, and started it up. In the glow of his headlights, I saw every window really was shattered. I should have driven off, but curiosity won. Gripping my shotgun, I stepped out and approached the box. I lifted the lid and recoiled. It was a pizza, but at least a week old, green with mold, rank with decay, crawling with maggots. I hurled it across the asphalt. Then a thought struck me. I ran to the back of my rig to check the doors. Had I been conned, robbed? No. The lock was secure, but etched into the paint were two words: "Don't eat." I climbed into the driver's seat and tore out of there, not stopping until Crestview. Mara stayed beside me the whole way. I can't explain what happened. I don't buy into the supernatural, and that man was definitely flesh and blood, probably just some strung-out folks trying to spook and maybe rob a lonely trucker. If that was their plan, it worked. It terrified me and gave me a hell of a story for CB chatter. The downside? I've never looked at pizza the same way again. I work as a delivery driver for a small, family-run pizzeria in West Virginia. I wouldn't say this to boast, but we're regarded as the best place in town when it comes to pizza. Not that I can take credit for that reputation. I'm not the one cooking. A big part of why locals love us, besides our 2-for-1 Fridays, is that we'll deliver farther out than the other places. The owners had the bright idea to invest in a couple of cars with heated seats, which keeps the pies warm longer and lets us go way beyond the usual range. One of our most frequent stops is a halfway house tucked way out on the edge of town. None of our competitors bother going out there, saying it's too far. Personally, I think they just don't want to deal with former inmates or people battling old addictions. Truth be told, I've always found most of those folks to be among the kindest tippers I've ever met. Many of them aren't bad people deep down, not when you hand them a steaming hot pizza after a tough week anyway. Delivering there was always something I enjoyed, and I met plenty of fascinating characters. Sometimes, if the supervisor was footing the bill, they'd order late at night and invite me to hang out for a slice once my shift was over. That's the advantage of working for a small, independent place. My boss never minded. Doubt you'd get away with that at a Domino's or Pizza Hut. One night I got a call for just a single 12-inch pepperoni. Strange, since they usually ordered enough to feed half the house, but not unheard of. When I pulled up, nearly all the lights were out, and the place seemed empty. The only sign of life was a man pacing anxiously by the front steps, eyes locked on his phone. The glow of my headlights revealed a pale, restless face. I figured maybe he was just really eager for his food. I grabbed the hot bag from the seat and walked over, greeting him. But the words froze on my lips. Something about him felt off. He twitched, scratching at his neck, his gaze darting in every direction like a man hooked on something. I checked the receipt and asked, "You Alan?" He nodded without looking up, eyes still fixed on the phone in his hand like it was his lifeline. By then I already had the box out, ready to hand over and head out. He'd paid through the app and I knew he wasn't about to toss me a tip or invite me inside for a chat. Then he muttered, "I'm really sorry." Before I could react, he slammed his fist up under the box, launching it straight into my face. The pizza, thankfully still inside, smacked me squarely and stunned me. Before I could recover, Alan lunged at me with surprising force. For a wiry guy, he packed a punch. I took a blow to the ribs and another to the head, dulled by the cardboard barrier, before he shoved me hard and darted toward my car. The problem was I'd left the keys in the ignition, so the lights would stay on. Alan slid into the driver's seat and floored it, jerking into a sharp U-turn that almost clipped me. I tossed the box aside and scrambled to my feet, frantically looking for my phone, which had somehow vanished into the bushes. Helpless, I could only watch as my boss's brand new Toyota Prius disappeared into the night. I figured it was gone for good, until I heard the screech of metal and the blare of alarms moments later. Alan had barely made it 2 blocks before crashing head-on into 3 parked cars. I didn't see the wreck myself, but one of the car owners ran outside and immediately called the police. I stood debating whether to run toward the crash or knock on the halfway house for help. I chose the latter. That's when I learned Alan's backstory. He just served a short sentence for possession and was supposedly a recovering meth user, though that word was very generous. He'd only been staying at the halfway house a few days. Word was while he was locked up, his girlfriend moved on and got engaged. Alan, however, convinced himself she was still his, and when he got out, he expected her waiting. Instead, she had another man. In his twisted logic, Alan decided the best solution was to kill the fiancée so she'd come back to him. The trouble was, Alan couldn't drive. He'd seen our pizza flyer on the halfway house board and decided to order a pie, hijack the car, and head across state lines to find her. She and her fiancé actually lived 3 states away, and Alan had no weapon, no plan, and 0 driving skills. He somehow believed he'd make it there and pull off his fantasy reunion without a hitch. Reality came crashing down, literally. The collision was so violent that both of his legs were destroyed, one amputated above the knee, the other below. As messed up as it sounds, he was the only one who suffered lasting harm. Cars can be fixed, legs can't. Alan went straight back to prison for parole violations and several new charges. As for me, I stayed at the pizzeria. These days I'm the manager of a new branch we opened, and I still make sure we deliver to that halfway house. One disaster doesn't define everyone else there. On the rare nights I handle a delivery myself, the guys always ask me to retell the wild story of how one pepperoni pizza nearly cost me my life. I'm originally from Penwith, a windswept corner in the far southwest of England, so forgive any odd punctuation or wording quirks. I sincerely hope I don't sound like a complete daft clod. Anyway, back then I worked as a pizza courier across Britain for a few years, wrapping up in 2020 when I caught CO and had to isolate. By then, folks in our small seaside town had mostly stopped ordering pizza. The UK has its quirks: proper cheddar, jars of Marmite, random World War II relics hidden where you'd least expect them, and Cornish pasty stalls. But what we certainly didn't have, or so I thought, was a kaiju. At least not until one particular winter evening in 2017. That night, the large pizza franchise I worked for sent me to deliver an order to a location I'd never heard of before. It fell just within our delivery radius. I was one of the moped riders, and juggling a GPS while steering a scooter was always tricky, so I had to keep pulling over to check my route. By the time I got close to the address, I was sure the pizza and sides were going cold, which would mean a complaint and a discount deducted from my pay. To make things worse, the path on the GPS had me weaving through isolated back roads deep in the trees. In daylight, that wouldn't bother me, but I've always been easily spooked, not going to pretend otherwise. So I hunched down and aimed for where I believed the drop-off was. Then came the kaiju noise. You'd know it instantly. Everyone has heard something similar, even if they've never seen a Godzilla flick. It's like that thunderous bong from Inception merged with Godzilla's roar. Hollywood trailer editors use it all the time, though not as much back in 2017. It's a universal cue for something massive and dreadful arriving. I heard it echoing even through my crash helmet. Louder. Bo. I kept riding, refusing to glance upward. I knew perfectly well there wasn't a literal Godzilla stomping behind the tree line. No T-Rex was going to burst out after me. No King Kong would be hammering his chest, and Leonardo DiCaprio wasn't about to pop up and announce I was dreaming. Yet the noise kept happening, and it wasn't my imagination. Things grew stranger when a cardboard sign nailed to a tree came into view. In thick marker, it read, "Pizza bloke this way." Thide wung. That was not comforting. Godzilla roars, and a mystery sign any sensible person would have turned around. But then I realized exactly where I was. Out in those woods lay an old World War II shelter. As kids, we'd sometimes hang out there, and I remembered the broken air raid siren bolted to the exterior. Wincing at the sound, I figured someone had restored the siren enough to funnel recorded audio through it. You might think I was a complete dolt for carrying on with the delivery, but I had a decent idea who might be inside. A collective of squatters, free-spirited, off-grid types had been occupying the bunker until the local council inevitably forced them out. A friend of mine had been spending time with them, so it made sense he might have placed the order or at least arranged it. I knocked on the heavy door to the shelter. Silence. Cash on delivery meant if they didn't pay, I wouldn't get paid either. Balancing pizza boxes, garlic bread, and chicken wings in one hand, I pressed the door and it swung open on its hinges. The sporadic siren blare continued, so I left my crash helmet on. If nothing else, it muffled that dreadful kaiju call. Inside, they'd transformed the main room surprisingly well. I remember drinking and smoking there as a teen, fumbling attempts at flirting in a place once smeared with vulgar graffiti and stinking of urine. Now bright paint covered the walls and small potted plants sat here and there. It could almost have been cozy if not for the creepy emptiness. Tired of lugging the food while the roar echoed, I noticed a desk with some sort of audio gear. It looked dead, or switched off, but at least it gave me a spot to set down the food. Once inside, the noise was more muffled. Then through my helmet, I caught a sharp cracking sound, like a foot snapping something behind me. An instant later, something struck me hard between the shoulder blades. I let out a loud yell and spun around. Before me stood a shirtless man with long, greasy hair and a wild, untrimmed beard. His torso was smeared with some foul-smelling substance I didn't want to identify. Clutched in his hands was a pool cue, the same object he'd just slammed into me. He shouted something incomprehensible, a phrase that might have been horrid lizard man doing something vile, then struck me again. This time the cue splintered across my helmeted head. Luckily, the moped helmet absorbed the blow. But now the unhinged stranger lunged at me with the jagged half of the cue like a spear. Instinct took over. I drove forward and smashed my helmeted forehead directly into his face. Blood burst from his nose, splattering across my visor so badly I could hardly see. I bellowed back at him, my own feral roar that Godzilla would have admired, and delivered the strongest kick I could muster straight into the crazed man's groin. He screeched and doubled over, giving me just enough time to shove him aside, sprint outside, flip up my blood-smeared visor, and crawl onto my pizza-branded scooter. I eased away as fast as I dared, hands trembling on the handlebars. When I felt far enough away, I called the police. Of course, in the rural British countryside, it took hours for them to reach the old bunker. By then, I'd returned to the restaurant and told my manager everything. He clearly didn't believe me until officers later rang the store. They'd found no one in the shelter. Only bloodstains, the snapped pool cue and the jury-rigged siren connected to a laptop. The squatters were all accounted for at a licensed outdoor rave in a nearby farmer's field, totally above board. They swore they had no clue who my attacker was. He was never caught at the scene. Worse still, by the time police arrived, the pizza and sides had also vanished. Months later, though, I got answers. The same man attempted to rob the village post office. He turned out to be a violent crack addict with a long prison history. When I was called to identify him in a lineup for one of his many offenses, an officer quietly told me I'd been extremely lucky. Here's where it turns truly bizarre. That man admitted to everything else, my assault, the robbery, several other crimes, but insisted he never set up the laptop to play that kaiju Inception-style sound. He maintained it wasn't him. So did the squatters. None of them had a reason to lie. No one would have been charged for the noise. To this day, I can't explain who or what was responsible for that monstrous, echoing roar in the woods. Maybe I'll never find out. Honestly, I'm just grateful I walked away from that night alive. I work for a pizza joint that takes accuracy extremely seriously. We're obsessive about it to the point where we have one of those signs, like in the opening of The Simpsons, that displays how many days it has been since the last mistake. If someone at the counter screws up, the count gets reset to 0, and we all have to take part in some silly forfeit. It's mostly harmless fun, but it reflects the pride we take in getting orders right. Funny enough, on the rare occasions where we actually did mess up, no customer ever lodged a real complaint. We didn't start this game because of pressure from anyone. It just seemed like a fun system to keep us sharp. Most of our regular customers were laid back. That was true until Colleen came along. Now, to be fair, Colleen had always been pleasant in the past, but that was back when her orders had been flawless. Unfortunately, I was the unlucky one assigned to forfeit duty that particular day. Since I was the delivery driver, it meant I was supposed to double-check the order before leaving. So yeah, it was on me. Our store has a perfect pizza guarantee, meaning that if we miss even the smallest detail, the entire meal is free. It was around 5 p.m. when I rolled up to Colleen's place, just a couple minutes earlier than expected. She had clearly just returned from carting her kids around, maybe band class or ballet, and was wrangling them out of the family station wagon. The boy looked around 12, the girl about 8. When she spotted me, she sighed sharply, already frazzled, and scolded me for arriving early. I responded as politely as I could, explaining that the delivery window was just an estimate, and that 6 minutes early is usually considered good. Her eyelid twitched as her face turned crimson. The term Karen hadn't really entered public vocabulary yet, but Colleen was undoubtedly on track to become one long before it was trendy. The kids, on the other hand, were thrilled to see the pizza had arrived. Colleen, however, was convinced something must be wrong because I was early. She began inspecting everything like a detective searching for evidence. She studied the garlic bread with such seriousness that I thought she might actually inhale it. Then came the rice, then the pasta. Everything was fine. Finally, she opened the 20-inch pizza box, revealing a gooey cheese-covered margarita. The kids' eyes lit up in anticipation. Colleen's face, meanwhile, flushed deeper red, her expression shifting into that ominous look of fury people get right before chaos erupts. She stared at the pizza, then at me, back at the pizza, and again at me. When she finally spoke, it was deliberate, slow, dripping with contempt as if she thought I was a fool. "There is no pineapple on this pizza." I nodded politely and said, "That's right, ma'am." For a moment, I was thrown off. Why would pineapple be on a double cheese margarita anyway? Her reply was venomous. "It's supposed to have pineapple, you stupid little girl." My stomach dropped when I checked the receipt. She was correct. She had added pineapple as an extra topping. "I'm so sorry," I said, but then quickly added the silver lining. "Good news, that means your whole order is free." Her reaction was pure rage. She looked at me like I had just told her we stuffed the crust with her grandmother's ashes. Screaming, she insisted she didn't care about it being free. She cared about the pineapple. She demanded the pineapple. Her kids timidly tried to calm her, admitting that they didn't even like pineapple on pizza that much. The son's uneasy glance said it all. He was afraid to speak against her. That was when I realized something was deeply off. "We ordered pineapple," Colleen screeched. Then, with the precision only an enraged suburban mom could muster, she flung the entire 20-inch pizza box right at my head. It smacked me square in the face. For a second, I stood frozen, trying to swallow my anger. I couldn't fight back. I couldn't even yell. I had never been assaulted with a pizza before, and the pie was still scalding hot. The pain was sharp as I clawed the burning cheese from my skin before it left blisters. Behind her, Colleen's daughter began crying. "Well, look what you've done." Colleen screamed at me, blaming me for her meltdown as though I had caused it. I didn't think the encounter could sink any lower, but I underestimated her fury and her freshly done manicure. Without warning, she lunged like some horror film creature, nails outstretched. I instinctively squeezed my eyes shut just in time, sparing them as her sharpened nails raked across my cheek. The children were shrieking. I was yelling. Colleen was shrieking. It was chaos. Then, salvation arrived. I didn't see clearly at first, but later I learned it was Shauna, a neighbor from a few houses down and a regular at our restaurant. A big, strong woman. She charged into Colleen with such force that Colleen flew into the recycling bins on the curb. I clawed at my face, wiping away cheese and sauce, while Shauna asked if I was all right. Colleen's kids wailed behind us, but Colleen wasn't finished. She scrambled back to her feet and ran full force toward Shauna, this time with her car keys gripped between her fingers like a makeshift weapon. No way was I letting my rescuer get sliced up over pineapple. I had never fought a day in my life, but instinct took over. As Colleen lunged, I stretched out my arm and braced myself. She collided hard, collapsing as though I'd executed a flawless wrestling move. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I swear her kids actually cheered. Winded and pinned, Colleen was quickly subdued when Shauna sat directly on top of her, keeping her down until the cops arrived. Not long after, the kid's father, Colleen's ex-husband Colin, showed up. Yes, that was really his name. The officers carted Colleen away while Colin took custody of the kids. Shauna and I headed to the station to file our statements. Colin and Shauna both remained loyal customers, so I eventually learned more of the backstory. Turns out Colleen had developed dependencies on both Xanax and Adderall, and between those and the turmoil of her divorce, she had mentally unraveled. Colin had been battling for custody, but courts in our state rarely favored fathers. Thankfully, after Colleen's pizza-fueled meltdown, custody shifted to him, with Colleen only allowed supervised visitation. She didn't end up serving prison time. Instead, she was admitted to a psychiatric facility, then placed in rehab, which honestly was the right call. Shauna, Colin, and the kids were given special VIP cards from our restaurant, granting them 2 free meals a month. And as for me, management decided my forfeit was waived that day. Nearly being blinded by molten cheese and clawed half to death by acrylic nails was deemed punishment enough. I first learned about Craigslist in the aftermath of the 2001 attacks, when countless photos and updates began appearing there. The images and videos people uploaded were overwhelming, but the first-hand accounts shared on Craigslist New York were even more intense. Someone described seeing a man in a business suit sprinting by, his tie engulfed in flames as if he hadn't noticed, while another compared those emerging from the dust to statues breaking free. That was what hooked me, and soon I was logging on daily. When I ran out of new pictures or survivor stories to pore over, I drifted back to my hometown's Craigslist page to browse the local postings. I often visited the free listings and for sale sections since treasures occasionally popped up. The fix-it and frugal threads were handy too, and the discussion boards sometimes offered useful tips. But the page I checked almost every day without fail was the temporary jobs category. At the time, it was surprisingly easy to earn a bit of cash. I signed up for surveys and studies on topics ranging from eating habits to depression. One cosmetics company even paid me to smear moisturizer on my face and write my impressions. I also picked up quick repair jobs, $30 here, $20 there. Sometimes all it took was delivering my ladder to someone who needed to change the battery in a smoke alarm. Mixed in with those harmless offers were bizarre ads. One I remember vividly offered $100 just for sending a text message. The post claimed it was completely legitimate and provided an email. I assumed it was a scam but couldn't see the angle, so curiosity won. I wrote a polite inquiry, and within minutes came a reply saying it was real. I'd be wired the money as soon as I sent the message. Still doubtful, I humored the person and asked what to type. He responded with a phone number and the 3 words, "I see you." That was enough. I deleted the exchange, flagged the listing, and moved on. Though it left me uneasy. Later the ad disappeared. Whether it was taken down by moderators or because the job had been carried out, I couldn't say. Maybe it was only a prank, but it rattled me, and that turned out to be only the beginning. As Craigslist traffic boomed between 2004 and 2009, the odd posts multiplied. Many were obvious jokes or the start of elaborate pranks. I browsed the stranger ones for amusement, and I like to think I grew skilled at spotting the difference between kids fooling around in a computer lab and someone genuinely disturbed. That was, until I found the ad titled "Earn Money by Assisting with Medical Treatment." At first glance, it seemed no stranger than anything else I'd seen. But when I opened it, I couldn't stop laughing. I wish I had saved a copy. The gist was that the medical treatment referred to amputating the poster's right leg. He wanted someone to come to his apartment and watch while he severed it below the knee, helping him avoid bleeding to death. No experience required, he wrote. He'd instruct the helper in tourniquet use and wound cauterization. Payment, $1,000. The subject matter was grim, but the writing was hilarious, self-aware, almost satirical. The email address listed was cash-to-cut-off-my-leg@a.com, which only made it more ridiculous. I laughed so hard I decided to write the poster, not to take the offer, but to thank him for one of the funniest things I'd ever read. Hours later, a reply appeared. The sender signed off as "Cash to cut off my leg." I'll call him Cash. He said he was glad I appreciated his dark humor, but insisted the ad was genuine. He added that he'd noted "serious inquiries only" at the end, though that phrase had become such a cliché among trolls that it made things seem less authentic. I'd seen joke ads asking for 10 gallons of breast milk, "serious inquiries only," or someone to chew my hemorrhoids, "serious inquiries only." I wrote back, thanking him for the laugh, but making it clear I wasn't convinced. Minutes later came another reply. Cash said it wasn't a joke, that he had been planning to remove his leg for years and had even rehearsed on one of his fingers. He told me that whether I believed him didn't matter. Eventually he'd find someone willing to help. If that wasn't me, he asked politely that I stop emailing. The tone startled me. Polite, even thoughtful, with no attempt to gross me out. That unexpected civility drew me in. Usually I would have dropped the conversation and deleted the messages, but with Cash, I couldn't. I knew I'd end up writing again, and it didn't take long. I sent him a long email saying that if the post was a joke, fine, but if he was truly sincere, I found it fascinating and wanted to ask questions. His response came later this time, but he welcomed my curiosity, saying few people ever showed genuine interest. I still doubted him. Perhaps he was lying, but part of me wanted to catch him in it. Over the next week, I asked dozens of questions. His answers circled back to the same story. When he was a child, a local teen was mangled in a car accident. Everyone thought he would die, but he survived, minus a leg above the knee. Others pitied or celebrated him, but Cash felt envy. That envy, he said, became the root of a lifelong obsession with amputations, especially legs. He told me he had already tested himself by removing one of his own fingers, calling it practice for the real operation. When I asked for proof, he at first said maybe another time, which deepened my doubt. But then he surprised me with 2 attachments, a blurry photo and a video. The photo showed a hand with "Cash to cut off my leg" scrawled across it, along with that day's date, and the pinky finger was missing. My mind raced. Maybe he had lost it some other way, but then the second file erased any denial. The video showed a masked man with bolt cutters snipping off his little finger above the knuckle. The wound matched the photo exactly. That was when I knew he was real. And instead of satisfying me, it only fueled my obsession to know more. Cash remained cautious about revealing details, but he described a few incidents. Sometimes he acted only as a spotter, offering encouragement. One man cut off his own genitals. Cash was there to reassure him. Another time, Cash helped a man force doctors into amputating his leg. They filled a trash bin with ice and water, and the man submerged his leg for nearly 20 hours while Cash kept him fed and warm. By the end, the tissue was dead. Cash drove him to the hospital, where surgeons had no choice but to amputate. He swore he didn't take money for that. He said he helped from kindness. The man was thrilled, and Cash seemed genuinely proud. When I asked why people wanted this, his explanations varied. Some wanted their bodies to match how they felt inside. Others disappeared after their procedure, content. Some stayed to mentor newcomers. Then there were the ones who couldn't stop removing limb after limb. He mentioned a man who dreamed of becoming a pillow person, completely dependent. Another fantasized about having his head preserved long enough to witness his own dismemberment. Our correspondence stretched over weeks, then dwindled into sporadic notes, almost like pen pals. Then came the message. He had found someone to help remove his leg. It sounds twisted, but I felt relief. I had once urged him to seek therapy, and he warned me never to try to save him or he'd cut contact. I accepted that he was beyond saving. Hearing that he was finally going to do it with assistance felt safer than the alternative of him dying alone. Cash didn't seem like a cruel man. He said he was close with his family, volunteered with a charity, and had secured a job to support himself afterward. He claimed he avoided procedures that would leave someone helpless. That contradiction, his grotesque obsession alongside his normal life, haunted me. Then came his last message. "Today's the day. I'll let you know how it goes." No follow-up ever came. I refreshed my inbox endlessly, then sent him messages begging for a reply. Nothing. I told myself he had changed his mind, realized how insane it was, and walked away. I clung to that hope, but when the world was quiet at night, the darker thoughts returned. I pictured him bleeding out in some motel, tools useless beside him, or succeeding only to realize his mistake too late. The silence gnawed at me. I'll never know what became of him. Did he achieve what he longed for? Did he die alone? That uncertainty lingers. He had started as a curiosity, a bizarre ad I laughed at, yet he became real to me, and when he vanished it felt like losing someone I had known, in a strange way. Even now, years later, I sometimes revisit those emails, half expecting an answer that will never come, but I know, with a sinking certainty, that I will never hear from Cash from Craigslist again. Nearly 2 decades ago, I had been living with my first long-term boyfriend for about 6 months when I suggested we adopt a puppy. I had always dreamed of having a dog, but I also thought it would be a way to test how ready my boyfriend was for parenthood. That's how we ended up adopting Milo, a tiny Jack Russell pup, after falling in love with him at the shelter. From the moment we brought him home, Milo was a whirlwind of playful chaos, bright eyes, alert little ears, and a boundless, mischievous energy that filled our days with joy, laughter, and thankfully small-sized messes. But Milo had one significant flaw. While he adored both of us, he despised the rats and mice that gathered near the dumpsters behind our apartment complex. We were in the process of potty training him, taking him outside and rewarding him with treats whenever he did his business. But one day, he literally caught the scent of a rat near those dumpsters. Since Jack Russells were bred to hunt vermin, it was like something deep in his DNA was triggered. From then on, every time we brought him out back, he barked furiously at the dumpsters. Living on the ground floor, this became an almost daily battle. Still, that was nothing compared to when he actually spotted one. The back of the building became his battlefield, and one day he even tried to hurl himself over the fence in pursuit. That was the moment we realized we could never risk taking him back there. If he cleared that fence, there'd be nothing to stop him from running straight toward the nearby highway, something we couldn't even bring ourselves to consider. Then one morning, the worst happened. We woke up to find Milo gone. My boyfriend had come home drunk the night before and forgot to close the back door properly. At some point during the night, Milo must have slipped out. Whether he jumped the fence chasing rats, squeezed through a gap, or more terrifying, was stolen, we couldn't know. I was devastated and furious, refusing to speak a word to my boyfriend until he swore, with everything he had, that he would bring Milo back no matter what. His vow was dramatic, but I could tell how guilty and remorseful he was. He searched tirelessly, knocking on neighbors' doors, plastering missing posters around, and even posting a notice on Craigslist titled "Lost Dog," complete with Milo's photo, his last known whereabouts, and a reward offer. Over the next day, I kept pestering him every few minutes to ask if anyone had responded. He didn't admit it, but I could see he didn't want me clinging to false hope. Stories of lost pets rarely ended happily, and in my heart I knew he was pouring so much effort into it out of guilt rather than true optimism. But then, less than 48 hours later, he received an email from someone who claimed to have found Milo. The email said, "Hello? I picked up a small dog wandering near the highway the other day and brought him home. A friend mentioned a lost dog ad she saw on Craigslist, and after checking I realized the dog matched Milo. He even answers to that name." The sender included a phone number. When my boyfriend called, relief washed over us both. The man on the line sounded older, his voice rough but friendly. He told us he'd been caring for Milo, feeding him cooked chicken, and taking him for careful walks on a makeshift rope leash. He gave us his address, and we promised to stop by within hours. I broke down in gratitude, forgiving my boyfriend entirely and thanking him for working so hard to fix his mistake. I repeated everything the stranger had told me, but two details unsettled my boyfriend. First, the man mentioned keeping Milo in his basement. I didn't find that unusual. He probably didn't know Milo's training level and wanted to contain any accidents. But my boyfriend pointed out that if Milo was being walked regularly, there was no reason to confine him to a basement. The second red flag was the man's neighborhood. My boyfriend muttered, "That's not a safe part of town. You shouldn't go there alone." When the time came, we drove together. As we neared the address, the streets grew increasingly deserted. Houses sagged, windows boarded up, lawns overtaken by weeds. I double-checked the address, hoping I'd misread it, but no, it was right. My boyfriend pulled up to a crumbling house with peeling paint, overgrown grass, and a porch light flickering even though it was daytime. A man stood in the doorway waving. He looked average, mid-40s, flannel shirt, jeans, but something about him felt wrong. He grinned, revealing crooked teeth, and said Milo was downstairs, motioning for us to enter. Up close, the house was worse. Filthy windows, rotting porch boards, and a mildew odor spilling from the open door. I froze, glancing at my boyfriend. He gave a quick shake of his head. I asked if the man could simply bring Milo up. His smile faltered, but he said it was fine, only to immediately insist again that we come inside. My boyfriend's voice hardened as he refused, saying we'd wait outside. The man's demeanor changed. He looked irritated but agreed, disappearing into the house with the door left ajar. My boyfriend leaned close, whispering that something wasn't right, that we should just go. I whispered back that we couldn't leave without knowing if Milo was there. Hope and dread wrestled inside me as we stood waiting. Minutes ticked by. The man didn't return. My boyfriend finally checked his watch and said flatly, "We're leaving." Just as we turned, the man reappeared, expressionless now, all friendliness gone. He asked in a flat voice if we weren't coming in after all. My boyfriend repeated his refusal, and we began walking away. The man stood silently, staring, until we reached the car. Then he called out in a tone that sounded casual but carried something sinister beneath it. We got in and drove away without a word. My whole body was tense, uncertain if I was more upset or unnerved. After a long silence, my boyfriend spoke. He said he didn't believe the man ever had Milo at all. The house, the neighborhood, his behavior, it all screamed of a setup. The thought chilled me. That night, I couldn't sleep, replaying the man's shifting expression when we said no. I kept asking myself what would have happened if we had stepped inside. The next morning, still unsettled, I looked up the address online. The property had been foreclosed years earlier. No one was supposed to be living there. I called the police to report everything. They promised to check it out, but didn't seem concerned. A week later, an officer called back. They'd found something in the house, but wouldn't say what. All he told me was that I was lucky not to have gone inside. We never saw Milo again. Sometimes at night, I think about that man framed in the doorway, and I wonder how many people weren't as fortunate as us, and how close I came to joining them. When I was younger, a bit reckless, and eager to meet someone, I figured it might be smart to check the personal section on Craigslist. Most of the ads I came across were obviously fake or flat out disturbing, but after scrolling for a while, one particular post stood out. It was brief and to the point, someone saying they had just split from their boyfriend, weren't looking for anything serious, and wanted something casual. The attached photo sealed it for me. The girl was stunning, clearly out of my league, but she looked real enough to take a chance. I decided to send her a message, and to my surprise she replied almost instantly. Things escalated quickly, almost unnaturally fast, and within just a few exchanges she was already sending suggestive photos. I could hardly believe my luck, but there was a nagging feeling in the back of my head that it was too perfect to be true. Half joking, I sent her a message asking for proof if she was real she should send me a photo holding a piece of paper with my name on it. To my shock, she actually did. That was all I needed to convince myself she wasn't a scammer. We kept chatting and she explained that she wasn't after a relationship, just something casual. Her ex had recently moved out, and she was still not ready for anything serious. She only wanted to have some fun. She then sent me her address and told me to come over. To be sure everything was legitimate, I called her number. She answered on the first ring, and her voice was as enticing as her pictures. She said she was at home waiting. Everything about it felt unreal, like a dream I might snap out of at any second. But it wasn't. When I drove to the address, the place turned out to be a quiet suburban neighborhood. The house looked completely normal, with a neatly trimmed lawn and a long driveway. I called her again to let her know I'd arrived, but got no answer. I tried a second time, still nothing. I started to feel uneasy, but I talked myself down, thinking maybe she was in the bathroom or had stepped away from her phone. Trying to shake off the nerves, I stepped out of the car and headed toward the house. That's when I saw them. 2 men were standing in the window, staring directly at me as I walked up the driveway. Both of them looked disturbingly out of place, like they belonged in a police lineup. One had a shaved head and a hard scowl etched on his face, while the other was wiry with tattoos climbing up his arms. Every instinct in me screamed to run. Without hesitating, I turned, bolted back to my car, jumped inside, locked the doors, and sped off. My hands were trembling and I couldn't stop checking my rearview mirror, half expecting them to come after me. When I finally reached home, I tried to calm myself. Maybe I had overreacted. Maybe those guys had nothing to do with her at all. But deep down, I knew the truth. About an hour later, I got a text from the girl. It read, "You're a loser." That was my boyfriend, and we were just messing with you. I stared at the screen, feeling a strange mix of anger and relief. So much for the ex-boyfriend story, right? I tried to brush it off as some twisted prank, something they probably did to freak out random guys. It was messed up, sure, but at least I'd walked away unharmed, or so I thought. A few days later, the local news ran a much darker story. A man had answered a Craigslist ad in that very same neighborhood. When he arrived, 2 men ambushed him. They beat him, robbed him, and left him clinging to life in the hospital. Police said it was a setup. The description of the house matched exactly where I had been. A cold chill crawled through me as I read. I couldn't stop thinking about how close I had come to being their victim. If I hadn't spotted those men staring at me from the window, I might not have walked away at all. That thought haunted me for weeks. These weren't just pranksters pulling a cruel joke, they were predators ready to harm someone for a quick score. They had baited me with false promises and a beautiful face, and I had almost walked right into it. Even now, I can't forget the memory, the way those men stood, unblinking, as if I were already caught in their trap. The relief I'd felt when I sped away eventually gave way to a sickening realization I'd been unbelievably lucky. The man on the news hadn't been, and I can't stop wondering how many others were drawn into that same snare. I came across him through a Craigslist personals listing. His ad wasn't flashy, more clumsy yet endearing, saying something along the lines of wanting someone to grab drinks with, share laughs, and see where things went. It caught my attention because it felt genuine, and soon we began exchanging emails. He came across as witty and warm, maybe slightly rough around the edges, but not unpleasant. After about a week of writing back and forth, we decided to finally meet in person. The bar was busy that night, but we found a quieter corner where we could sit together, and I quickly noticed he carried this effortless charisma. He was funnier and more engaging face-to-face than I had expected, making me laugh often, and the way he listened and responded gave me the impression he could eventually be a caring partner. As the evening stretched on, he suggested going to a nearby pool hall to keep the night going, and I agreed without hesitation. Since I had driven, I offered to take him there myself. At the pool hall, we played several rounds while the conversation flowed with ease, and he made me laugh so much that I nearly forgot we had only just met. But then his phone vibrated across the table, and when he glanced at the screen, his whole demeanor shifted. His face sank, and he muttered, "I need to tell you something." I froze, uncertain what was about to come. Then he admitted, "I'm a convicted felon. I just got out of prison." My mind spun, not even given space to absorb that before he continued, "I also have a girlfriend. I live with her, but it's nothing serious. I'm only staying there until I can stand on my own again." I sat there in shock, stunned that this charming, funny man had suddenly dropped this on me so casually. Then he added yet another bombshell. "She just texted me. She came into the bar earlier, saw us together, and now she knows." In that moment, I knew our night had ended. But since I had driven him, I didn't want to abandon him stranded. I told him I'd drive him back to his car, though the ride was heavy with tension. On the road, the alcohol must have caught up to him because he began quietly crying, which quickly escalated into uncontrollable sobbing. He kept repeating how sorry he was, how much he regretted everything, while I sat in silence, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, without warning, he reached for the car door handle. Panic surged inside me as I shouted, "We're on the highway!" But he seemed oblivious, lost in his despair, crying so hard that he couldn't even hear me. I hit the child locks immediately, trying to keep control, yelling at him while forcing myself to remain calm, even though fear consumed me. The rest of the ride felt endless, his muttering and crying never ceasing, while I focused solely on getting us back to the bar. When we finally arrived, I pulled over and let him out, watching as he staggered toward his vehicle. The moment he was out of sight, I sped off, shaken but relieved it was over. I thought that would be the last I'd ever hear from him, but only a few days later, I received a message from an unfamiliar number. It was his girlfriend. My heart sank as I opened it. She sent me photos of her face, bruised and swollen, her lips split open. She explained that after confronting him about our date, he had beaten her. The sight of those images and the knowledge of what he had done made me sick. I couldn't reconcile that the man who had made me laugh, who had seemed so sweet and attentive just days earlier, was actually violent and dangerous. His now ex-girlfriend and I began talking more after that, and she revealed story after story of the things he had done to her, each one worse than the last. It was horrifying. Eventually, she left him for good, and strangely enough, we ended up forming a friendship. It's strange how out of something so dark, something good managed to emerge. Still, that night changed me. I learned to trust my instincts, to notice the warning signs, and to understand that if something feels wrong, it usually is. Looking back, I can't believe how close I came to becoming another one of his victims. That entire ordeal remains a chilling reminder to stay cautious and never underestimate what someone may be capable of hiding. I was 8 years old when my father brought home our very first desktop computer. I have such distinct memories of how thrilled he and my mother were, and how my dad encouraged me to play with MS Paint so I could learn to use the mouse. To them, it felt like something monumental, a positive advancement, something worth celebrating. But once we finally connected to the internet, it became an entirely different matter altogether. My dad regarded the computer as if it were a sacred gift, a tool that would define the future of the 21st century. Yet he looked at the internet itself as if it were a weapon, something dangerous and unpredictable. I later discovered this came from one of my uncles, who had warned my mom that the web was riddled with sinister things that could twist a child's mind. At the time, I thought he exaggerated, but in truth, I can't say he was entirely wrong. Years passed, maybe 6 or 7, before I was allowed to explore the internet on my own without someone watching over me. That was when I came across a certain website you probably know by the name of Craigslist. I bet most people are familiar with it, and if not, you could easily look it up. But I wasn't visiting Craigslist for the typical reasons like shopping or checking out the personals. My interest was fixed on the odd discussions, especially in the psychology and religion sections of the message boards. That was where I stumbled upon one of the most unsettling accounts I had ever read online, the story of a girl called Anya. It forced me to reconsider my uncle's warnings about the internet being filled with dark, disturbing things. As it turned out, he wasn't entirely off the mark. The account took place around 2007, when a young Czech father had installed a video baby monitor to keep an eye on his newborn. But one evening when he turned it on, he didn't see his infant resting in the crib. Instead, on the screen appeared a boy, maybe 6 or 7 years old, gagged and tied in the corner of a filthy basement. Panicked, the man immediately called the authorities. They quickly determined he had somehow intercepted the signal of another baby monitor from a nearby residence. Officers began canvassing the area door to door, searching for where the transmission was coming from. Eventually, their investigation led them to the Moravec sisters. The elder of the two was a single mother raising 2 young boys, and she had recently taken in a 13-year-old foster daughter named Anya. It turned out that the child seen bound in the cellar was one of the Moravec boys. The horrifying revelation was that the punishment had not been inflicted by the sisters, but had been orchestrated by young Anya herself. She had somehow manipulated the sisters into restraining the child, and even more grotesquely, she had been carving away thin strips of his flesh, feeding them unknowingly to the sisters in their meals. At first, investigators assumed Anya was simply another abused child in the household, but strangely, she bore no signs of mistreatment, no bruises, scars, or burns like the boys carried. Both brothers confirmed that only they were subjected to cruelty. Anya, on the other hand, remained untouched. Somehow she had persuaded the boys to believe they deserved the punishments, leaving them unwilling to resist or fight back. The same went for the Moravec sisters. Neither had any history of abusive behavior until Anya had come into their lives. Yet under her influence, they believed what they were doing was somehow justified. What's even more chilling is how Anya came to be in their care. She hadn't been taken from an orphanage or through any legitimate adoption agency. She had simply appeared one day at the sisters' doorstep and never left. The police began digging deeper, trying to uncover her true origins. After months of exhaustive searching, the revelation came to light. The girl known as Anya was not a 13-year-old at all. Her real name was Barbara, and she was actually in her early 30s. The only reason she could pass as a child was because of an unusual developmental disorder that made her look far younger than her actual age. Authorities moved to arrest her, only to learn she had fled the country. Fortunately, with photos circulated internationally, she was quickly located. She had been hiding in Poland, this time posing as a 14-year-old boy. By the time police found her, she had already convinced another unsuspecting family with 2 children to take her in. Back on the Craigslist forums, speculation exploded. Rumors began circulating that Barbara's biological parents were linked to an obscure spiritual group known as the Grail Movement. Even as a teenager reading this, I found the supposed connection flimsy at best. The theory was that the sect's purpose was to create a kind of messianic figure, a replica of Christ, imbued with supernatural gifts. Some claimed Anya Barbara was meant to be this figure, but instead of becoming holy, she had become corrupt and malevolent. The Grail movement itself was real, so much so that the Nazis cracked down on them during their occupation of Austria. But in my view, people were simply drawing strings together to make it seem like a larger conspiracy. To me, the story was already horrific enough without piling on rumors of cults and prophecies. Even now, when I think back on it, I return to my uncle's words about the internet being filled with twisted, disturbing things. But I've come to believe that isn't entirely true. The real horrors aren't confined to the web. They're found in the world outside, in the people who walk among us. The internet, sites like Craigslist, only serve as a mirror, a window that allows us to glimpse the darkness already present in real life. Working nights at Walmart in a forgotten town did things to me I never expected. At first it was just a steady paycheck, a stopgap while I tried to rebuild my life. 2 years before, I'd left a small community college, not just because my grades were bad, but because my mom had fallen ill and I had to help cover expenses. When the overnight position stocking shelves and sometimes running the register opened up, it felt like a small kind of order. This wasn't one of those giant supercenters in a sprawling city. Our store sat on the edge of a dying Ohio town, right off a lonely 2-lane road. Past 10 p.m., only gas stations, a waffle diner, and our Walmart stayed open. The staff was a mix, older folks juggling second jobs, high school kids grabbing side cash, and people like me stuck somewhere in the middle trying to keep our heads above water. One of the people I bonded with was a 28-year-old named Mason. He was scruffy but approachable, always throwing out quips about how this store could drive someone off the deep end if they didn't keep busy. Back then, I assumed he was exaggerating. After what happened, I knew he wasn't. The first time I sensed something off was on a Tuesday night near the end of October. I was unloading Halloween stock plastic skeletons, fake webs, candy, and spotted Mason at the aisle's end, staring at his palms. "Yo, Mesa," I called, joking. "Don't tell me you're allergic to plastic spiders now." He raised his eyes slowly, dark rings under them like he hadn't slept in a week. "I don't know, man," he murmured, tapping his temple. "I'm not right up here." I gave a nervous laugh. "Join the club. Nobody's right pulling these shifts." He didn't even smile. He just stuffed his hands into his hoodie and walked off. During our 15-minute break, I pressed him. "You good? You've been weird lately." He hesitated, then said words that clung to me. "I've done things I can't undo, and now it feels like it's on me, like it's in here." His eyes darted to the walls like they were eavesdropping. I stumbled through the generic friend response. "Whatever it is, man, it'll be okay. We all screw up. Don't let it eat you." But what he gave me wasn't guilt, it was fear. He opened his mouth like he might explain, then shut it and said, "Forget it." Forget I said anything before leaving. 2 days later, Mason was dead. Word moved fast. Driving home from a shift, he collided with a semi. Some said he drifted lanes, others whispered he'd swerved on purpose. No one really knew. But his words kept circling back in my head. "It's following me." At first, it felt like grief. Everyone at the store was rattled. Even our stoic manager, who usually acted mechanical, gave a speech about leaning on each other. But within a week, things began to shift. Small at first. I'd be stocking candy at 3:30 a.m. and hear a child laugh echoing down an empty aisle. Not impossible, but unsettling. I'd check. Nothing. Once I swore a small shadow flickered between displays like a child darting out of sight, but following it led to nothing. I chalked it up to exhaustion. But one night at Register 9, I couldn't excuse it anymore. Around 2 a.m., only a few late-night customers drifted in. A middle-aged man grabbing groceries, a young woman buying formula. Then I noticed him, a boy, maybe 8, standing at the conveyor's end. He wasn't with anyone, just staring at me. "Hey, buddy," I said while scanning items. "Where are your parents?" He tilted his head, silent. When the customers left, I glanced back and froze. His face had changed. Half of it looked caved in, bone jutting through shredded skin, one eye swollen shut, the other glaring. His limbs bent at wrong angles, arms twisted like broken sticks, his clothes drenched in dark stains. A can slipped from my grip. "Jesus," I whispered, stepping back. He blinked and vanished. Shaken, I checked the cameras. No boy, no trace. For the next week, he appeared again and again in the toy aisle, at the corridor's edge, always silent, always mangled as if fresh from a violent wreck. Finally, one night in my car after work, I whispered, "What do you want from me?" From the empty passenger seat came a faint reply, "Not you." I nearly tore out of that parking lot. Things escalated quickly. A cashier, Dana, told me she'd seen a boy trailing her in paper goods. When she spun to scold him, she swore his jaw hung loose like it had snapped off. She quit the next week. A cart pusher named Ellis found a green rubber ball rolling across the lot one night. He picked it up and, for reasons he couldn't explain, felt an overwhelming grief. He threw it far, but back inside the store it was waiting for him by the doors. That's when pieces started fitting. Mason, his cryptic words, his death, the boy, the ball. One slow night I walked to the toy section without knowing what I sought, until I saw it, a brand new green rubber ball on the bottom shelf. I lifted it, and my hand went cold, like gripping ice. Then, right behind me, a boy's voice. "You dropped it." I spun, nothing but empty aisles. Every instinct screamed to run, but something deeper told me I had to understand. I kept the ball tucked under my arm, until shift's end. In the parking lot, footsteps dragged behind me. I turned and saw him, the boy, head tilted, crushed face dripping red, staring. "Why him?" I demanded. "Why Mason?" For the first time he spoke fully. His voice echoed like from a tunnel. He let me fall. The realization hit like a wave. Mason must have been babysitting him. Something happened. Accident. Neglect. The boy blamed him. "Then why me?" I asked. He raised a twisted hand toward the ball. "You carry me now." It dawned on me. Whoever held the ball bore him. I dropped it on the asphalt. It rolled slowly toward me as if it wanted to follow. I bolted into my car and sped off, leaving it behind. The next morning, dread crushed me walking into work. And there it was by the entrance, waiting. 2 weeks later, I quit Walmart. Sleep became impossible, paranoia constant, that boy's broken face flashing behind my eyes. I don't know what happened to the ball after I left. Maybe it's still on that shelf. Maybe someone else picked it up thinking it was a toy. But some nights driving past that dim Ohio store, I swear I see a child at the glass doors clutching a green rubber ball, waiting for someone new to carry him. And I keep driving. When I was 12 years old, that was the first time I truly understood what fear could feel like. Back then, I lived with my parents and younger brother in a small town in Kansas. We weren't broke, but we weren't thriving either. My father worked long shifts as a mechanic in a small garage, and my mother worked late nights at a roadside cafe on the edge of town. Saturdays were always grocery days, and like most families nearby, we went to the single big Walmart off the main highway. That Walmart back then felt almost like a maze. The sharp fluorescent lights, the endless rows of shelves where you could vanish between aisles, the little coin-eating arcade games near the entrance where kids begged to play. Those things made it feel like an outing. For me, it was a kind of freedom, because my parents sometimes let me and my younger brother wander off to look at CDs or books while they shopped. That day started out normal enough. It was early summer, unbearably hot, the kind of sticky Midwestern heat that made even a few minutes in a parked car miserable. My mom had a list a mile long. My dad wasn't with us because he was finishing a brake job at the shop. So it was just Mom, me, and my 9-year-old brother, Eric. We came in, Eric and I doing our usual thing, heading straight for the electronics while Mom steered the cart toward the cleaning section. I remember feeling like I was so grown up, the way 12-year-olds think they're independent. I crouched in the CD aisle to tie my shoe. That was when Eric started laughing. "What's so funny?" I asked, pulling my laces tight. He leaned in, lowering his voice as though about to share a secret. "That guy's staring at your butt." My head shot up, my face burning, half embarrassed, half irritated. "Knock it off, Eric." "I'm not joking," he said with a grin. "Only little brothers get when they think they've caught you." "He's right there. Look." I tried to be subtle, glancing up quickly, and sure enough at the end of the aisle was an older man. He had a long gray beard, but the middle of it was braided, like some strange would-be Viking style. He wasn't even pretending not to stare. His eyes were directly on me. I swatted Eric on the arm, trying to laugh it away. "Gross. You're making that up." But he wouldn't drop it. "Bet he wants to marry you. You're gonna be his wife," he teased before darting down the aisle out of reach. I rolled my eyes and tried to shake it off, but when I stood, the man still hadn't turned away. His gaze shifted awkwardly, as if remembering to act normal, and he moved his eyes toward a rack of CDs. Something in my stomach churned like the first drop of a roller coaster. I left electronics planning to find Mom, but before that I stopped at the beauty aisle. I'd just begun paying attention to that sort of thing. Shampoos, lip gloss, face wash. So I figured I'd waste a minute there. That's when I noticed him again. Same man, same braided beard. Only this time he wasn't at the end of the aisle. He was in the same aisle, a few feet away, picking up random bottles of shampoo and flipping them like he couldn't read the labels. And every time I moved down, so did he. My palms went icy. I ducked into the next aisle, hoping I was imagining it. He followed. I tried again, this time heading into the one place I figured no man would voluntarily enter, the pads and tampon aisle. He won't come in here, I thought. But he did, holding a box of pads upside down, pretending to study the back. A grown man standing there like he belonged. Panic swelled, making me want to bolt, but my legs felt heavy. I stepped out fast, playing it cool, then hurried toward the main aisle until I saw my mom pushing the cart. Relief hit me like a wave. I rushed to her side. "Mom," I hissed. "What?" she asked, tossing paper towels into the cart. "There's this guy, he keeps following me." Her expression went sharp. My mother didn't mess around about her kids. She leaned closer. "Where?" I tipped my head toward the aisles. gray beard braided in the middle. She didn't pause. "All right, you stay with me. If you see him again, clear your throat. If he gets close, cough. Understand?" I nodded. We walked down another aisle together, and there he was again, closer than before, close enough to reach out. I started clearing my throat, then coughing. My mom's head snapped toward me instantly. She saw him, her eyes hard as steel. She grabbed my arm and steered me straight to the front of the store. We found a manager and told him everything. I'll never forget the look on his face, like we were overreacting. "Well, ma'am, since he didn't actually touch her, there's not much we can do." My mom's face burned with anger. "So you're telling me a grown man can stalk a 12-year-old girl in your store and you're just going to shrug?" The manager muttered something about policy, but it didn't matter. My mom grabbed me and Eric and we left, abandoning the shopping. That should have been the end of it. Just a creepy memory fading with time. But it wasn't, because I kept seeing him. Every time we returned to that Walmart, he was there. Not always nearby, but near enough for me to notice. Sometimes in the parking lot, sometimes inside near the doors. That stupid braided beard made him impossible to forget. By the time I turned 16, I thought maybe I'd outgrown the fear. Until one night at my friend Jenna's house, we were sitting in her living room when her dad's buddy showed up. The instant he stepped in, my stomach knotted. Same man, same braided beard. Jenna's father greeted him. "Hey, Carl." Carl grinned at me like we were old pals, even calling me sweetheart. My hands went clammy. "Jenna," I whispered when we were alone, "that guy, he's the one who followed me around Walmart when I was 12. She shrugged like it was nothing. "Yeah, he's a little weird, but he's around a lot. Don't worry about it," but I couldn't stop worrying. Weeks later, Jenna tricked me into going with her to meet someone. We pulled up to a small house on the edge of town. A rough-looking woman let us in, handed us Cokes from the fridge, and then from the back room he appeared. "Carl, glad you girls came by," he said, smiling too wide. My skin crawled. He sat across from us and without hesitation began saying things no grown man should say to two teenage girls about taking our clothes off, about pictures, about sharing each other. I felt sick. "No," I said, my voice shaking but firm. "We're not doing that." Jenna gave a nervous giggle, but I was furious at him, at her, at myself for even being there. We left soon after, and I swore never to let her drag me near him again. Years passed. I tried to bury the memory, but rumors spread. Then news broke that Carl had been arrested. Authorities had found photographs, dozens of children younger than me, younger than Jenna, doing horrific things. It turned out Jenna's own stepmother had been involved, letting kids stay around him. Both of them went to jail. She got out after 6 months. He didn't. Carl went away for good. The charges stacked so high he'd never walk free again. Years later, word came he'd died in prison. When I heard, I felt a weight lift I hadn't realized I was still carrying. For the first time since I was 12, I could breathe. One less monster roaming this earth. But even now, every time I walk into a Walmart, I still feel those cold eyes on me. I was never the kind of person who thought too hard about the danger of strangers. Of course, I reminded my daughters of the usual rules. Don't engage with unknown people, stay where I can see you, never follow someone out of a store. But deep down, I believed the odds of anything serious happening were tiny. That's the lie you live by in a small town, where the worst crimes are tipped mailboxes or teens sneaking off with stolen makeup. But that night shattered every belief I had about safety. My name is Marissa. I'm 33, divorced, and the main caretaker of my 2 girls. Their father exists more in name than presence. He drifts in sometimes, makes promises, then fades away. Years ago, I stopped relying on him. It's been just me, my daughters, and our daily rhythm. I work as a receptionist at a family health office about 20 minutes away. After work, it's the usual mayhem, schoolwork, dinner, baths, making sure nothing's forgotten for the next day. That Thursday, exhaustion pressed down hard. The kind of weariness that clings to your bones and makes even cooking seem impossible. The girls were already fussing about snacks, and on top of that, my 12-year-old Clara had been pestering me for new pajamas for weeks. I'd promised to get them before the weekend, so instead of collapsing on the couch, I loaded them into the car and headed to the nearby Walmart. The parking lot glowed under half-working yellow lamps, wrappers skittering in the cool wind. Inside, the scent of floor polish mixed with the popcorn stand at the entrance. My 8-year-old Lily grabbed the cart and hopped onto the bottom rack, her sneakers squealing as she pushed off. "Can we get Halloween candy?" she asked immediately. "We're here for school supplies and pajamas," I told her. "Candy later." "Later like tonight, or later like October," she moaned. Clara trailed behind, hood up, earbuds dangling. "You know she'll ask 100 more times, right?" she muttered. I grinned. "That's why you're here, big sister duty." Clara rolled her eyes but smiled faintly. We headed for the school supply section where notebooks and pens rose in towers. Lily darted between displays, lifting a glittery pencil case. "Put it back," I said. "You already have to." I was pulling folders off the shelf when a man rounded the corner too quickly, nearly colliding with us. He carried no cart, no basket, just moved fast like he had somewhere urgent to be. But as soon as he almost hit us, he stopped short. "Excuse me," I muttered instinctively. He didn't answer. He lowered his head, mumbled something I couldn't make out, then slipped sideways into the seasonal aisle. "Mom, look, candy pumpkins," Lily said, tugging my sleeve. The seasonal aisle glowed orange and black with plastic pumpkins, candy bags, and fake cobwebs. He was there, the man, not browsing like anyone else, just standing with one hand in the candy, his eyes flicking sideways at us. For a split second, our gazes met. He looked away so abruptly it made my skin prickle. "Can I take a picture?" Lily asked, pulling her little phone from her jacket. "Not now," I said, steering her along. But I could feel his stare lingering. We moved toward the women's section. I told myself I was imagining it. Big store, many shoppers, coincidence. Yet when Clara was rifling through pajama racks, that prickling came again. I looked up. Same man, now holding a huge bag of candy against his chest. Still no cart, still moving in that strange, unsettled way. He passed slowly, then veered toward the shoes. I exhaled hard. "Mom?" Clara whispered, stepping closer. "That's the same guy." I nodded. "You noticed too?" "Yeah, from the candy aisle. Now he's here. It's creepy." I didn't want to scare them, but I wouldn't ignore her instincts. "Stay close," I said. Lily tugged at a pajama set. "Can I get this one?" "Maybe. Hold on." Out of the corner of my eye, I caught him again, drifting through the boys' racks, not shopping, just wandering, stopping, looking. His eyes moved from me to Lily to Clara, then back to me. Coldness crawled over my spine. "Okay," I whispered to Clara. "I think he's following us. Get Lily in the cart." Clara's eyes widened. "Seriously? Just do it." Lily groaned but climbed in. The man slipped out of the aisle. For a second I felt relief, until I realized he'd only looped around, keeping a clear line of sight on us. Our eyes met. He twitched, then pulled out his phone, typing furiously. My pulse thudded. That's when I noticed the others. By electronics. An older man in a baseball cap pretended to look at a half-empty video game shelf. Every so often he glanced our way. Not quick glances, hard ones you can feel even far off. And near the baby clothes, a third man drifted, picking up a onesie, putting it back, circling again. His eyes kept darting toward us. The realization hit like ice. This wasn't random. "Girls," I said, forcing calm. "We're checking out now." Clara looked at me, suddenly serious. "Are we in danger?" I swallowed. "We just need to go." I pushed the cart fast, my grip so tight my knuckles hurt. Each aisle I turned, I checked behind us. The candy man stayed 2 rows over, keeping pace. The man in the cap shifted to follow at a distance. "Mom, I'm scared," Lily whispered. "I know, baby, stay down." I pulled her into a crouch inside the cart. By the time we reached the front, my heart hammered so loud I thought others could hear. The self-checkout lanes were jammed, too easy to get trapped. "Excuse me," I said to a worker stocking shelves, my voice trembling. "Can you call security up here?" The kid blinked. What for?" "There are men following us, please." He stared, then nodded quickly, grabbing his radio. That's when I saw him again. The candy man stood at the edge of self-checkout, phone still in hand, watching. The other 2 were further back, pretending to browse. I paid as fast as I could, my hands shaking so badly I dropped my card once. The girls clung to my sides. When we headed for the exit, I risked one last look. All three men stood still, unmoving, staring. As the sliding doors opened and night air hit my face, I saw him, Candyman, outside under the buzzing lamp, eyes locked on mine. I gripped my daughter's hands so hard they yelped. We didn't go straight to the car. We cut across the lot fast toward a cluster of people walking in. I didn't stop until we were surrounded, until a security guard jogged out toward us. When I finally looked back, the man was gone. That was months ago. I've replayed it hundreds of times. What if I hadn't noticed? What if the girls had wandered off for even a minute? I still shop at Walmart, but never that location and never alone with my daughters. Because deep down, I can't shake the certainty that night wasn't an accident. It was a plan. And we came too close to being part of it. I once believed late-night grocery runs were harmless, but at 15 I discovered how fragile that feeling of safety really was. Nearly a decade later, I still find myself double-checking locks and scanning parking lots before walking to my car. I grew up in a gritty Appalachian-style industrial town, not the sensational kind that hits headlines every day, but the type where everyone knew someone who had been locked up, and the police scanner buzzed constantly. Drug busts, brawls, and break-ins were just the soundtrack of life. My dad always warned, if you don't keep your head straight, this town will chew you up. That evening started like any other. My dad, my younger sister Mallory, and I decided to make a quick run to Walmart for groceries. It was a Wednesday night late in October. The air crisp, the kind of chill that pushes your hands deep into hoodie pockets. The glowing Walmart sign hummed above us like a neon beacon. Inside was the usual late-night vibe. A few tired employees stocking shelves, families with overflowing carts, and the town's regular drifters moving between aisles. Mallory and I were acting like our usual annoying selves, cracking jokes and trying to make each other laugh. She nudged me with an elbow. "Yo, check aisle 7. Creeper alert." I followed her gaze. There he was. A man maybe in his late 40s or early 50s, stringy brown hair parted down the middle, greasy enough to glint under the lights. Thick glasses sliding down his nose, an oversized beige jacket draping awkwardly over his thin body. He looked like showers weren't part of his week. "Looks like a full-on predator sting," Mallory whispered, giggling. "Shut up," I muttered, though I couldn't stop smirking. But once we noticed him, he seemed to pop up everywhere, pretending to browse cereal, pretending to study canned soup, hovering near the Halloween candy. At first, I brushed it off. People wander in stores, maybe he was shopping like anyone else. Plus, Dad was with us, 6'3", broad-shouldered, carrying himself like a man you didn't cross. Still, that man stayed in my head long after we left. For the next week, I woke in the middle of the night for no reason, feeling as if someone stood at the foot of my bed. I'd sit up, scan my dark room, and tell myself it was nothing. Our old house creaked, wind slid through cracks, and I'd grown up on ghost stories. Mom always swore the place was haunted, but this didn't feel supernatural. It felt filthy. It felt wrong. By the second week, exhaustion hit me so hard I couldn't focus in class. My mom scolded me, blaming the caffeine I downed every day. But deep down, I knew soda wasn't what kept me awake. Something was off. Then came the Saturday that still scorches my memory. My parents planned a day trip to a small town hours away. Mallory stayed at a friend's house. That left me home alone. Normally, I liked it. Music blasting, junk food, gaming without anyone nagging me. But that morning, from the instant I woke up, I felt wired and uneasy, like the walls themselves were watching. By mid-afternoon, I'd had enough. I texted my friend Kevin. "Me. Yo, wanna hang? Losing my mind here. Kevin, bet, 10 minutes. Bring snacks." When he pulled up, I bolted out the door like it was on fire. Sliding into his dented old Honda, I finally exhaled. We drove aimlessly, music low, just talking. But Kevin kept glancing at his rearview mirror. "You good?" I asked. He nodded too quickly, eyes flicking again. "Yeah, it's just this car's been tailing me since I picked you up." A chill crawled up my spine. "What kind of car?" Kevin squinted. "Blue Chevy, old beat to hell." I twisted in my seat. The car behind us swerved too close, then pulled up beside my window at the stoplight. That's when I saw him, the man from Walmart. His greasy hair, his oversized beige jacket, his jaw clenching so hard his teeth looked like they'd snap. And those eyes, flat, empty, fixed on me like I was prey. "Holy crap," I whispered. "What?" Kevin asked, hands tightening on the wheel. "It's him," I said, "the guy from Walmart." Before I could finish, the man laid on his horn. The blast ripped through the night. I flinched, curling into the seat. "Screw this," Kevin muttered. The light turned green. He hit the gas, weaving through traffic. "We're going to the station." It was only 5 minutes to the police station, but it felt like an eternity. My pulse hammered, breaths coming shallow. When we pulled in, the man didn't follow us inside, but parked across the street, watching. Inside, we found Officer Denton, a friend's dad. Kevin, thinking fast, had memorized the guy's license plate. Denton scribbled it down, his face hardening as he typed it in. "Stay here," he said. "We'll send a car to your house, just in case." My phone buzzed, Mom calling, panicked after hearing from the station. I could barely form words. When officers checked my yard, what they discovered froze my blood. The man was there, crouched outside my bedroom window, digging in the bushes. He had a crowbar, duct tape, zip ties, condoms, a taser, hidden in a backpack under the leaves. They arrested him on the spot. He turned out to be a registered sex offender who'd been stalking me for weeks, planning. Suddenly, all those nights waking with that crawling feeling made sense. The trial blurred past. My parents pressed charges. He went away. But that didn't erase what happened. Even now, I wake up some nights, heart racing, convinced I'm being watched, and I'll never laugh off creepy Walmart guy jokes again, because sometimes it's not a joke, sometimes it's real, and sometimes trusting your instincts is the only thing that keeps you alive. I'm 23 years old, female, and moved here a few months ago for college. Uprooting myself from my old life was supposed to be a clean slate. In my hometown, everyone recognized me, teachers, neighbors, even the guy at the corner gas station. Here, I blend into the crowd, and that mix of anonymity and exposure feels both freeing and unnerving. My apartment is small, a single bedroom with worn carpet and pipes that screech at night, but it's my space, and I take pride in it. That Saturday around 3 p.m., I decided to drive to the closest Walmart to stock up on cleaning products. I delayed it all week as assignments piled up and exhaustion set in, but that afternoon something inside me wanted to reset, to scrub everything down and make the place truly feel like mine. I wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary. The parking lot was jammed, stray carts scattered near the entrance. Muttering under my breath, I steered around them and squeezed my car into a tight space, careful not to clip a loose cart. Purse in hand, I stepped out and walked toward the sliding glass doors. That's when I spotted him, an older man leaning against the cart corral just outside. He looked mid-50s or early 60s, maybe older, wearing a washed-out baseball cap and a tucked-in flannel shirt over jeans. His skin looked weathered, like someone who spent endless hours under harsh sunlight. Our eyes met for a split second. Out of instinct, I gave a courteous nod, the kind strangers exchange to acknowledge each other. He didn't nod back, didn't smile, just stared. I brushed it off and kept walking as the automatic doors whooshed open and a gust of cool air conditioning hit my face. I grabbed a cart and steered toward the school supply section. All I needed was a binder or maybe a few folders. While scanning bright notebooks lined on the shelves, a faint squeak of sneakers came from behind. Tilting my head slightly, I caught sight of him again. The man from outside. He stood at the aisle's edge, holding a pack of paper plates covered in cartoon pumpkins, though his gaze wasn't on the plates. It was fixed on me. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe he had grandchildren. Maybe he was shopping for a party. Still, a wave of unease prickled at me. I shoved a binder into my cart and made my way toward the back of the store where the electronics were. I needed a phone charger anyway. That section was quieter than the rest, filled with glass-locked displays of chargers, headphones, and controllers. I crouched to check the lower shelves, searching for the right charger. In the reflection of the glass, I suddenly saw him. He was moving slowly past me, his eyes tracking me from shoulders to legs. When he slipped behind me, I glimpsed him from the corner of my vision, his mouth slack as his tongue darted out to wet his lips. I froze and forced myself to breathe. Don't react. Don't draw attention. Maybe he'll leave. But he didn't. He stood right behind me, uncomfortably close. "Excuse me?" I muttered, pretending to study the shelf, my voice kept as steady as possible. He stayed silent, still burning his stare into me. Only after a long moment did he step away toward another display, and I exhaled a shaky breath of relief. Pushing my cart into the next aisle, I tried to appear normal, though my hands trembled against the handle. To test myself, I lingered by some random headphones, pretending to compare prices while peeking down the main walkway. Then I saw him again. He was speed-walking, scanning left and right like he was hunting for someone. The instant he spotted me, he froze. Our eyes locked. His expression didn't hold embarrassment or surprise, but something darker. He turned sharply and hurried off. My gut told me this wasn't coincidence anymore. I wheeled straight over to the counter where two employees stood, one tall with glasses, maybe in his 20s, the other shorter and stocky with a buzz cut. "Hey," I said quietly, "I think someone's following me." Both looked up at once. "What do you mean?" Buzzcut asked. I described the older man, flannel, cap, and how he'd been appearing everywhere I went, even searching aisles. "I don't feel safe. Search my level and look at my tuppeten. God, I took would be event. Right up from us." Glasses frowned. "We don't have actual security here, just asset protection, but we can stay with you or ring you up right here so you don't have to go up front." The kindness nearly undid me. "Yes, please. I just need a few cleaning supplies, then I'll leave." "All right," Buzzcut said firmly. "We'll walk with you." As we turned the corner with my cart, my stomach nodded again. He was there at the far end of the main walkway near the registers. Not close enough to overhear, but close enough to watch. His eyes snapped to mine instantly. He didn't move or blink, just stared. The employees noticed too. "That him?" Glasses muttered. "Yes," I whispered. Buzzcut squared his shoulders. "Just keep walking. He won't try anything with us here." We moved fast through the aisles, grabbing a mop, sponges, and a bottle of bleach. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped it. When we circled back to the electronics counter to check out, I risked one last glance. He was gone. We finished the transaction and Buzzcut carried my bag. "You want us to walk you to your car?" Glasses asked. "Yes, please." Together we headed for the exit. My eyes darted everywhere, heart pounding in my ears, but I didn't see him. Still, paranoia gnawed at me. Outside, I thanked them both again and made my way to my car. I climbed in, locked the doors immediately, and sat there trying to calm down. I couldn't drive straight home. What if he was waiting? What if he followed me? So I drove to a random neighborhood halfway between Walmart and my apartment, parked in front of a house pretending it was mine, and waited 10 minutes scanning the mirrors. No cars slowed, no sign of him. Finally, I circled the block twice and then headed home. That night, every light in my apartment blazed as I clutched my pepper spray. Every creak from the building jolted me. What terrified me most wasn't what had happened inside the store. It was what might have happened if I hadn't noticed him in the reflection, if I hadn't caught him speed-walking the aisles searching for me. He had no idea I'd seen his face when he licked his lips, staring at me like I was something consumable. I don't know if he planned to grab me in the parking lot or follow me home, but I do know one thing. Whatever his intentions, they weren't good. And now, each time I step inside that store, my eyes scan every aisle and corner, wondering if he's there again, waiting. College parties start to blur together after enough weekends, yet that October night at the old house on Alder Lane carved itself into my mind like a burn that never heals. I was midway through junior year at Central Valley University, slogging through macro problem sets and living off ramen and canned caffeine like every other strapped undergrad. My roommate Noah Carter and I had been glued together since orientation, one of those day one bonds that felt inevitable. Noah could befriend anyone. He'd step into a room full of strangers and walk out with 5 new numbers and 3 tentative plans. He was the kind of person who'd hand you his last 20 knowing you might forget to pay him back, who would cross the city at 3 a.m. to rescue you when your ride vanished, who sensed the exact moment you needed a catastrophically bad joke to crack the pressure of finals. We'd weathered everything in those first 2 years. Bombed midterms, surprisingly great weekends, and that cursed spring break drive when his sedan died in the middle of nowhere. That particular Saturday, we headed to what everyone swore would be the blowout of the semester, hosted by a set of seniors renting a relic that looked untouched since the 70s. Noah and I got there around 10, dressed as matching zombies, thrift store outfits shredded with scissors and drenched in sticky stage blood that smeared onto anything we brushed. The place was unhinged the moment we stepped inside. Easily 200 people jammed wall to wall, air thick with fog machine haze and body heat, until breathing felt like a chore. The seniors had remodeled the space into a discount-haunted club, seizure bait strobe in the ex-living room, a kitchen reborn as a free-for-all bar where drinks were mixed with pure audacity, cotton cobwebs and plastic bones dangling from doorways and fixtures. The basement, though, was the magnet. They'd turned it into an ultraviolet grotto, concrete walls painted in neon splatters that glowed like toxic runoff in the dark. Getting down there meant shoving through a sweating traffic jam on a staircase, so narrow you turned sideways, everyone holding cups above their heads like umbrellas while the temperature jumped with each step. Hitting the floor felt like walking into a sauna. The subwoofer's bass rattled your ribs like loose change. Bodies were so tight you moved as one breathing creature. Near midnight, Noah and I were pressed to the back wall between tracks, trying to gulp air. The careful makeup we'd applied earlier had slipped into gray rivers, leaving us more melting wax than undead. Noah had spent an hour dancing with a vampire girl before she vanished upstairs with friends, so we pivoted to clownish moves just to crack me up. The crowd got rowdier by the minute, people climbing onto shoulders, boos arcing through the air, glow-in-the-dark silly strings suddenly streaking across the room. Noah leaned in and yelled that he needed air, the heat spinning him, and started angling toward what looked like an exit tucked in the corner. I nodded and turned back to the mass, assuming he'd be back in 5 like always. There were so many bodies crammed together that when someone pushed from behind, the whole pack lurched forward like falling tiles. By the time I glanced back to track Noah's path, he'd already dissolved into the press of people. 20 minutes ticked by, then 30, and still no sign of him. I shrugged it off at first. Maybe he'd bumped into friends upstairs, drifted into a conversation, or joined that bathroom line that spooled down the hallway. I muscled up the basement steps, each rise cooler than the last, my soaked shirt turning clammy. The main level was just as crowded but less stifling, people sprawled over couches, couples tucked into corners, a beer pong bracket blooming in the former dining room. I swept the kitchen, the back porch choked with smokers, even loitered outside the bathroom for 10 minutes in case he was in there puking. I asked around for a tall zombie, but there were at least 30 of those roaming the place. The unsettling part was his phone shooting straight to voicemail, no ring, just immediate dead end, like it was off or bricked. That wasn't him. Noah answered text mid-shower and carried a pocket charger like a talisman. He never let his battery die. By 1 in the morning, my nerves were fraying. I'd lapped the house twice and plunged back into the basement, trying to convince myself I'd somehow missed him in the crush. The party still pulsed, but my brain could focus on only one thing: find Noah. I grabbed Mark, a guy from down our dorm hall, and told him my roommate was gone. He jumped in to help. We cleared the place systematically, every bedroom and closet. The patchy backyard where someone had a trash can bonfire blazing. Mark floated the idea that Noah had disappeared with someone, but that didn't track. He would have texted, would have sent one of his cursed emoji strings, would have said he was heading out. His car was still parked where we'd left it 3 blocks away. I sprinted over, hoping he'd retreated to sleep it off. The windows were fogged from the cold, but I could see he wasn't inside. The magnetic box with the spare key still clung under the wheel well. I hunted down the host, a senior named Lucas Reed I'd met once, and asked whether there were other basement exits anywhere Noah might have slipped for a breath. Lucas stared at me like I'd lost it, pupils huge, clearly several drinks past reasonable. He said the basement had one entrance, the skinny stairs everybody used, and that the corner door had been locked and barricaded for months. When I insisted that Noah had headed right for that corner, Lucas bristled. That area was off limits, he said. They'd piled boxes and junked furniture there to keep drunks from messing with it. But I could picture Noah weaving through the bodies, hand raised in that half-wave of his, steering straight for that spot. Lucas shifted from annoyed to hostile, asking why I was stirring trouble, suggesting my friend probably bailed with someone and I needed to relax and stop pointing fingers. The music still hammered from below, but suddenly it felt predatory, like the tempo of something awful unfolding just beyond vision. Mark and I went back down one more time, phone flashlights cutting through the ultraviolet to see that corner for real. The crowd had thinned enough to let us edge to the rear wall. Boxes were stacked there, old water-swollen cardboard with ripped edges and a ruined couch flipped upright. Looking closer, I noticed fresh scrape lines on the concrete, as if something heavy had been dragged not long ago. The dust told the same story. Clean rectangles marked where boxes had sat forever, but they didn't align with where the stack was currently. Someone had shifted everything recently, maybe tonight. Mark caught it too and tugged at a box to peek behind, but Lucas materialized with two bigger guys and told us to leave. They weren't asking. Hands clamped on our arms, steering us to the stairs. Lucas tossed out something about calling the cops if we didn't get out immediately, that we were killing the vibe and spooking guests. They literally dumped us on the front porch. Mark stumbled and almost ate the steps. I tried one more time to say my closest friend was missing, that something was wrong, but Lucas stood in the doorway with his arms folded, friendly host drained away and replaced by something cold. He said Noah probably found a hookup and dipped. It happened constantly, and if I returned or stirred the pot again, he'd make sure campus security heard about it. The door slammed. The bolt clicked. We were on the sidewalk in the brittle October air, while the party throbbed on without us. Mark wanted to bail. Said we should wait until morning when people sobered up. But those scrape marks kept looping in my head. I called Noah 50 times, shot out text after text, even started to dial his mom before hanging up, because what would I say? He vanished at a party and the host was acting shady? The police would chalk it up to drunken stupidity or a hookup gone long. I stayed until 4 a.m., planted in my car across the street, watching the trickle of people drain out as the night burned down. Every time the door opened, my pulse kicked, expecting Noah, but it never was. Around 3:30, I watched Lucas and his roommates hustle garbage bags to the curb, moving quick and quiet like they wanted no witnesses. One bag ruptured when it hit, and what looked like clothes spilled onto the sidewalk. They scooped everything up fast and shoved it into another bag before I could get a better look. The basement light stayed on long after the upstairs windows went dark. Shadows slid across the grimy ground-level panes, but the glass was so painted and dirty that I couldn't make out anything. My phone died near dawn, and I finally drove back to campus with my brain racing through every theory. Maybe he'd gotten sick and someone took him to urgent care. Maybe he had an allergic flare to something. Maybe there was a back egress I didn't know about, and he left without the car. Sunday morning, I filed a missing person report with campus police, though they clearly didn't buy the urgency. The officer kept asking if Noah had been drinking, if we'd argued, if he had a habit of vanishing. I gave them Lucas's name and address, laid out the sealed corner, the weird behavior, the fact that Noah's car hadn't moved. It wasn't until I pointed out he had a midterm Monday, that he never missed exams, had perfect attendance, that they agreed to do a welfare check. I rode along, wedged in the back of the cruiser to Alder Lane, stomach roiling with hope and dread. By daylight the house looked smaller, shabbier, with Halloween junk sagging from the porch rails. Lucas opened the door bleary and annoyed, then flipped to cooperative the second he saw badges. Suddenly he was worried too, eager to help, explaining how these parties got out of hand and people wandered. They combed the main floors first while Lucas hovered, insisting hundreds had flowed through the place and it would be impossible to track everyone. When they stepped toward the basement, I saw his jaw harden as they approached the box-choked corner. He said it was storage, blocked for months due to water damage. No one could have gotten back there during the party. But the older officer, a woman with eyes like razor wire, spotted the same scrape marks and told Lucas to move the boxes. He protested, said it was hazardous and the landlord had ordered that area off limits. But they insisted. It took 10 minutes to clear the heap, Lucas growing jumpier with each piece dragged aside. His roommates gathered at the top of the stairs, watching like they'd swallowed nails. Behind the debris was a door just as I'd suspected, but heavier than I'd pictured. Thick wood braced with metal, a fresh padlock winking on the latch. Lucas claimed he had no key, that the landlord must have locked it, that it probably led to old heating gear. The officers had him call the landlord on the spot. As we waited, I noticed one roommate slip upstairs, phone already in his hand. The landlord arrived within 20 minutes, a jittery older man named Walter Green, who kept drying his palms on his jeans. He fumbled through a ring of keys for what felt like forever before the right one clicked, his hands shaking as he worked the padlock free. The door opened onto wooden steps sinking into a deeper dark, well below the basement, and a smell rolled up that made everyone recoil. Damp, metallic, wrong. The cops went first, flashlights slicing the black, while we hovered above. Lucas went silent, face ashy. I could hear movement and voices bouncing in strange echoes, and then one officer shouted for everyone to back away, not to come closer. The older officer climbed fast, radio already in her hand, calling for backup and crime scene techs, her face bloodless. She wouldn't tell me what they'd found, just repeated that we needed to wait outside, that it was now an active scene. But I heard her tell the dispatcher they'd uncovered an old storm shelter recently accessed, with visible blood and a single brown leather sneaker matching what Noah wore. Within an hour, the street was cinched in yellow tape, detectives and forensics swarming the place. They cuffed Lucas and his 3 roommates and put them in separate patrol cars while the team processed the house. I sat on the curb across the street for hours watching evidence bags stream out, each one draining another measure of hope. Finally, a detective named Laura Park sat beside me, and a careful voice outlined what they knew. The shelter dated to the 50s, Cold War concrete, a bunker old tenants had used for storage until it was supposedly sealed 5 years ago. But Lucas and his crew had found it when they moved in, and had been using it for something the detective wouldn't specify, something soundproofed with a new ventilation line. They'd found signs of someone being held there, restraints, scuffed concrete, arcs of blood on the wall. Noah's shoe was there, along with his wallet and phone, smashed to shards. They were still searching, she said. The shelter connected to the city's old maintenance corridors. Maybe Noah had escaped that way, or been moved. The truth surfaced 3 days later when one roommate, Ryan Ellis, cracked and cut a deal. They'd been running a clandestine fighting ring in the shelter, luring drunk students downstairs to brawl while others bet on outcomes. When Noah went hunting for that corner exit, he glimpsed something through a gap in the stacked boxes he shouldn't have seen. They panicked, grabbed him, and dragged him down to decide their next move. Noah fought harder than they expected. In the chaos, he broke free and bolted deeper into the tunnels, and they lost him in the maintenance maze. Search crews spent 2 weeks combing those corridors with dogs and thermal cameras, and eventually found him about a mile from the house alive, barely. He'd wandered 3 days in dead blackness, fallen down a shaft and snapped his leg, survived on condensation beating on pipes. He'd shed a frightening amount of weight and couldn't stop trembling for weeks, but he lived, and that eclipsed everything else. Lucas took 15 years for kidnapping and illegal gambling. The roommates got lighter sentences for cooperating. The university shut down off-campus house parties for the rest of the year, and the Alder Lane relic was condemned and bulldozed by spring. Noah spent a month relearning how to walk in physical therapy and another 3 months in counseling, trying to unknot the horror of being entombed in dark. He never talks about what he saw in that shelter before he ran. His eyes just drift away and he swaps the subject. We're still roommates, still best friends. But something fundamental shifted that night. We learned how quickly a normal student party can mutate into something predatory, how the ones pouring your drinks could be hiding something monstrous right below your feet. Noah graduated in May and landed an accounting job downtown, and I'm finishing my senior year now. But neither of us goes near house parties anymore. Noah still keeps a nightlight on. He still catalogs every door in a room the moment he walks in, mapping exits. Sometimes I catch him staring at nothing, thumb grazing the scar on his leg where the bone punched through, and I know he's back down there in the tunnels, sprinting through that blind labyrinth, still trying to find the way out. I had been counting the days to escape my small hometown since junior year. So finally arriving at Westview University felt like crossing into an entirely new existence. I'd been there barely 2 months when Halloween came around, and I was still that lonely freshman who usually ate in silence at the far corner of the dining hall. My roommate had gone home for the weekend, leaving me with a mountain of assignments and a bag of mini Snickers I'd bought as my own treat. That afternoon, October 31st, I was holed up in the library, struggling to focus on my psychology notes, when 3 girls from my English Lit class approached my table. We'd been in a group project together a few weeks earlier, but I wouldn't have called us friends, more like those casual acquaintances who exchange quick smiles when passing on campus. The one who took charge was Natalie, a bubbly blonde who somehow managed to look like she had stepped out of a fashion ad even at 8 a.m. She leaned against the table asking if I had any plans for the night, and when I said no, her face lit up like she'd been waiting for that answer. She said they were heading to this invite-only Halloween party at a house just off campus. The host had asked them to bring more guests because several had backed out last minute. The other two girls, who I was pretty sure were named Riley and Tessa, though I couldn't remember exactly, nodded along behind her. Natalie pulled up the address on her phone, 8942 Crestwood Lane, around 15 minutes away, and told me to show up at 9. Costumes were optional since it was last minute. I remember feeling a sudden spark of excitement, like maybe this would be the moment I stopped being an outsider and finally got included in the college social world I'd been watching from the sidelines. Around 4 that afternoon, I left the library and started heading toward my dorm when I noticed a guy walking behind me. He wore a gray hoodie pulled up over his head, dark jeans, and a pair of faded red sneakers that squeaked every few steps. At first, I didn't think much of it. Campus was always busy, but when I made a detour through the student union to grab coffee, I spotted him again 20 minutes later, about 30 feet behind me. Same shoes, same slow slouched walk like he was trying to shrink into himself. I slipped into the campus bookstore and pretended to browse through sweatshirts and mugs, keeping one eye on the entrance. He never came inside. When I finally walked back out, he was gone. I told myself I was overreacting, that it was just coincidence. Later, I spent way too long getting ready for the party, changing outfits 3 times before landing on black jeans and an old vintage band shirt from a thrift store. It looked casual enough to not seem desperate, but still decent for a party. The Uber driver had trouble finding the house, driving up and down Crestwood twice before finally spotting the numbers, half hidden behind an overgrown hedge. The place looked like one of those modern magazine homes, sharp angles, all glass, with automatic lights that clicked on as I walked up the driveway. Music pulsed faintly inside, but the windows were covered with thick blackout curtains, not a single sliver of light showing through. I saw what I thought was Natalie's white BMW parked outside, same model, same sorority decal, so I paid the driver and walked up to the door. Before I could knock, it swung open, and there was Tessa, wearing cat ears and holding a red cup, smiling wide though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Inside, the music was playing low, just enough to break the silence, and only about a dozen people were scattered around the living room. Not the wild party I'd imagined. Natalie waved from across the room, chatting with a guy I didn't recognize, while Riley was nowhere in sight. The house had that sterile, impersonal vibe, generic framed art, beige furniture, nothing that made it feel lived in. Tessa handed me a drink before I could ask for one, something pink, syrupy sweet, burning my throat, and started introducing me to people whose names I instantly forgot because all I could think about was how their eyes lingered on me without fully meeting mine. And that's when I noticed him, the guy from earlier, standing in the kitchen peeling the label off a beer bottle. Same gray hoodie, same red sneakers. Even across the room, I recognized him instantly. My entire body went cold, and I must have made a sound because Tessa grabbed my arm, asking if I was okay, her fingers pressing into my skin. I tried to ask casually who he was, and she frowned, saying his name was Derek, Natalie's cousin from out of town who'd shown up last minute. But that didn't make sense. When we'd worked on that English project, Natalie had spent half the time complaining about being an only child with no cousins, just her and her divorced parents. I excused myself, saying I needed the bathroom. Tessa's hand lingered on my arm longer than necessary before pointing me down a dark hallway, saying it was the last door on the right. The hallway was dim, only one flickering bulb near the end. I passed 3 closed doors before finding the bathroom, locking it immediately behind me. I tried calling my roommate, but there was no signal, not even one bar, which was impossible since we were still in the city. I checked for Wi-Fi, but the only network showing was a random string of letters and numbers. My pulse was pounding in my ears. I splashed water on my face and stared into the mirror. Something looked off. The reflection was darker than it should have been, flat, almost tinted. It reminded me of those 2-way mirrors you see in interrogation rooms. I pressed my face close to the glass, cupped my hands around my eyes, and for a split second I swore I saw the faint outline of another room behind it. That's when I heard footsteps stop right outside the door. The handle rattled once, twice. Everything okay in there? A man's voice, not Derek's. Someone else. The handle jiggled again, harder this time, followed by the sound of keys. Why would anyone have keys to a bathroom at a party? I scanned the room for any possible weapon. but the cabinet only held cleaning supplies and toilet paper. "Just a second," I called, trying to steady my voice. The jingling stopped, replaced by faint whispering, then fading footsteps. I waited a full minute before unlocking the door. The hallway was empty, but now all 3 of those doors I'd passed earlier were standing open, dark, empty rooms staring back. I knew I had to leave immediately, but as I started walking back toward the living room, something felt wrong. The hallway seemed longer, and there was an extra turn that hadn't been there before. The music was gone, replaced by low murmuring like a group of people reading from a script. When I finally reached the living room, everyone had moved. They were all sitting now, arranged in neat rows facing the front door, like an audience waiting for something to begin. Natalie stood when she saw me, smiling too wide, and announced to the group that I was ready. Ready for what? I tried heading for the door, but 2 large men I hadn't noticed before blocked the exit, their arms crossed. Derek had moved closer, sitting on the arm of the couch, tapping those red shoes against the floor in a slow, rhythmic beat that made my skin crawl. "Your Uber left," Natalie said, walking toward me with her phone out. "But don't worry, we arranged another ride." That's when I realized everyone else had their phones out too, pointed at me, recording. The tiny red lights of their cameras blinked in the dim light like unblinking eyes. They wanted whatever this was to be filmed. I backed up until I hit the wall, mind racing. The back door? No. 3 people stood near the kitchen. The windows? Covered. I was trapped. Natalie, Riley, and Tessa stepped forward in perfect sync, like predators circling. "We've been watching you for weeks," Natalie said, her voice flat now, stripped of that bubbly tone. "You walk the same paths, eat in the same places, sit in the same library spot. You made it easy." I did the only thing that came to mind. I grabbed the lamp beside me, a heavy ceramic pineapple-shaped one, and hurled it through the front window. The crash shattered the silence, and for a moment, everyone froze. I bolted, not through the window they expected, but straight at the 2 men guarding the door, screaming at the top of my lungs. They hesitated just long enough for me to slide between them, slam my knee into the door, and fumble the deadbolt open. I burst outside, still screaming. That saved me. The neighbors. The house next door was hosting a real Halloween party. Dozens of people came running out when they heard the glass break and me screaming. Derek froze when he saw the crowd rushing over, phones out, calling 911. I collapsed on the neighbor's driveway, sobbing, trying to explain, but I didn't need to. They could see it. The strange group still standing in the doorway, phones in hand, caught mid-act. Police arrived within minutes, and everything unraveled fast. The house was an Airbnb rented with a stolen card. None of them were students at Westview. Derek, real name Colin, had a record for assault and was breaking parole by even being there. Hidden cameras were found throughout the house, streaming live to some dark corner of the web. The detectives said it was part of a twisted pay-to-watch scheme where viewers tuned in to see staged experiences with unknowing victims. 2 other girls from different colleges had reported similar setups that month, but the culprits had always vanished before being caught. This time, their arrogance got them. They're all in prison now. I had to testify in court, which was its own private nightmare. But it's over. I made it through freshman year, though I switched dorms and changed my routes constantly now. I can't stand the sound of squeaky shoes. It makes me sick, and I never ever go to a party unless I know everyone there. But I'm alive. That's what counts. Sometimes survival is all you can manage, and making sure those who did this never get the chance to do it again. Frank Dawson's Halloween setups were infamous along Willow Bend Lane, the kind of neighborhood spectacle real estate agents mentioned to potential buyers. Each October, Frank transformed his front yard into something straight out of a horror movie backlot, entirely out of place on a quiet Portland cul-de-sac. His mannequins were so lifelike that delivery drivers refused to walk up to his porch after dusk, leaving packages near the sidewalk instead. His homemade blood mixture had this thick, glossy sheen that never fully dried, smeared across the concrete like someone had dragged a wounded body toward his garage. He used motion-activated shrieks, strobes buried in shrubs, and a fog machine that cloaked the lawn in rolling mist whenever anyone passed by, turning the whole place into a crime scene fever dream. The locals had grown used to it, treating his obsession as part of the neighborhood's quirky charm. Families would stroll by during the day for a harmless scare. Teenagers would dare each other to touch the corpse he always placed half-buried beneath his porch. And even the cops had stopped responding to panic 911 calls from visitors unfamiliar with his tradition. Frank worked construction by day, but once October hit, every spare moment was devoted to perfecting his macabre masterpiece, adding new elements he'd been crafting since January. The previous year, he introduced something particularly disturbing. A mannequin posed as a jogger sprawled across his lawn, earbuds still dangling, sneakers on as if attacked mid-run. He'd gone as far as adding sweat stains to the shirt and dirt smudges on the knees. This year, though, Frank began unusually early, dragging his bins out on October 1st instead of waiting until mid-month. From my living room window, I watched him transform the yard into a full-blown crime scene. Yellow tape, numbered evidence markers beside puddles of that glistening fake blood, and bodies arranged at odd, contorted angles. But the central piece this year made me pause mid-sip of my coffee. Under the glow of a spotlight stood what looked like a businessman, face down on the grass, arm outstretched toward the curb as though crawling for help. The navy pinstriped suit, the briefcase splayed open beside him, the scattered paperwork, even the tipped-over coffee cup dripping onto the pages. It all looked alarmingly fresh. Usually, Frank's displays had a theatrical flair, fake though convincing. But this one felt different. The fabric had creases that matched the body's positioning. The shoes bore worn soles, and when the wind blew, the jacket fluttered with an uncanny realism. Frank spent hours fine-tuning the scene, shifting papers slightly, nudging the briefcase, and standing back like a painter studying his canvas. When he finally retreated indoors, I couldn't stop staring at that figure, unsettled by how disturbingly authentic it appeared. 3 days later, the odor began. At first, I thought he'd gone overboard with some kind of rotting flesh effect. The unseasonably warm weather, mid-70s when it should have been cool, didn't help. The air carried a thick, sickly sweet stench across my yard, forcing me to shut my windows despite the heat. Other neighbors did the same. Mrs. Galinsky, 2 houses down, even came by asking if I knew what Frank was using this year. Her beagle refused to go near his house, whining and tugging away on walks. The mail carrier began dropping his deliveries at the curb instead of the door slot. Frank, unfazed, spent each evening on his porch with a beer in hand, admiring his yard like an artist satisfied with his masterpiece, smiling and waving at anyone passing by, completely unaware that people were now hurrying past with their shirts over their faces. On October 4th, I decided to confront him. I caught him crouched near the businessman figure, adjusting the scattered pages. The stench slammed into me as I approached, eye-watering and nauseating, nothing like the synthetic Halloween scents from stores. When I brought it up, Frank laughed it off, saying he'd ordered a new decomposition spray online, some hyper-realistic military-grade training stuff used by cleanup crews. Standing that close, I noticed other disturbing details. There was a wedding band on the figure's left hand, a tungsten ring that caught the sunlight, a wristwatch ticked faintly, the second hand clearly moving. The hair, streaked gray at the temples, was too natural to be synthetic. Individual strands swayed lightly in the breeze. When I commented on how unnervingly real it looked, Frank frowned, confused, and told me he hadn't bought any new props that year, only rearranged old ones. That didn't add up. I'd seen every one of his displays for the past 5 years, and I'd never seen this mannequin before. He shrugged off my questions, though his glance lingered on the figure, puzzled, as if he couldn't remember how it got there. That night, I couldn't sleep. The smell had intensified, and unease kept gnawing at me. Around 2 a.m., I peered through my bedroom window at Frank's yard. The streetlight carved long shadows across the display, and from my second-story view, I could see the suited figure clearly. Maybe exhaustion was tricking me, but it looked different. The outstretched arm seemed closer to the sidewalk than before. I snapped a picture with my phone, telling myself it was just paranoia. But the next morning, when I compared the photo to the real view, the arm had definitely shifted. Later that day, I asked Frank if he'd been out there moving things during the night. He stared at me blankly and said no. Why would he be outside at 2 a.m.? October 5th was when everything came undone. I was grading papers at my kitchen table when the commotion began. Dogs barking, doors slamming, people shouting. Through the window, I saw Mrs. Galinsky's beagle had broken free and sprinted straight into Frank's yard, barking wildly at the businessman display, pawing at it, trying to bite something. Mrs. Galinsky screamed for her dog, but she wouldn't step onto Frank's property. Frank rushed outside, yelling at the dog to get away, but when he reached down to grab its collar, he froze. His face went pale as he stared at what the dog had dragged loose, a wallet. He picked it up with trembling hands, flipped it open, and I could see him mouthing, "Oh God," over and over. Within 20 minutes, police cars filled the street, then a van, then men and women in different uniforms stringing up real crime scene tape that looked identical to Frank's fake kind. They blocked off his entire yard. From my porch, I caught bits of radio chatter. Missing person. The name was Robert Henley, an insurance adjuster who'd vanished 6 days earlier. His wife had reported him missing on October 2nd after he never made it home from work. Watching the officers photographing every inch of Frank's yard, measuring distances, and examining props, I could tell they suspected him. Frank kept repeating that he'd found all his mannequins already arranged when he began setting up on October 1st. He thought someone had added a few extras as a prank. He swore he had no idea one of them wasn't fake. The coroner's report confirmed what the smell had already told us. Robert Henley had been dead roughly 6 days, killed somewhere else, then deliberately positioned in Frank's yard the night of September 30th. Later, detectives found security footage from a neighbor's camera showing a van pulling up at 3 a.m. on October 1st. A figure dressed in dark clothing dragged something heavy onto Frank's lawn, spending 15 minutes arranging it among his decorations. Whoever it was had studied Frank's habits, replicating his signature setup, yellow tape, blood pools, evidence markers to make the body blend in perfectly. The van turned out to be stolen and was found torched 2 counties away a week later. The case went cold. No enemies, no insurance scams, no hidden debts. Just a normal guy who sold insurance, coached Little League, and ended up as part of a Halloween display for nearly a week before anyone noticed. The day after police cleared the scene, Frank tore everything down. I helped him haul boxes to the dump, thousands of dollars worth of props he couldn't bear to look at again. By January, he'd moved to Arizona, where Halloween wasn't much of a thing. The new family that bought his house probably wonders why no one on our block decorates anymore. Every October, the porch lights stay off and the street grows silent. That holiday spirit died with what happened on Willow Bend Lane. And whenever I catch that same thick, sweet scent, roadkill, spoiled meat, whatever it is, I'm back in that moment watching Frank realize he'd been proudly displaying a corpse for 5 days, admiring how lifelike it looked this year. Halloween night in 2018 stamped itself into my memory as the evening I finally understood how exposed we can be inside the very spaces meant to protect us. I was 27 then, sharing a modest 2-bedroom rental in Brookvale, Ohio, with my girlfriend Marina. We'd been together roughly 3 years and most days slid by in an easy rhythm. I handled claims as an insurance adjuster, she cleaned teeth as a dental hygienist, and our weeknights usually ended with us cooking simple dinners and zoning out to trashy reality TV until we fell asleep on the couch. The place itself wasn't remarkable, one of those 1970s copy-paste houses with paper-thin walls and floors that complained at every step, but it was ours for the moment. That year, Halloween landed on a Wednesday, and Marina was hyped to try a new trattoria that had just opened downtown, so we'd made reservations well ahead of time. I remember she wore a deep violet dress, saved for something special, and I'd actually pressed a button down for once, which she teased me about all evening. We left at around 6:30, right as trick-or-treaters started drifting through the neighborhood. I kept our porch light off since we wouldn't be handing out candy anyway. Dinner turned out excellent, fresh pasta, wine a notch pricier than our budget justified, and a tiramisu Marina kept insisting she would try to recreate at home. The dining room was dim and cozy, with Halloween cobwebs draped over framed photos, and our server kept messing with a pair of plastic vampire fangs that slipped whenever he talked, cracking us up each time he returned. We lingered longer than planned, until about 9:30, just enjoying each other's company without our phones or TV pulling at our attention. The drive back took around 15 minutes, and the streets were nearly empty by then. Most kids had already gone home, and the neighborhood had that eerie after-holiday lull, decorations swaying on lawns while no one was outside. Pulling into our driveway, I noticed our next-door neighbor's house was entirely dark, which struck me as odd because old Mr. Harrow usually stayed up late, blasting his cop shows. Marina hummed a tune from the restaurant soundtrack as we walked up to our door, while I rummaged for my keys and quietly considered that antacids were probably in my future after such a rich meal. The first thing to hit me when I opened the door was an odd smell. Not awful, just distinct, like a sweet cloud of cheap chocolate and sour gummies. I stepped in and flicked on the living room light, and my brain stalled trying to process what I saw. Candy wrappers were everywhere. I mean everywhere. Snickers wrappers on the coffee table, empty Kit Kat sleeves wedged in the couch cushions, a scatter of fun-sized Milky Way wrappers across the area rug, confetti for a party we hadn't thrown. For a moment I figured we'd left a window cracked and some bold raccoon had gotten inside. We'd battled them in the trash before, but then I saw the back door, the one that opened to our tiny excuse for a yard, sitting ajar by maybe 6 inches. It wasn't busted or forced, just gently open, like someone had stepped out and never clicked it shut. Marina came in behind me and gripped my arm, nails digging into my sleeve. "What is this?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I told her to wait by the front and said I'd check, aiming for steady authority and hearing how thin it sounded. I moved through the living room, stepping carefully between wrappers and straining for any noise. In a house that old, every board tattled on you, and each creak under my feet made it harder to hear. The back door was unlocked. The deadbolt sat turned to open, which meant someone had undone it from inside, not pried it with force. That detail snagged in my mind because I'm careful to a fault about locking up. I knew I'd checked that door before we left. I nudged it wider with my foot and peered into the yard, but there was only darkness and the drooping shapes of our pitiful garden, mostly dead since September. The motion sensor light we'd installed in spring should have flicked on, but it didn't. Looking closer, I realized the bulb was missing, unscrewed from the socket. Suddenly the scene felt less like some dumb Halloween prank and more like something deliberately arranged. I slid the deadbolt quietly back into place, turned around, and that's when I saw it. A narrow beam of light slipping under the guest room door down the hallway. We barely used that room, just storage for Marina's old textbooks, my golf clubs I kept pretending I'd dust off, and bins of winter clothes. Its overhead light was a weak pull chain fixture we never turned on, because there was almost never a reason to be in there. A shot of adrenaline flushed through me, sharpening my hearing, tightening every muscle like a starter's pistol was about to fire. I signaled for Marina to stay put and grabbed the heavy mag light by the back door, not for illumination but because it was the closest thing to a weapon I had. When I got within 10 feet of the guest room door, I heard it breathing. Not loud, not ragged, just a careful, steady rhythm, the sound of someone trying hard to be still. It was coming from inside. Whoever it was wasn't managing silence perfectly. I could pick up a faint whistle on each exhale, like a stuffy nose or the tail end of a run. My mind pinballed through explanations. Maybe a kid got scared and hid. Maybe a homeless person slipped in and was trying to escape the cold. Maybe someone high had wandered in without knowing where they were. Then a tiny mechanical buzz broke the pattern. A phone vibrating on silent. The breathing cut off. Whoever crouched in there had received a notification and now knew we were home and likely knew we'd heard them. The quiet that followed was worse than the breathing, because it meant they were listening for us as hard as we were listening for them. Despite my earlier warning, Marina edged closer until she stood 5 feet behind me, her phone already on the 911 screen, thumb hovering over the call. In the glow from her screen, I could see how pale she looked, jaw set, eyes wide and intent. It struck me as surreal that we were standing in our own hallway, in our own place, frightened by a door we'd walked past 1,000 times. I raised my voice, reaching for an authoritative tone that still came out shaky, and said something like, "We've already called the police. They're en route. Step out now." It was pure bluff, but I didn't have a better script. Nothing happened for maybe 10 seconds. Then movement, soft, shuffling steps, but not toward the door. The sounds angled away toward the far window. I knew that window didn't budge easily. The frame had warped, and we'd never bothered to fix it because we never used the room. That meant whoever was inside had likely entered through the back door and was now trapped unless they were ready to face us. I heard the scrape of wood against wood as someone tried to muscle the sash up. Marina whispered urgently, "Call. Actually call now." Her fingers tapped as she spoke to a dispatcher in a tight, controlled voice, giving our address and insisting the intruder was still in the house. We could literally hear them. The dispatcher told her to get out immediately, not to engage, to wait for officers outside. Marina said okay, and didn't move. We both stood frozen, wedged in a brutal choice: step out and risk letting them slip away, or hold our ground and hope we box them in. The window finally gave with a split crack and slid. I made a split-second decision, charged the door, yanked it open, and smacked on the overhead light. The image burned into me as simple and stubborn. A man, maybe mid-30s, in a stained gray hoodie and sagging jeans, one leg already swung out the window. He turned and looked at me, and his face was painfully ordinary: brown hair, patchy stubble, bruised half-moons under his eyes like he hadn't slept. Not a mask, not a movie monster, not a ranting caricature, just tired, desperate, cornered. Our eyes locked for a couple of seconds that stretched, and what rattled me most wasn't rage or threat on his face. It was disappointment, like he'd been caught doing something he already knew was wrong. Candy wrappers ringed his feet. A desk chair had been dragged to face the door, the height adjusted like he'd planted himself there, eating Halloween candy and listening to us on the other side. A half-unzipped backpack sat by the chair. Inside, I could make out Marina's jewelry box and my laptop from our bedroom. He didn't say a word. He held my stare one heartbeat longer, slid his other leg through, and dropped into the yard. I heard the thud, then the frantic rattle as he climbed our chain-link fence and vanished into the alley. By the time I reached the window, the darkness between houses had already swallowed him. I shook all over, not strictly from fear, but from a chaotic mix of adrenaline, anger, and a strange, grateful relief that he was gone, and we weren't hurt. Marina stood in the doorway, still on the phone. She took in the chair facing the door and the wrappers pooled around it, and I watched her expression change as a sickening realization clicked into place. He'd been sitting there listening to us, maybe for minutes before we even knew. He could have heard us come in, heard us talk, and sat quietly, trying to decide his next move. That image felt more violating than any theft. Officers arrived roughly 6 minutes later, an older man who carried himself like he'd seen it all, and a younger woman who seemed deeply tuned in to our account. They swept room by room, checked the pried loose window, studied the back door, noted the missing bulb. The older officer, Sergeant Haynes, suggested it looked like someone had been watching our house, realized we'd gone out, and stayed inside for a substantial chunk of time, judging by the wrappers. He pointed out the intruder had eaten 20 or 30 pieces, something that took patience, and had clearly gone through our bedroom to grab my laptop. The younger officer, her tag read Romero, asked the question that made everything align. How did he get in? Was the back door unlocked when we left? I told her absolutely not. I'm meticulous about locking up. She studied the lock again with a flashlight and came back with a sober face. No prying marks, no splintered frame, no sign of force at all. Whoever entered had a key, she said. That landed like a blow. My thoughts flipped through the handful of people with access. Our landlord and his maintenance guy, Marina's sister who lived 2 hours away and had our spare for emergencies, and our friend Caleb who'd watered plants and grabbed mail when we vacationed in July and had returned the spare, or so I'd believed. I could see Marina running the same mental list, panic gathering in her eyes. Officer Romero asked us to write down every person who ever had a key, even briefly, and to call the landlord to clarify who else might have access to spares he kept. They photographed everything, bagged a few wrappers in case they found the guy and needed to place him at the scene, and handed us a case number. Haynes told us bluntly to change our locks first thing in the morning and seriously consider a security system. Before leaving, Romero mentioned there had been a recent bump in break-ins around the area over the past month, always while residents were out, typically non-violent and focused on theft. Ours, she said, was the first with the intruder still inside and the first with no forced entry. That made us stand out lucky, if you could call it that. We didn't sleep. We dragged our dresser against the bedroom door, cranked every light on, and talked loops around every scenario. Sometime near 3 in the morning, a memory rose that made my skin go cold. When we moved in 2 years earlier, the landlord offhandedly mentioned the previous tenant had left abruptly, something about a nasty breakup, and there'd been murkiness over whether all keys had been returned. Back then it seemed like a non-issue. Now it felt crucial. At dawn, groggy and jittery, I called a locksmith before making coffee. He arrived that day and swapped out every lock, front door, back door, even the side gate. It cost nearly $400, and I didn't care. We also called Marina's sister and Caleb to confirm their keys were accounted for. Both said yes. Caleb even drove over to show me the spare, which I'd forgotten I'd taken back and hung on our key rack. The landlord was trickier to pin down, but when I got him, he admitted that at one point he'd had 6 copies and couldn't verify where every single one ended up. That infuriated me, but it also offered a grimly plausible explanation. We never learned who the man was. The police never found him. And honestly, I doubt they pushed too hard. No injuries, nothing irreplaceable gone since he dropped the bag when he bolted, and bigger cases on their desks. 3 months later, Marina and I broke our lease and moved into an apartment complex with actual security cameras in the hallways, better lighting, more eyes. We both agreed there was no way to stay in that house, not after knowing someone had sat in our guest room in the dark, eating candy and listening to us breathe on the other side of a thin door. What still gnaws at me isn't the theft or even what could have happened, it's the tableau of that chair pulled up to face the doorway, the wrappers fanned out like confetti, the realization that he lingered long enough to get comfortable. He wasn't flustered, he wasn't rushing, he waited. If we'd come home 30 minutes earlier, or if he'd chosen to walk out instead of hiding, I can't guess how it would have ended. Sometimes I wonder whether he was just some random with a stray copy, or the old tenant who never fully let us go. Either way, I check every lock twice now, every single night, and I doubt I'll ever stop. Halloween night of 2022 was supposed to be nothing more than a casual night out in downtown Boulder. At 31, I was well past the age where dressing up felt exciting. It had started feeling more like a social obligation, but my roommate Tessa insisted I come along with her and our friend Claire for a Halloween bar crawl. We'd spent that afternoon throwing together last-minute costumes. I went as a vampire, fake blood painted down my chin, Tessa, a zombie nurse with gory makeup on her arms, and Claire, a witch covered in shimmering green face paint she spent nearly 2 hours perfecting. The 3 of us had been inseparable since college. Though adulthood had pulled us into our own routines, me in a marketing job, Tessa teaching 3rd grade, and Claire managing a boutique downtown, we always made time for these occasional nights out together. The evening began typically enough for Halloween, overpriced drinks, dreadful music, and grown adults stumbling around in cheap synthetic costumes. The crawl carried us through 5 crowded bars, each one more suffocating than the last. By the time midnight came around, exhaustion had replaced excitement. We'd been responsible enough to leave our cars at home, intending to take a rideshare back. But when we emerged onto Carson Street, the apps all showed at least a 45-minute wait. Claire kept refreshing her phone, swearing at the surge prices that had tripled, while Tessa sat on the curb trying to avoid smearing her zombie makeup. That's when a man dressed as a firefighter approached us. His costume wasn't the flimsy kind, it looked authentic, heavy and detailed. He had a relaxed, friendly energy as he gestured toward a black SUV across the street, claiming he was actually a rideshare driver whose app had glitched but could take us home for cash at the regular fare. He seemed perfectly legitimate. He quoted the exact base rate to our neighborhood, had a little pine-scented air freshener dangling from the mirror, and offered cold bottled water from a cooler in his back seat. What sealed our trust was how polished he was, checking our destination on his phone, confirming our names before we'd said them. It struck me as odd for half a second, but Tessa laughed and said hers aloud, and we all followed suit. He helped Claire into the passenger seat since her platform boots made walking difficult, while Tessa and I slid into the back. The SUV interior looked spotless, smooth leather seats, chargers in each door pocket, faint scent of disinfectant. It felt like any professional ride I'd ever taken. Soft pop music played low on the radio, and he even asked if we wanted to change the station. He chatted easily while driving, talking about how busy Halloween always was for drivers, mentioning road closures downtown that we had already seen, and complaining about drunk passengers who'd made a mess in his car the week before. The bottled water he'd offered was sealed and store-bought. I had checked old habits from my mom's relentless stranger danger warnings. What came next exists only in jagged fragments. I remember Claire laughing at something on her phone, her green-painted face illuminated by the screen. I remember Tessa mentioning a parent at her school who had complained about frightening decorations for kids. I remember the driver adjusting his mirror, asking if we needed to stop anywhere. Then nothing. No darkness, no sleep, just blank space, like time had been carved away. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on my own couch the following afternoon, still wearing my vampire costume, fake blood dried and crumbling on the fabric. My phone sat dead on the table. My keys were in the kitchen sink, and my shoes were neatly placed at the door, something I never did. I plugged my phone in, hoping texts or photos might explain the night. Nothing after midnight, just 13 missed calls from Claire's boyfriend Ryan. The call history showed I had dialed Tessa at 3:47 a.m., but I couldn't recall doing it. When I tried calling her back, it went straight to voicemail. That's when panic began to build. Ryan answered my call immediately, his voice shaking. He asked if Claire was with me. She hadn't come home, hadn't answered any calls, her phone off. He'd already called hospitals, even checked with her parents in Lakewood. No one had seen her since the bar crawl. My head throbbed, not like a hangover, but a strange heaviness that made thought itself hard. I told him I'd just woken up, that my memory stopped at the car ride. The silence that followed seemed endless. 20 minutes later, Tessa burst into my apartment, still in her zombie costume, mascara streaked like black rivers. She had woken up in her own bed with the same gap in memory, her apartment unlocked, purse contents spread out across the counter. We both remembered the SUV, then nothing, yet somehow we had woken up safely in our own homes while Claire was missing. For the next few hours, we retraced every step. We called every bar, walked down Carson Street searching for the black SUV or the firefighter. The bartenders remembered us. Hard to forget 3 women in full costume, but none had cameras facing the street. A bouncer from the 3rd bar said he'd seen us talking to a guy in firefighter gear who'd been hanging around all evening but never actually went inside any bar. Ryan had already filed a missing persons report. By Monday morning, 2 detectives came to take our statements. Detective Howell, a seasoned woman with silver streaks in her hair, and Detective Monroe, younger and tense. Howell kept asking about the water bottles. Had we drunk them? Did we still have them? We hadn't. Neither of us could remember whether we even opened them. Monroe focused on the man, scrolling through photos of registered rideshare drivers. None looked familiar. The SUV? All I could tell them was that it was black, maybe a Chevy or GMC, with a digital backup camera display. Tessa only recalled tan leather seats and an energy drink can in a cup holder. The first breakthrough came Wednesday. Howell called to say they'd found footage from an ATM camera 2 blocks away. Timestamp 12:23 a.m. The car pulled from the curb, all 3 of us visible inside. The plate was partly covered with mud, though they made out a Colorado F prefix. They tracked it through traffic cameras moving east, but then losing it after it turned into an industrial district near the rail tracks. Patrol units searched the area, abandoned warehouses, storage lots, but found nothing. Howell added that in the ATM video, the driver wore thick work gloves while helping Claire into the car, though the night had been mild. Friday morning changed everything. A jogger found Claire's phone in a drainage ditch 8 miles outside the city, near an unused service road. It was still recording audio only since 12:31 a.m., about 8 minutes after we'd entered the SUV. 67 hours of continuous sound before the battery died. The police didn't tell us all the details, but Howell's expression said more than words. She explained that the first hour contained muffled voices and car noises, then long stretches of silence interrupted by strange, unclear sounds. Around 40 minutes in, Claire's voice could be heard saying she felt sick, asking why we weren't responding. After that, nothing from her again, just ambient noises and much later, crunching gravel. Then came the part that destroyed me. At 1:15 a.m., the recording caught a garage door opening and closing, followed by scraping, heavy shifting like objects being dragged. At 2:47, the distinct ignition of another engine, probably a truck, that drove for roughly 20 minutes before stopping. Then the rhythmic sound of a shovel striking dirt for almost an hour. Forensics analyzed the audio for background clues and tried tracing GPS data, but whoever held that phone had disabled location tracking. It stayed in that ditch until it was found. The detectives asked if anyone had mentioned construction sites or rural property, but our memories were nothing but static. Saturday brought the most chilling discovery. Audio specialists enhanced a section from 3:30 a.m., isolating a conversation between 2 men, the fake firefighter and another voice. The second asked something about the other 2 and whether they'd remember. The first voice replied, partly garbled, but words like dose and their apartments were audible. That's when I understood fully. He had been inside my home. He had carried me in, arranged my belongings, left me posed on my couch. Tessa collapsed when she realized the same had happened to her. The police combed through both our apartments. No foreign prints, no hair, no fibers. He'd been meticulous. Even the bottles were gone. The FBI joined once it seemed interstate kidnapping was possible. Background audio hinted at movement toward Wyoming or Nebraska. Search dogs combed the industrial zone. They alerted in several spots but found nothing. Ryan could barely function, staying with his parents, avoiding the apartment he and Claire had shared. The entire crime felt horrifyingly calculated. This person had studied rideshare patterns, quoted exact prices, known which areas lacked cameras. He'd drugged 3 people so precisely that 2 of us survived. He'd somehow known our names, maybe overheard them earlier or seen our IDs. The firefighter disguise wasn't random. It played on trust. Every step had been engineered, from the spotless car to making us look merely drunk enough to dismiss suspicion. 2 weeks later, the case took a grim turn. A construction worker renovating an old firehouse 40 miles out found a firefighter uniform stuffed behind a wall, along with car keys and a roll of cash. The keys matched a black Suburban registered to a man named Peter Lawson, reported missing 3 days before Halloween. His burned vehicle turned up a week later near the Kansas border, forensics finding traces of Claire's blood in the trunk. Peter's body was discovered in his basement, dead since October 28th. The killer had taken his car, his identity, and used them as a trap. A gas station camera near Peter's home showed a man fueling the Suburban on October 30th, wearing a baseball cap, face hidden, build matching our vague memory. The same man appeared on downtown cameras on Halloween night, already dressed in the firefighter uniform. Claire's body was never found, though searches spanned months with cadaver dogs and radar scans. No one was ever caught. The DNA at Peter's house matched no records. The fingerprints belonged to someone without a traceable history. Tessa couldn't stay in Colorado. She moved back to Ohio with her parents. Ryan left the state too, vanishing somewhere in Florida. I stayed, though I've turned my apartment into a fortress of locks and alarms. I've tried therapy, hypnosis, anything to recover those missing hours, but maybe forgetting is mercy. The police still call occasionally with leads that fade into nothing. The last thing they told me haunts me most. At the tail end of the recording, just before the phone died, there was a faint train horn and someone whistling what sounded like a child's song. Claire's parents still reach out, hopeful I'll remember something to bring closure. All I can tell them is the same thing I tell myself every night, that she got in that car with us, and then she was gone, and somehow 2 of us woke up. October 31st, 2016 was meant to be an easy night to earn a bit of extra money. I was 19, midway through my second year at the community college nearby, and babysitting for the Brenners had become my usual weekend job. They lived in one of those calm suburban streets where the biggest excitement was someone forgetting garbage day. Mr. and Mrs. Brenner were off to some corporate Halloween event downtown, leaving me to watch their 2 kids, Jacob, who was 8, and little Lila, barely 5. The pay was solid, $50 plus whatever leftovers I could find in the fridge, and the kids were typically asleep by 9. I remember thinking it'd be the easiest money I'd ever make. Just me, a quiet house, Netflix, and a few rounds of trick-or-treaters. The Brenners left around 7:30, with Mrs. Brenner doing that nervous parent routine, scribbling down half a dozen phone numbers, even though I already had her contacts saved. The kids were buzzing with sugar from the Halloween package their grandmother had sent. Jacob wore a superhero outfit I didn't recognize, and Lila was a glittery princess whose plastic tiara wouldn't stay put. Eventually, I lured them to the couch with the promise of watching Hocus Pocus. For a while, everything was perfectly normal. Waves of kids came by in costumes, their parents standing under the streetlights with flashlights, the air alive with laughter. It actually made me nostalgic for when Halloween was simple fun, before it became overshadowed by deadlines and grown-up stress. By 9, both kids were in pajamas, tucked into Jacob's room since Lila refused to sleep alone on spooky nights. That's when I noticed someone outside, a figure dressed as a clown standing at the edge of the yard where the Brenner's grass met the sidewalk. At first I brushed it off. It was Halloween after all. Creepy clowns weren't exactly rare that year, but this one wasn't part of any group. No candy bucket, no kids nearby. He was just standing there. The costume itself felt off, plain, white, slightly stains, with large buttons running down the front. The mask looked wrong. Even from the window I could tell it wasn't store-bought. The proportions were distorted, The painted grin stretched too far. The red faded to a dull, muddy brown beneath the streetlight. At 9:15, I texted my boyfriend Eric. "There's a clown outside this house, just standing there." Typical of him, he called instead of replying by text. I whispered into the phone, even though the kids were asleep upstairs. Eric told me to call the police if the guy didn't leave, but it felt ridiculous to report someone just standing on a sidewalk in costume. As we talked, I wandered through the house, checking the windows. That's when I realized he wasn't staying in one spot anymore. He was moving, slowly circling the house, keeping an exact distance from the walls as though walking an invisible perimeter. Every window I looked out of, I caught a glimpse of him passing by, the mask slightly tilted toward the house, never facing it directly. Eric stayed on the line for another 20 minutes while the clown made 3 full loops around the property. I started timing them about 6 minutes each. The neighborhood was getting quieter now, just a few late trick-or-treaters roaming around, none of them reacting to the clown. I tried to convince myself it was a prank, maybe some weird neighborhood performance thing, but the way he moved, steady, mechanical, deliberate, made my stomach clench. I decided to test something. I turned off the porch light, the universal sign for no more candy. He froze for about 10 seconds, then resumed walking, same pace as before. By 9:45, fear was setting in for real. I double-checked all the locks, drew every curtain except a small gap where I could watch him, and stationed myself in the kitchen where both doors were visible. Eric kept talking, trying to calm me down, suggesting maybe the guy was drunk or high. But then I saw something that made me gasp. The clown was holding a phone, not scrolling or calling, but filming. He was recording the house, the screen casting a faint blue glow over his chin. My first thought was the kids' room upstairs, facing the street. I sprinted up to make sure their curtains were closed. Both of them were asleep. Jacob sprawled out, Layla tucked into his side. For a second, I just stood there listening to them breathe, wondering if I should wake them, then decided it'd only scare them more. When I got back to the kitchen, Eric was practically yelling into the phone because I'd gone silent too long. I told him about the filming, and he immediately said he was coming over. He only lived 15 minutes away, and while that gave me a wave of relief, it also made the situation feel suddenly real. I repeated the address and went back to the kitchen window. The clown had changed his behavior. Instead of a continuous circle, he now stopped at each corner of the house for exactly 30 seconds before moving again, turning his head slowly left to right, phone always raised. At 10:13, everything spiraled. I remember the time because I was texting Eric, asking how close he was, and he said he'd park down the street so as not to provoke the clown. I was typing, "Please hurry," when I heard a door open. The basement door, not the one outside, but the interior one that led to the hallway by the bathroom. I froze. The Brenners had mentioned that latch sticking sometimes, but I hadn't been near the basement all night. I gripped my phone and grabbed a knife from the drawer, barely realizing I'd done it. Footsteps echoed from below. Slow, deliberate, not sneaky but controlled. They stopped at the bottom of the main stairs, right under the kids' room. I dropped my phone on the counter, it clattered loudly, and I bolted. My socks slipped on the hardwood as I turned the corner, the sound of footsteps following, faster now, climbing. I slammed Jacob's bedroom door shut and locked it, fumbling the latch. The noise woke both kids. Leela started crying as I pulled them into the closet, whispering it was a Halloween hiding game and we had to be completely silent. Jacob's wide eyes told me he knew better, but he held his sister close without a word. Through the thin closet door, I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow again, stopping at each door. The handle of Jacob's door rattled twice, then nothing, just harsh breathing from the other side, long and rasping, drawn out like they wanted me to hear it. Minutes crawled by until I heard Eric shouting my name from downstairs, saying the front door was wide open. The footsteps in the hallway broke into a run. Eric yelled something I couldn't make out, followed by a heavy crash, furniture toppling, glass shattering. I wanted to rush out, but Lila clung to me and Jacob whispered, "Don't go. Please don't go." More noise downstairs, then fading, Eric's voice chasing someone outside, then silence. A dead, suffocating silence. We stayed hidden for 15 more minutes until sirens approached, red and blue lights flashing through the bedroom curtains. I carried Leela, Jacob clutching my shirt, and we crept downstairs. The living room was in shambles. 2 officers were there, Eric sitting on the couch with blood under his nose, but no sign of anyone in costume. The police swept the whole block that night, but never found the clown. Eric told them he'd chased him through the backyard into the woods, but lost him in the dark. The real horror came when they inspected the basement. The exterior lock had been picked. Muddy footprints showed someone had been living down there, possibly since before I arrived. They found my phone on the counter, still recording a video I didn't remember starting. When they played it back, it captured me talking to Eric, the basement door opening, my running footsteps, then 4 minutes of breathing, raspy, identical to what I'd heard behind the bedroom door. The Brenners came home to a house swarming with police. Mrs. Brenner clutched her kids, sobbing. Mr. Brenner kept apologizing over and over as if any of it were his fault. They moved out 3 months later, unable to stay in that house. For years, I had nightmares about that mask, those endless circles around the house, wondering what might have happened if Eric hadn't shown up. I moved away for university, tried to bury the memory, but every Halloween it returned. Then 2 years ago, Eric called. He still lived in our hometown and had just bought a place about 6 blocks from the old Brenner house. While digging in his backyard for a new pool, his shovel struck something solid about 3 feet down, a plastic-wrapped bundle sealed with duct tape. Inside was the same clown mask, its stretched grin unmistakable, along with a white jumpsuit and something else, a notebook. The pages were filled with addresses, dates, and disturbing observations about neighborhood families. The Brenner's address was there, alongside notes about their routine, the kids' names, my name, the times I arrived and left. But the most chilling part was that while my entry was from 2016, the newest ones were from just weeks before Eric found it. Someone had still been out there, wearing that mask, keeping watch, taking notes. The police confiscated everything, but the person who buried it was never identified. Eric sold the house within a month, not even waiting for a decent offer. We don't talk about it anymore, but every Halloween we send each other a quick text, just to make sure we're both safe, both alive, both far from any windows where someone might be pacing slow circles outside, recording, waiting for the right moment to test a basement door. Halloween night, 2018. I was 16, and my biggest concern that day was whether Dylan from chemistry had noticed my new haircut. My parents owned a quiet little bookshop downtown, and we lived in an aging Victorian home on the outskirts of Meadowbrook, California, right where the neighborhood faded into a dense stretch of woods. That night, my younger brother Ethan was off at a sleepover, and my parents had gone to bed a little after 11, once the last wave of trick-or-treaters had stopped knocking. I stayed in my room scrolling through Instagram, texting my best friend Madison about the Halloween party we weren't allowed to go to because my dad said it would run too late. The house had settled into silence, broken only by the occasional creak of the old floorboards and the rustling of wind through the oak tree outside my window. Sometime around midnight, a faint, rhythmic knocking came from downstairs. It wasn't loud or forceful, just soft and steady. 3 knocks, a pause, then 3 more. Another pause. At first I assumed it was some group of kids pulling one last Halloween prank. Our neighborhood wasn't a stranger to that. Teenagers from the nearby high school sometimes threw eggs at doors or left creepy dolls on porches just to spook people. I slipped quietly out of bed, careful to avoid the one floorboard near my door that always squeaked, and crept down the hallway. The knocking continued in that same patient rhythm, unhurried, almost deliberate. From the top of the staircase, I could see the front door dimly lit by the porch light, which sent long shadows stretching through the frosted glass panels. I tiptoed toward the living room and edged up to the side window near the door. The blinds were closed, but I tilted them just enough to peek through without being seen. What I saw made my breath catch. A woman was sitting on our porch steps, facing away from the door. She was barefoot, which struck me as odd for late October, and her shoulders trembled as though she were freezing or crying. Her hair hung long and tangled down her back, matted and unkempt. She was wearing what looked like a light blue nightgown, though even from behind I could see dark stains spreading across it. The way she hunched and rocked gently forward and back made her look fragile, almost broken. She'd stopped knocking and was now just sitting there, shaking under the dim yellow light. I must have made a sound, because she began to turn her head. I jumped back from the window immediately, heart pounding so hard it filled my ears. I thought about waking my parents, but another part of me hesitated. What if she really needed help? Maybe she'd been in an accident, or someone was chasing her. Curiosity won. I looked again just enough to glimpse the side of her face. It was pale, almost gray beneath the porch light, and there were streaks down her cheeks, though I couldn't tell if they were from makeup, grime, or blood. She kept glancing nervously toward the street, as if expecting someone or something to appear. Then, all at once, she started knocking again, louder this time, and I could hear her voice through the door, ragged, hoarse, and desperate, saying something I couldn't quite make out. The sound was enough to wake my parents. I heard their bedroom door open upstairs, then my dad's footsteps as he came down, wearing his robe and squinting into the hallway light. "What's going on?" he asked when he saw me frozen near the window. I pointed to the door and whispered about the woman outside. His brow furrowed as he leaned toward the peephole. His face changed instantly from irritated to deeply concerned. He turned back to me and said quietly, "Go wake your mother and tell her to bring her phone." I bolted upstairs. Mom was already awake, sitting upright in bed. When I told her, she grabbed her phone and followed me back down. Dad stood by the door, the chain still latched, speaking softly to whoever was outside. Through the gap, I could now hear the woman clearly. "Please, please," she gasped. "You have to help me. He's coming for me. I got away, but he's coming. Please let me in." Her words tumbled out fast, barely coherent, slurred with panic. Dad tried to calm her, asking who was after her, what happened, if she was hurt, or if she needed an ambulance. But she kept repeating herself. "He's coming. Please call the police. Please help me." Mom was already on the phone with 911, her tone steady and clipped in that practiced way she used during emergencies. Outside, the woman's crying deepened into these harsh, broken sobs that filled the hallway. Then she suddenly went quiet. In a trembling whisper, she said, "Oh God, I hear his car. He found me. He found me again." Dad shut the door immediately and locked every bolt. "Get away from the windows," he ordered. A second later, she began pounding on the door, screaming now, begging us not to leave her outside. It was a horrible sound. Raw terror, like someone being hunted. Mom was still explaining everything to the dispatcher, saying we needed officers right away. Through all the chaos, I didn't hear any car engine. No headlights swept past our windows. Still, the woman screamed, ran across the porch and tugged at the windows, desperate to get in. We heard her footsteps, bare, frantic, scraping against the boards. Dad grabbed the baseball bat from the closet and stood ready between us and the door. Then, suddenly, silence. Only Mom's voice on the phone. Seconds later came a scream. Not fearful, but furious, and the pounding of feet racing away across the porch and into the gravel driveway. Ignoring Dad's warning, I darted to the side window. In the silvery moonlight, I caught a glimpse of her running toward the tree line behind our house, the blue gown flowing like a trail of mist. She was fast, too fast for someone so distraught, and vanished into the woods within seconds. The police arrived about 8 minutes later. 2 cars, lights flashing red and blue, officers sweeping flashlights across our porch and yard. They found streaks of blood on the steps and faint footprints in the dirt leading toward the woods. My parents gave their statements while I sat on the couch wrapped in a blanket, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The officers split up, 2 heading into the forest, 2 staying to search the yard. We waited in the living room, coffee cups untouched, every sound amplified by our nerves. After nearly 40 minutes, the officers returned shaking their heads. They'd followed the prints until they vanished near the creek. No woman, no sign of struggle. They radioed for backup in a K9 unit, expanding the search perimeter. Dad kept pacing, checking the locks again and again. None of it made sense. Why would someone begging for help run into the woods barefoot? One officer suggested maybe she was a domestic abuse victim acting erratically, terrified yet unwilling to fully escape. But something about her stillness, her sudden rage, her vanishing, it didn't feel like panic. It felt wrong. At around 4 in the morning, a detective knocked on our door, his expression grave. They'd found a car about 3 miles away, crashed deep into a ravine off the old service road parallel to the forest. A silver sedan totaled. Inside were 2 bodies, a man in his 30s behind the wheel, and a woman in the passenger seat. Both had been dead for hours, likely since before midnight. The woman's description matched who we'd seen. Same hair color, same build, same pale blue clothing. But the part that left everyone speechless, both bodies were still buckled in, and there was no sign anyone else had ever been in the car. The blood evidence confirmed they died on impact. There was no physical way either of them could have left that vehicle alive, much less come to our doorstep. The detective questioned us again, asking every detail we remembered. Forensics came to take samples of the blood from our porch and photograph the prints. Then Mom remembered the doorbell camera. We'd completely forgotten it during the chaos. The footage was grainy but clear enough you could see the woman sitting on our steps, standing to pound on the door, then running toward the woods. The time stamped 12:47 a.m. But the coroner said the crash happened around 11 p.m., almost 2 hours earlier. The detective kept asking if maybe we'd seen someone else, another person nearby. But no, we all saw the same woman, heard the same pleading voice. The search continued for several days. Tracking dogs found nothing, no torn clothing, no further blood, no trace beyond our yard. Eventually, the victims were identified as a couple from a nearby town driving home from a Halloween party. The man had been over the legal alcohol limit, likely lost control, and veered off the road. Authorities ruled it an accident, though no one could explain the rest. The blood on our porch matched the female victim from the car. Forensics couldn't explain how. After weeks of investigation, the case was closed, classified as an accident with unexplained anomalies. 6 months later, we moved. Not because we were terrified, but because that porch, those steps, had become unbearable to look at. We couldn't shake the memory of her voice, that desperate knocking, or the echo of her running into the trees. Even now, years later, I still wake some nights thinking I hear it again. 3 slow knocks, a pause, then 3 more. Halloween night of 2022 became the night that altered everything for me. I was in my final year at the State University, majoring in journalism, and had been writing stories for the campus newspaper since I was a freshman. That October evening began as any other during Halloween weekend, costume parties raging everywhere, intoxicated students roaming the streets downtown, the typical chaos. I hadn't even been scheduled to work, but our main photographer, Eric, called out sick at the last minute. The editor reached out and asked if I could cover the huge Halloween event at the Chamber, a popular nightclub built inside an old bank near campus. I grabbed my camera, threw together a half-hearted vampire outfit, just fangs and a cape over my regular clothes, and headed out around 10 that night. Downtown was packed with people dressed as zombies, witches, and superheroes, each trying to outshine the other. The party was exactly what I expected: suffocating crowds, awful music, and overpriced drinks. I spent about 2 hours snapping photos of contest winners and drunk students embarrassing themselves. Sometime near midnight, I noticed a man wearing a meticulously crafted plague doctor mask. Those bird-like masks from the Middle Ages, the ones doctors supposedly wore during the plague. But this one wasn't a cheap knockoff. It looked authentic, aged leather with brass fittings and glass lenses that reflected the club's strobe lights in a haunting way. He was tall, probably around 6'2", and wore a long black coat that looked far too heavy for such a warm October night. What struck me most was how the crowd reacted to him. Everyone unconsciously shifted out of his path, forming an unnatural pocket of space around him, something that felt out of place in a club that crowded. I lifted my camera to capture the moment, but when I looked through the lens, he was already staring straight at me through those dark glass eyes. I lowered my camera, and he was gone, vanished into the crowd like smoke. That should have been my first warning, but I dismissed it. People disappear quickly in clubs. I continued taking pictures for another hour before running into my roommate, Lucas, who was dressed as some anime character I couldn't identify. He was completely wasted, swaying on his feet while his girlfriend Claire tried to convince him to leave. She asked if I could help her get him back to our apartment since it was on my route home. Between the two of us, we half-carried Lucas out of the club around 1:30 a.m., his arms slung over our shoulders while he mumbled about wanting pizza. Downtown was still buzzing, but as we turned onto Riverbend Avenue, the crowds thinned. That's when I saw the plague doctor again, standing beneath a streetlight about a block ahead, perfectly still, facing us. Claire noticed him too, and joked about how Halloween always brought out the creeps, but something about his posture unsettled me. We decided to take a detour down Kingman Street, a dim shortcut through the older section of downtown where many streetlights hadn't been fixed in years. The darkness was heavier than usual. Several lamps flickered out completely, leaving patches of deep shadow stretching across the cracked pavement. Lucas had gone silent, his head drooping forward as we dragged him along. Halfway down the block, Claire's phone rang. It was her sister checking that she was safe. She let go of Lucas to answer, forcing me to grab him with both hands to keep him upright. That's when I heard it, the steady thump of footsteps behind us, deliberate and slow, echoing off the concrete. I turned and there he was again, the plague doctor, about 30 feet away, pacing toward us with unhurried purpose. I told Claire we needed to move, but she was still on the phone, distracted. That's when Lucas vomited, splattering beer and half-digested food across his costume and my shoes. The smell hit instantly, sour and heavy. Claire finally hung up, panicking over Lucas's state. We leaned him against the side of an old brick print shop that had been abandoned for years, its windows boarded up and covered in graffiti I recognized from campus walls. I kept glancing down the street, but the masked man had stopped walking. He stood exactly 30 feet away, motionless, patient. It was that patience that unnerved me most. He wasn't approaching or retreating, just waiting. The broken streetlight above him barely revealed his outline, but the glass lenses of his mask still caught faint traces of light, glowing like two unblinking eyes. Claire rummaged through her purse, looking for tissues to wipe Lucas off. That's when we heard voices, laughter coming from the far end of Kingman Street. A group of people appeared, singing and joking, likely on their way home from another party. Relief washed over me because witnesses meant safety, right? But as they drew closer, I noticed each wore a mask, a wolf, a hockey mask, a distorted melted face, and another plague doctor mask, though cheaper, almost plastic-looking. They passed without acknowledging us, despite Lucas groaning against the wall and Claire shouting at him to drink water. The group moved past us like we weren't even there, their laughter fading as if carried away by the wind. When I turned back, the original plague doctor was closer, only about 15 feet now, and two more figures had joined him. Both wore equally elaborate masks, one a porcelain doll face with cracks down the cheeks, the other some demonic thing with curved horns. That's when panic set in for real. I hooked my arms under Lucas's shoulders and started dragging him while Claire demanded to know what was wrong. I couldn't explain. 3 masked people were following, closing the distance with every step. Lucas's weight slowed us, each step a struggle. When we reached the end of Kingman, it opened onto Wellington Boulevard, usually a busy intersection with constant traffic, but that night the street was empty. No cars, no pedestrians, nothing but our breathing and Lucas's incoherent muttering. The traffic lights still cycled from green to yellow to red, their glow shifting across vacant asphalt with no one to direct. Then the footsteps returned, multiple pairs this time, echoing closer. Claire turned around and saw them. Her scream shattered the stillness. We tried to run, dragging Lucas between us, but he was dead weight. We made it only half a block before he collapsed completely. The masked group fanned out behind us, forming a slow-moving semicircle. More figures emerged from the alleys ahead, dozens now, each wearing different grotesque masks, a cracked doll missing one eye, a leather face with zippers for features, one resembling peeled muscle and sinew. They moved in eerie synchronization, as if rehearsed. Claire sobbed, begging them to leave us alone, offering her phone, money, anything. They didn't speak. Only the steady rhythm of their boots filled the silence. The original plague doctor raised a gloved hand and pointed at Lucas, curling his fingers in a beckoning gesture. The meaning was unmistakable. They wanted him. Without thinking, I pulled out my phone and hit record. Maybe evidence would make someone believe this later. Through the screen, what I saw made my breath falter. Lucas's face was gone. In its place was a smooth expanse of flesh where his features should have been. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just blank skin. Claire saw the screen and screamed again, pure terror mixed with disbelief. But when I looked directly at Lucas without the phone, his face was normal, pale and drunken, but still there. I looked back at the phone, blank again. The masked figures froze, as if waiting for us to grasp something. I switched to the front camera and my surroundings changed. Behind Claire and me, the street on the screen wasn't Kingman anymore. We were standing in what looked like a derelict warehouse, all rusted metal and industrial machinery. The plague doctor tilted his head, almost amused, before slowly removing his mask. Underneath was a regular man, maybe late 20s, unshaven, exhausted eyes. One by one, the rest followed, unmasking themselves, ordinary people of different ages and backgrounds, each wearing the same tired, sorrowful expression. The plague doctor finally spoke, his voice raspy from disuse. "He's already gone," he said. "Has been since you left the club. What you're holding isn't him, it's an echo, and it's drawing them to you. Every Halloween, the echoes come wearing faces, searching for people they're tied to. You can keep holding it, but it's not your friend anymore." He flipped open an old cell phone, checked the time, then added, "In about 3 minutes, that echo's going to return to where it came from. If you're still holding on when it does, you'll go too." We've tried warning people for years, but the masks, they're the only way we can see one another, the only way we can move safely where the echoes hunt. Claire was hysterical, insisting he was lying, that Lucas was right there with us. But I believed him. Something deep inside told me this was truth. The man tossed me a cheap rubber werewolf mask from a dollar store. "Put it on," he said, "and look at your friend again, then decide." Hands trembling, I pulled it over my face. Through its eye holes, Lucas wasn't human anymore. He was just a column of static like a television tuned to nothing. Humanoid in shape, but flickering insubstantial. Where his feet touched the ground, there was only empty space. Worse, fine, translucent threads extended from the static shape into both Claire and me, looping around our wrists like fishing line. I turned toward the others. Through the mask, they weren't human either. They looked burned, melted, pieces missing, but their eyes glowed with something human, something kind. The man's distorted voice said, 60 seconds, drop it and run. Don't look back, don't go home. And no matter what, don't answer if someone calls your name." At once, Claire and I released Lucas. The static figure straightened, turned toward Kingman Street, and began walking away in perfect rhythm, mechanical and emotionless. We sprinted in the opposite direction, our footsteps slapping against pavement that suddenly felt damp though it hadn't rained earlier. Behind us, I heard the masked people scatter in separate directions, their sounds fading into silence. We didn't stop running until we reached the all-night diner on Elm Street, bright and alive with chatter and fluorescent light. Claire collapsed into a booth, sobbing, while I called 911 to report Lucas missing. They found him 3 hours later, wandering downtown in his ruined costume with no memory of anything after midnight. He was fine, completely fine except for one detail. He claimed he'd been in Ohio the entire time, visiting his parents since fall break, and hadn't even returned to campus. Security footage from the chamber clearly showed him at the party, yet every camera that should have caught him on Kingman Street displayed nothing but static between 1:47 and 1:50 a.m. When I developed my camera film the next day, every photo I'd taken of the plague doctor showed a different face beneath the mask, and in each frame's background there was always someone else wearing an ordinary Halloween mask, silently watching. Every house along Birchwood Lane had installed surveillance cameras after the string of burglaries 2 summers earlier, which is the only reason what unfolded that night was captured from multiple perspectives. Ever since my divorce, living alone had pushed me into a routine so familiar it almost felt mechanical. I worked late shifts at a shipping facility just outside Davenport, Iowa, wrapping up near midnight before taking the same road home 5 nights a week. I was 32, not old by any means, but old enough to appreciate predictability after the emotional wreckage of a failed marriage. Halloween in 2017 fell on a Tuesday, and the warehouse crew had gone all out decorating the loading dock with glow-in-the-dark skeletons from the dollar store. We passed around miniature candy bars during breaks, complained about the new barcode scanners freezing up, and made the usual jokes about working while kids were out hauling pillowcases full of candy. Everything about that night felt normal, banal, even, until the clock hit 12:03, and I walked out to my car. Davenport tends to fall silent after midnight, but that drive home felt eerily deserted. And I don't mean the usual quiet of an Iowa night. It was unsettling, empty in a way that made my skin itch. Normally, the campus district had a few students staggering between bars on Halloween, but the streets were void of life. It was like the entire city had received a warning to stay inside, and I was the only one who hadn't. The 20-minute trip dragged on, my headlights slicing through thick fog drifting up from the river. Every home I passed had porch lights burning bright, those universal signs that trick-or-treaters were welcome, but it was far too late for any to still be out. The McDonald's by the intersection was pitch black. The gas station that proudly claimed to never close had its pumps shut off. Even the usual police cruiser stationed by the industrial park was gone. I kept trying to rationalize it. Maybe there was a citywide event I'd missed, or maybe the weather alert had scared everyone indoors. Or maybe I was just exhausted. My driveway curved inward from the street. A long stretch of gravel lined by untrimmed cedar shrubs the previous owner had planted decades earlier. As my headlights rolled over the curve, the beams caught two figures at the very end, right where the gravel met the sidewalk. They stood completely still, facing me. Each wore an old-fashioned clown mask, not the flimsy party store kind, but the heavy rubber type with wild orange hair, oversized red noses, and stretched smiles that seemed unnaturally wide. One was tall, maybe 6'3", dressed in grimy blue coveralls smeared with dark stains. The other, a few inches shorter, wore a faded yellow raincoat, even though it hadn't rained in weeks. They didn't move or speak, just stood there like mannequins placed by some sadistic decorator. I assumed it was college kids being stupid. Davenport had plenty of them, and I even chuckled, grabbing my phone to snap a photo for my coworkers. Check out these idiots, I thought. But as I neared, my headlights revealed more detail. The tall one held a sledgehammer, not a fake one, not foam or plastic, but a real one. Wooden handle worn smooth, metal head dark with use. The shorter one's hands were empty but positioned strangely at stomach height, fingers splayed as if pressing against invisible glass. Neither shielded their eyes from my lights or shifted their stance. Through the rubber mask eye holes, I could see their real eyes, wide open, motionless, fixed on me. I stopped my car 15 feet away, engine still running, doors automatically locking. Logic told me this had to be a prank, but instinct said otherwise. Something about how they stood felt rehearsed. I flicked on the high beams, drowning them in light. Still no reaction. Then I started noticing more. The tall one's knees were caked in fresh mud, as if he'd been kneeling somewhere. The sledgehammer's head glistened with something wet and dark, not rust. The raincoat had 3 neat rips along the hem, like it had been clawed. I fumbled for my phone, dialing 911 while keeping my gaze on them. The dispatcher's calm female voice came through quickly. "What's your emergency?" she asked. "2 people in clown masks are standing in my driveway," I said. "One's holding a sledgehammer. They're not moving. I can't leave my car." She asked for my address, which I rattled off. Before I could answer her next question, both clowns tilted their heads to the left, simultaneously, perfectly synchronized. The movement was so abrupt I flinched against the steering wheel. "They're moving," I said into the phone. My voice trembled now. "Please send someone fast." The dispatcher assured me officers were on the way and told me to keep my doors locked and stay on the line. The tall clown began rhythmically tapping the hammer's head against his palm. The sound carried through the closed windows, slow, deliberate. The shorter one started swaying from foot to foot, fingers curling into fists. Then together they started walking toward my car, not running, walking. Every step controlled and purposeful. I narrated what I saw into the phone, each word tighter than the last. They're about 10 feet away. The tall one's lifting the hammer. I slammed the gear into reverse, tires screeching over gravel as I backed up. But the driveway's curve made it impossible to see clearly, and panic clouded my judgment. I clipped one of the cedar bushes oversteered and ended up half on my front lawn. The car stalled. I could hear the crunch of their footsteps approaching. The dispatcher's voice cut through, saying the police were 3 minutes away. Those 3 minutes might as well have been hours. I restarted the car just as the sledgehammer came down on my hood. The metallic impact rang out like a gunshot, denting the steel right in front of me. The shorter one pressed both palms flat against my window, smearing dirt and oil as they dragged downward. Under the porch light, I could see grime under the nails, cuts across the knuckles, and on one finger a gold wedding band. Somehow that single detail made it infinitely worse. It made them real, as they laughed, soft, muffled chuckles leaking from behind rubber. The panic in me ignited. I reversed again, forcing them back and fishtailing onto the street. The dispatcher asked if I could drive to the station, but I wasn't about to leave my property. Instead, I pulled into my neighbor Ben's driveway across the street. He was the guy who went all out on decorations every Halloween. I parked there, headlights aimed at my house, ready to floor it if they followed. From that angle, I watched them through the windshield. They stood in my yard, looking at each other as if communicating silently. Then the shorter one went to my mailbox, the sturdy metal one my ex had insisted we buy, and the taller followed. The tall one swung the sledgehammer twice, clean and fast, snapping the post in half. The clang echoed down the street. Not one neighbor came out. No lights flicked on from the Jacksons' house next door, even though their baby usually woke to any noise. Doug, 2 houses down, the guy who worked night security, didn't step out either. Every home stayed eerily still, porch lights glowing, but blinds closed. The clowns walked calmly down the road and stopped in front of the Jacksons' driveway. The shorter one reached into the raincoat and pulled out something metallic, probably a screwdriver, and in quick, precise movements deflated all 4 tires of their minivan. The hiss carried through the cold air. Meanwhile, the tall one used the sledgehammer to smash their collection of garden gnomes, each shattering with a single swing. Then they moved to Doug's place, the taller caving in his truck's windshield while the other messed with his porch. The dispatcher said the officers were less than a minute away, but the clowns didn't care. Every few houses they'd pause and look straight back at me, tilting their heads in perfect unison again. They wanted me to see this, to witness every second. The quiet was worse than the destruction. The only sounds were distant laughter and the dull crunch of impact. Finally, blue and red lights glowed at the far end of the street. 2 squad cars sped toward them, sirens off but lights flashing. The clowns stood before the Petersons' house, 6 doors down from mine, and when the lights hit them, they froze. No panic, no attempt to flee, just stillness. The cars stopped, blocking them in. Officers stepped out, weapons drawn, shouting commands. The tall one dropped the hammer with a metallic thud that broke the spell over the neighborhood. Suddenly porch lights flickered on everywhere, doors opening, people spilling out in robes, whispering and pointing. Ben ran out to his driveway where I sat idling, asking what happened, why I was in his carport, what had happened to my hood. I couldn't respond, just gestured toward the officers cuffing the 2 clowns, masks still on. The police took my statement that night and again the next morning. Turned out the men were brothers, Aaron and Daniel Frey, from a small town 40 miles north, ages 26 and 29. They had driven into Davenport with a trunk full of tools and refused to explain why. During questioning, they didn't speak at all. No lawyers, no excuses, no emotion. Detectives later told me they'd found my address scribbled on a folded sheet of paper in their car, along with 3 others from neighboring cities. None of us were connected in any way, no shared acquaintances, jobs, or history. They eventually pled guilty to vandalism and menacing charges, sentenced to 18 months, served 8. I never got an answer about why they chose Birchwood Lane, or why they stood waiting for me, or why they wanted me to watch them wreck the neighborhood. Footage from multiple cameras showed them arriving at 11:47, standing motionless at the end of my driveway for 13 full minutes before I got home, never looking at each other, never checking a phone, just waiting. Sometimes I still see those masks in dreams, their perfect symmetry, that silent head tilt, the flash of a wedding band catching the light. 3 months later, I sold the house and moved into an apartment near work, one with underground parking and a 24-hour guard. But every Halloween, when I see clown masks in store aisles or kids dressed in those old rubber costumes, I think about that night and wonder if Aaron and Daniel Frey are somewhere out there waiting at the end of someone else's driveway. The final trick-or-treater came to my doorstep, dressed as a video game character I couldn't name. I emptied the rest of my candy bars into his pillowcase just to be done with it. My legs ached from standing for nearly 3 hours, and the inflatable T-Rex costume I'd been wearing trapped heat like an oven. Once the porch light was off and the door locked, I collapsed onto the couch and pulled out my phone to order something to eat. The refrigerator held nothing but expired yogurt and a few beers, and Romano's was the only pizza spot still delivering this late on Halloween night. Their app lagged endlessly, freezing between screens, but after a few frustrating minutes, my order finally went through: 1 large pepperoni, a side of garlic knots, and a 2-liter of cola. The screen promised 45 minutes. I stripped off that sweaty dinosaur suit and jumped in the shower, assuming I had time to spare. Just as I was tugging a shirt over my still damp shoulders, the doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I could make out a tall man wearing a cracked skull mask and holding what appeared to be a delivery bag. It didn't strike me as strange. I'd seen a few costume delivery drivers earlier that evening while passing out candy. When I opened the door, though, he didn't speak. He stood there perfectly still, head tilted slightly, studying me through those hollow sockets. The bag he held was plain black, no logo, none of Romano's usual red insulated branding I'd seen countless times before. He wore a scuffed leather jacket over a dark hoodie, and his jeans were stained with what looked like mud or oil. After an uncomfortably long pause, he rasped out in a harsh whisper, "$24.50. The voice hardly sounded human. I handed him $30 and told him to keep the change, just wanting him gone. Instead of leaving, he fished a wrinkled piece of paper from his jacket pocket and smoothed it against his thigh before offering it to me. His hands were covered in thick mechanic's gloves, and something dark was caked under the nails. The receipt was blank white paper, my order printed in a generic font, no restaurant name, phone number, or address. When I glanced up to question it, he was already walking away, but not toward any visible car in my driveway. Across the street sat a dented gray sedan I didn't recognize, no delivery sign, no company decals. He climbed inside and sat motionless, engine off, staring in my direction. I could almost feel his gaze behind that skull mask. The pizza tasted normal, maybe slightly cold, but unease hung over me like a fog. About 20 minutes later, I heard something faint outside, a dragging noise, metal scraping on concrete. My backyard motion light blinked on, flooding the patio in harsh white glare. Through the kitchen window I saw nothing, and 30 seconds later, the light clicked off again. I fetched a flashlight from the junk drawer and checked the back door. It was locked, but the knob felt wet as if someone had gripped it with damp hands. Then came the scraping again, this time from the side of the house where I kept the trash bins. My neighbor's golden retriever erupted into frantic barking, snarling unlike I'd ever heard from that usually sweet dog. I turned off all my lights and crept to the living room window. Peering through the blinds, I saw the gray sedan was gone, leaving fresh tire tracks in the wet leaves. My heart pounded so hard it seemed to echo in my head. Then I saw him, or at least I thought I did, standing at the far edge of my property beneath a dim streetlight. The height and leather jacket were the same, but the skull mask was replaced by a black ski mask. He held something metallic in one hand, maybe a crowbar or tire iron, standing absolutely still, as though waiting for a signal. I snatched my phone to call 911, but the screen was frozen on Romano's app, the order still marked as pending, as if it hadn't been delivered at all. The sharp sound of breaking glass from the basement sent me into pure panic. I heard deliberate, careful footsteps descending there, each one placed slowly as if avoiding the squeaky steps, like someone who'd studied the house. When the phone finally unfroze, I managed to call 911, whispering frantically to the dispatcher while barricading myself inside the upstairs bathroom. The footsteps reached the main floor and paused near the basement door that led into the kitchen. Thankfully, the deadbolt I'd installed over the summer held firm. The dispatcher kept urging me to stay calm, assuring me that officers were en route, but I could hear the metallic scrape of tools working the lock. Then, nothing. Silence. Only my own ragged breathing in the tiny bathroom. I crouched in the bathtub, clutching a baseball bat I'd grabbed from my room. A siren wailed faintly in the distance, growing louder by the second. Then I heard hurried steps retreating down the basement and out through the broken window. By the time the police arrived minutes later, he was gone, leaving muddy boot prints across the floor and deep scratches along the deadbolt. The officers swept the house with weapons drawn while I stood outside wrapped in a blanket, dazed like someone in a crime documentary. Officer Kearns emerged holding an evidence bag with the crumpled receipt I'd left on the counter. He asked me to confirm the pizzeria's name. When I said Romano's, his expression changed. They had called the restaurant, no record of my order, no driver matching my description, and their final delivery had gone out at 9:10, nearly an hour before my supposed pizza arrived. What followed only made things worse. My security camera, which I'd completely forgotten about, had recorded everything in grainy black and white. The man had circled my house for half an hour before knocking, testing windows and doors, even lifting my garage door just enough to look inside. At one chilling moment, he stood directly beneath the camera and looked up, that skull mask filling the entire frame as if letting me know he was aware of being watched. Investigators uncovered something else, a receipt from a hardware store, time-stamped that same afternoon, caught against my fence by the wind. It listed gloves, a crowbar, and zip ties. While reviewing the footage, one officer pointed out something I'd missed, A second figure sitting inside that gray sedan. Little more than a shadow, but definitely there. Detective Salinas, the woman assigned to my case, sat across from me later at the station, exhaustion written on her face. She explained that these men had been targeting houses all October, using fake food deliveries to scout people living alone. Once they'd studied a target, they returned later for break-ins. Halloween had given them cover. Costumes and masks were everywhere. She showed me 3 similar reports from nearby neighborhoods, though mine was the only one where they'd attempted entry that same night. The pizza itself was probably genuine, she said, likely purchased from a random shop across town to make their act seem real enough that no one would call the police right away. What chilled me most was learning they'd found matching boot prints 2 streets over at an older man's house who'd ordered Chinese food around 8 that night. Officer Kearns came back with mugshots on a laptop asking if I recognized anyone, but how could I? The man never revealed his face. They had me recount every detail multiple times, each version pulling up new fragments, the tilt of his head, the labored breathing through the mask, the chemical scent on his clothes, like engine oil mixed with something harsher. It was close to 2 in the morning when they finished gathering evidence and photographing everything. Detective Salinas advised me to stay elsewhere for a few nights, even though patrols would increase. My sister lived about 40 minutes away in Kelmont, so I called her from the station lot, struggling to explain without terrifying her. I stayed with her for a week, barely sleeping, jumping at every delivery truck that passed. When I finally returned home, I had an advanced security system installed, cameras on every corner, motion sensors sensitive enough to catch a moth, and a video doorbell linked to my phone. The police never caught those men, or at least they never told me if they did. The break-in stopped right after Halloween, disappearing without trace. 2 weeks later, Salinas called to say they'd found the gray sedan abandoned in a downtown parking garage, stripped clean except for a pile of counterfeit restaurant receipts and a box of cheap skull masks. Months later, my neighbor mentioned seeing someone in his yard that same night, tugging on his shed door, but he'd assumed it was drunk teenagers pulling pranks. Even now, years later, I refuse to have food delivered to my house. I either pick it up myself or meet drivers at a nearby gas station under bright lights and constant cameras. Every Halloween when the doorbell rings, even if it's clearly children in costumes, I have to pause and steady my breathing before opening the door. The detective was probably right. It was likely a traveling crew who moved on. Still, sometimes I wonder if that man in the skull mask ever drives past my house, remembering the one that got away, waiting for me to let my guard down and order pizza again. The baseball bat stays by my bed now, and I've memorized every creak and pop this house makes, so I'll know the instant something sounds off. Strangely enough, I later discovered Romano's had closed early that night at 9 sharp because their oven broke, which means whoever handed me that pizza had gone through the trouble of buying it elsewhere just to make their twisted plan work. It was one of those brisk late October evenings when the air carried the scent of damp leaves and melting pumpkin candles. Both of my parents were working the overnight shift at Halloween, which meant it was just me and my younger brother, Ethan. He was 8, dressed as a little vampire whose plastic fangs kept slipping out, while I wore a crooked witch hat and an oversized sweatshirt. Our neighborhood wasn't fancy, but everyone loved decorating for the season. Cobwebs were draped across bushes, orange bulbs glowed from porches, and paper skeletons hung loosely from tree branches. It always felt safe, like the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else. I'd grown up walking those same streets and thought I had the whole area memorized. We started trick-or-treating around 6, when the sky still had that faded violet hue, and kids were darting from house to house with plastic pumpkin buckets clinking with candy. Ethan kept tugging on my sleeve every few steps, pointing out houses with fog machines or shrieking animatronic ghosts. It all felt ordinary until I noticed the white van parked across from the Dempsey house. No lights, no decals, just plain white. Its windows were tinted darker than usual, and I couldn't tell if someone was sitting inside. I convinced myself it belonged to a guest or someone dropping by for the night. But about 20 minutes later, when we turned onto Ashbury Drive, there it was again, the same van, now sitting at the edge of the street near the corner. I tried to laugh it off, joking to Ethan that the same car must really love Halloween too, but he didn't even look up. He was too busy sorting through his candy. Still, my mind wouldn't stop connecting the dots. The van had never actually passed us, Somehow, it always ended up just one street ahead. I told myself I was imagining things, that maybe there were two identical vans in the area. By the time we reached the last few houses, most of the younger kids had gone home, and the streets had gone quiet except for the hum of porch lights flickering as homeowners ran out of candy. That's when I saw it again, parked halfway down Alder Court, headlights off, angled toward us like it had just stopped mid-turn. I grabbed Ethan's hand and said we were heading home. He groaned, begging to visit one more house, but I didn't answer. Something about that van, the stillness, the way it seemed to wait, made the back of my neck sting in the cold. When our house finally came into view, the porch light glowed warmly, and I felt a wave of relief spread through me. Ethan sprinted ahead, eager to dump his candy onto the living room rug. Before stepping inside, I glanced back once more. The van rolled slowly past the corner, headlights still off, drifting by like it was searching for something. It didn't stop or speed up, just coasted silently until it disappeared behind the maple trees. I stayed on the porch pretending to check my phone so Ethan wouldn't notice how tense I felt. Dad came home not long after. He's the kind of man who keeps spreadsheets for everything: bills, groceries, even the neighborhood watch schedule. I told him about the van, expecting him to shrug it off, but instead he frowned and went straight for his laptop. Our neighborhood uses a shared camera system where motion-triggered feeds from certain houses link to a shared network. He started scrubbing through footage from earlier that night, fast-forwarding through timestamps as I stood beside him. The footage was grainy but clear enough to make out details. The van appeared first near the Dempsey place, then on Ashbury Drive, then again on Alder Court, each time parked for several minutes with its lights off before moving to the next street. Dad tried zooming in on the license plate, but the pixels blurred too much to read. He replayed one clip in slow motion, and that's when we both saw it. A tall shadow sitting in the driver's seat, wearing what looked like a baseball cap. No motion, just waiting. Dad immediately called the non-emergency police line, explained what we'd seen, and sent over the footage. While he was talking, I went to check on Ethan. I walked into his room trying to reassure him everything was fine, but when I looked through his window, the van was there again, parked 3 houses down. The headlights were dim but glowing faintly against the pavement, and I could feel that whoever was inside was watching our house. I closed the blinds without a word. About half an hour later, 2 police officers arrived. They walked along the street with flashlights, scanning the curbs, but the van was gone. They took Dad's statement, copied the footage onto a flash drive, and said they'd file a report. One of them mentioned that Halloween always draws odd traffic, though the way they exchanged looks told me they were taking it seriously. They left their card and promised to follow up. That night, I barely slept. Every time a car passed by, the wet hiss of tires made me sit up to check the window. By morning, the neighborhood chat was flooded with messages. 3 families mentioned seeing the same van. One said it paused in front of their house while their kids were still outside. Another wrote that the driver rolled down the window to say something before speeding off. Soon, neighbors began uploading their own camera clips. By noon, there were multiple recordings of the van stopping near different kids who were walking alone. No one managed to catch a clear view of the driver's face. 2 days later, Dad received a call from a detective. The van matched the description of one used in an attempted child abduction. A few towns over, same model, same dented back door, and a partial license plate that lined up. The suspect still hadn't been caught, but authorities were tracking him. When Dad told me, I remember sitting at the kitchen table, staring at Ethan's half-empty candy bucket, realizing just how close we had come to something horrific. It's the kind of danger you never believe will reach your family until it nearly does. Even now, years later, Halloween feels different. I still walk Ethan, no longer a kid, around the block, but I can't help scanning every car that passes. I know most people are just out living their normal lives, but that night taught me something I'll never unlearn. The worst monsters aren't always the ones in masks. They're the ones waiting quietly on the corner, blending into the dark, hoping you stop paying attention. There are nights that etch themselves into your memory so deeply they become part of you, and that Halloween became exactly that. I had been planning it for weeks, a simple evening out with my 8-year-old son, Aiden. He was endlessly energetic and couldn't stop talking about his pirate costume. We lived in a calm suburb where everyone recognized each other, the kind of neighborhood where neighbors waved as you passed, and kids roamed free until the streetlights buzzed on. I remember adjusting the strap on his plastic sword before we headed out, his little hands gripping that pumpkin-shaped candy pail with pride. The air was cool, heavy with the scent of damp leaves and the synthetic fog that drifted through the streets. Every porch glowed in shades of orange, and the entire neighborhood shimmered with that soft electric thrill only Halloween can bring. We moved from house to house, Aiden laughing whenever he tripped over his costume or shouted thank you through his cheap plastic mask. He kept showing me how full his bucket was getting, proud of the weight. After a while, we merged into a small parade of families walking along the main road, children zigzagging through lawns while parents followed behind, chatting about work or school. Everything felt so normal, almost unnervingly safe. Then we reached the house at the corner, the one decked out with flashing strobes and foam gravestones, and that's when it happened. I turned briefly to greet a neighbor, a man I'd seen walking his golden retriever many times before, but when I looked back, Aiden was gone. I called for him, expecting he'd jump out from behind a bush, eager to scare me like he always did. When he didn't answer, the laughter of nearby kids began to blur into distant static. I searched the yard, the sidewalk, then started running toward the end of the block. He was nowhere. His candy bucket lay tipped near the curb, sweets scattered across the damp grass like spilled treasure. I asked everyone nearby, parents, trick-or-treaters, if they'd seen him. Most shook their heads. One woman mentioned she'd seen a firefighter guiding a little boy toward a white SUV, assuming it was just a dad taking his child home early. I sprinted down the street, searching frantically for the vehicle, but there were too many cars, too many headlights cutting through the fog. By the time the police arrived, the festive buzz had dissolved into uneasy silence. The house with the gravestones now sat in darkness. When the officers questioned me, I recounted everything, every meaningless detail. The strobe lights, the fake smoke, the muffled laughter. I pointed to where we had been standing, insisting that was the house. But when they checked, the place looked entirely different. The decorations were gone, the porch unlit, and the windows sealed with wooden boards that looked aged and warped. I stood frozen, disoriented, as if the whole display had been erased in an instant. One of the officers shined his flashlight over the wet grass, illuminating the metallic glimmer of candy wrappers scattered like evidence. They questioned every household along the street, but no one could recall who lived there. One neighbor swore the property had been abandoned since he'd moved in. Another said it once belonged to an elderly couple who died years ago. The police checked the records. There wasn't even an address corresponding to that spot anymore. It was listed only as an empty lot with no active dwelling. The more they searched, the more everything unraveled into confusion. I stayed out until sunrise, shouting Aiden's name into the empty air, until my voice gave out. Every shifting shadow felt like him for a second. Every far-off laugh twisted my heart. The officers promised to continue searching, but as the days dragged on, their updates grew shorter, emptier. They found no tire tracks from an SUV, no surveillance footage showing anyone in a firefighter costume, not even a trace of the candy brand Aiden had loved near the place where his bucket had fallen. It was as though the night itself had swallowed him. In the weeks that followed, I began walking that same street each evening after work. The house, or something that resembled it, still stood there, boarded, neglected, its porch caving slightly. Yet sometimes I'd notice faint anomalies, a weak orange glow bleeding from behind a boarded window, or a brief flicker of a strobe before vanishing. I told myself it was just my mind's exhaustion, but deep down I knew what I'd seen. Late that month, I parked across from the empty lot and turned off my engine. The street was utterly still, save for the faint hum of distant traffic. Right around the time Aiden had disappeared, a dim porch light blinked on. Its glow trembled, struggling to stay alive, but it was unmistakably there. The fog moved across the yard in that same slow, eerie drift. I stepped out of the car and approached the sidewalk, half convincing myself it was a coincidence. From somewhere beyond the boarded walls came the faint sound of children laughing, soft, overlapping giggles echoing through the slats. When I called out, the laughter cut off instantly. The light went dark, only the wind moved. I stood frozen for what felt like hours before I forced myself back into the car. The next morning I returned with an officer, but the house again was gone. Nothing remained but trampled grass and bare dirt. He told me to stay away, said grief could distort perception, that trauma reshapes memory. But I wasn't mistaken. I knew exactly where I had stood. I knew what I'd seen. Months later, a neighbor I barely recognized slipped something into my mailbox, a broken plastic pirate sword, identical to the one I'd fastened around Aiden's waist that night. No note, no message, nothing. I contacted the police, but there were no fingerprints, no leads, nothing to trace. They suggested it might have been a sick prank. After that, I stopped asking questions. I stopped bringing it up at all. Years have passed, and every Halloween still unsettles me. Each October I think of that faint porch light and the echo of laughter hidden behind wooden planks. Sometimes I drive through that neighborhood again, torn between wanting to see that house reappear and praying it never does. No one ever found Aiden. No one ever located that white SUV. But some nights when the streets are empty and the wind sounds just right, I swear I can still hear his voice, faint, far away, asking if we can go to just one more house. The night carried that sharp autumn chill mixed with faint trails of smoke from dying bonfires still burning after Halloween festivities. I'd spent the evening at a small gathering hosted by an old university acquaintance who insisted that themed costumes were still essential, even in adulthood. By the time I headed out, it was well past midnight, and the road stretched out empty before me. The party had been far outside town, in a rural area where the highway cut through endless stretches of pine trees and farmland. Out there, the beams of your headlights felt like the only thing holding back the dark from swallowing everything whole. I remember how absolute the silence was. No cars, no music, just the low, steady hum of my tires gliding over the asphalt. A few miles in, I caught the shimmer of red and blue lights flickering off the tree line ahead. My first thought was that it must have been a crash, or maybe a late-night DUI checkpoint. It was Halloween after all. As I slowed, I saw two figures wearing reflective jackets standing by orange cones, and a patrol car angled crookedly on the shoulder with its lights still rotating. One of the men waved for me to stop, his gestures sharp and hurried. The second man stood unusually close behind him, doing nothing but watching. I rolled my window halfway down as the first one leaned in and asked for my license. His tone was polite but mechanical, like he was repeating memorized words. Something about his voice didn't align with the badge glinting under the lights. It sounded too youthful. When I handed him my ID, he shined his flashlight into my car, letting the beam linger longer than it should have. It swept across the seats, pausing on the empty passenger side. Behind him, the other man paced slowly, circling like he was waiting for something, gravel crunching underfoot. That was when I noticed he wasn't wearing boots. He had on white sneakers. That detail hit me a few seconds too late. My eyes flicked to the patrol car again. The paint looked faded, dull under the flashing light, and the lettering seemed uneven, too tightly spaced. A subtle unease crept in as I began to ask what department they represented. Before I could finish, headlights suddenly flared in my rearview mirror, bright, steady, and fast. A second later, the distinct wail of a real siren shattered the stillness. The man holding my license froze. He barked something I couldn't understand before both of them bolted for the trees, vanishing into the woods as another cruiser pulled up behind me. The officer who stepped out this time looked older, composed and calm, in a way that contrasted the chaos that had just unfolded. He told me to keep my hands visible as he approached, flashlight fixed on me. I explained what had happened, how two men had stopped me, taken my license, and ran. He immediately radioed for assistance, telling me to stay put. Within minutes, more patrol cars arrived, their strobing lights washing the pines in eerie, rhythmic flashes. One officer swept his light toward the trees and caught a faint line of footprints leading down a small slope toward a creek. A few minutes later, they found my license half buried in gravel near the cones, alongside several others. There were at least 5 scattered IDs, a pair of zip ties, and what looked like a fake badge. The patrol car turned out to be an old sedan crudely painted over, with magnetic decals that peeled off when touched. A chill ran through me, realizing how easily someone could have fallen for it. If that real cruiser hadn't appeared when it did, I might have been one of their victims. As I sat in my car with the engine still idling, heat blasting through the vents, the officers asked me to describe them. All I could recall was one man tall with a shaved head, the other stocky and wearing those ridiculous sneakers. Their jackets had reflective strips but didn't match. One was ripped near the shoulder while the other looked new. The officers exchanged quick glances. One quietly mentioned that there had been reports of fake checkpoints that same evening on other back roads nearby. That was the part that unsettled me most. This hadn't been a random stunt. It was orchestrated, maybe even rehearsed. When I finally reached home, I pulled into the driveway and sat there for a long while staring at the steering wheel. The adrenaline drained away, leaving a dull heaviness in its place. My phone lit up with missed calls and messages from friends checking if I'd made it back safely, but I couldn't bring myself to respond yet. Each time I blinked, I saw that badge flashing under false light and those sneakers stepping into the shadows. For weeks afterward, driving past that stretch of road made me instinctively slow down, expecting to see those imposters again. A few days later, a detective from the county sheriff's office followed up. He said the two men who ran off were still being identified, but were likely tied to other similar setups on rural roads that same night. Their victims were usually people driving alone, mostly women returning home late. That detail unsettled me the most. He thanked me for staying composed and providing a clear account, but I hadn't felt composed at all. Every image from that night still replayed in fragments: the fake car, the uneven badge, the man pacing like he was waiting for a signal. For a long time after, I avoided driving solo after dark. When I had no choice, I'd call someone and keep them on speaker until I arrived, eyes fixed on the road. My friends joked that I was being overly cautious until news broke of another fake checkpoint 2 counties away. Same setup, same reflective jackets. The driver who encountered them had kept going, and that decision had likely saved their life. That realization stayed with me, how close I'd come to not being one of the fortunate ones. The sheriff's department later confirmed that the fake patrol car had been stolen from a small vehicle auction. The IDs found at the scene belonged to people who'd been mugged weeks before in nearby towns. It seemed those men collected fragments of other lives to make their illusion more convincing. I never learned if they were ever caught. The calls stopped coming, and the story faded from the local news cycle. But I never took that highway again. Even now, years later, the sight of flashing lights on a dark, empty road sets off that same rush of dread before logic kicks in. I only stop in brightly lit areas and double-check every badge and uniform I see. Maybe those men are long gone, maybe even behind bars, but the fear they left still lingers in the passenger seat of my memory. And sometimes when the wind moves through the trees and I glimpse faint red and blue light through the branches, I have to remind myself it's just passing traffic, not the echo of that Halloween when imposters in uniform tried to make me vanish. Halloween used to be the holiday I loved most. I mean, absolutely fixated. Sketching costume ideas in August, plotting the prime candy circuits, the whole obsession. I was 14 that October in 2015, living with my mom and little brother in a suburb just outside Spokane, Washington. Our street, Maple Crest Lane, was one of those postcard neighborhoods where folks remembered each other's names and swapped hedge trimmers without keeping score. Every house went hard for Halloween. Carved pumpkins, webs draped over shrubs, those inflatable ghosts that look absurd in daylight, except for one place. Number 447, about 5 doors down. A single-story ranch with weathered teal siding that belonged to a man everyone simply called Mr. Halbrook. He'd been there longer than anyone could recall, kept to himself, never stirred trouble. But here was the strange thing. Every single Halloween, without fail, he dressed up his front porch. Not extravagant, just a pair of carved pumpkins, some orange lights, a wreath on the door so it looked like he was joining in. But if you actually climbed those steps and knocked, nothing. Total quiet. The lights would be on inside. You could catch the flicker of a TV through the curtains, but he never, ever answered. Most kids learned to skip his place after trying once. It turned into an unspoken neighborhood rule. You'd watch clusters of trick-or-treaters stroll past 447 without slowing. But it always gnawed at me. Why stage the decorations if you're not passing out candy? Why make it look welcoming and then ignore everyone? My friend Nico, a wiry kid with copper hair who lived to stir things up, had this theory that Mr. Halbrook did it deliberately, like some weird mind game to mess with people. Nico's older brother Mason was 17, had his license, and thought he was impressive because he could force out a patchy beard. That October, Mason decided he'd set the old creep straight for being antisocial. He enlisted Nico, me, and this girl Lila from our grade, known for not scaring easily. The plan was simple. Dumb teenager logic. We'd hit Mr. Halbrook's on Halloween night, TP his trees, maybe smash a pumpkin, slam the doorbell a bunch of times, and bolt. Classic prank. Nothing extreme. I remember feeling uneasy even then, but I didn't want to seem spineless in front of everyone, especially Lila. So I went along. Halloween arrived with that perfect autumn bite in the air. Our neighborhood swarmed with people. Families everywhere, little kids in princess dresses clutching their parents' hands, older kids in last-second costumes. Mason scooped us up around 8:30 in his beat-to-hell Jeep Cherokee, after most of the small trick-or-treaters had headed home. Nico was practically buzzing in the passenger seat, ranting about how this was going to be legendary. Lila sat in back with me, scrolling her phone, bored look and all, but down for whatever. We parked 2 streets over and walked, rolls of toilet paper stuffed in our jacket pockets. The closer we drifted to Maple Crest, the quieter it got. Porch lights were winking off, the night's Halloween charge fading. When we reached Mr. Halbrook's, I noticed the details were identical to every other year. 2 jack-o'-lanterns on the steps, their triangle eyes burning from stubby candles, orange string lights hugging the doorway. His living room lamp was lit, and through the sheer curtains I saw the blue wash of his TV. Everything seemed normal, almost serene. That's what made Mason's next words feel so out of place. "Check that," he whispered, pointing to the roofline above the porch. At first I didn't see it. Then Lila spotted it too. A small black device tucked under the eave, angled toward the path. "Is that a camera?" she asked. We stared. It was definitely a camera. One of those compact security kinds, and it was aimed straight at the sidewalk and front walk. "Paranoid old jerk," Mason muttered, but he was grinning like it improved the thrill. Nico proposed we run the prank from the side yard instead, outside its view. We crept along the right side of the house where a tall fence divided Mr. Halbrook's place from the neighbors. It was dimmer there, just a small side window with the blinds down and a motion sensor that blessedly didn't trip. Mason started unspooling toilet paper, prepping to toss it over the fence into the front trees. That's when Nico noticed something and squeezed my arm hard enough to sting. "Dude," he hissed. "Another one." He was pointing at the corner near the foundation. A second camera, smaller than the first, tucked in the shadow where siding met concrete. This one covered the side of the house, the exact stretch we occupied. My gut nodded. Why post cameras here? Mason tried to act unfazed, said lots of people install systems, but the cocky edge bled out of his voice. Lila wanted to leave. She kept saying it felt wrong and we should bail. But Nico, stubborn as ever, insisted we'd come too far to chicken out over a couple lenses. He started sliding toward the back, hugging the wall, and like idiots we followed. The backyard was tight, boxed by that same wooden fence, with a concrete patio and a rust-streaked grill that looked like it hadn't seen a flame in years. A sliding glass door opened into what I guessed was the kitchen, and next to it sat a regular door with a little window at the top. Everything back there was dark except one thing. Mounted at the back corner and pointed across the yard was a third camera. This one had a small red light blinking. Nico saw it the same instant I did. Nobody spoke. We just stood in the guy's yard, realizing every angle was covered. That's when Mason, desperate to patch his tough guy persona, made the dumbest move possible. He strode to the back door and knocked hard. The sound boomed in the quiet. We tensed, waiting for Mr. Halbrook to flip a porch light or bark at us to beat it, but nothing. Mason pounded again, harder, the kind of banging that wakes anyone, still nothing. "He's definitely home," Lila whispered, pointing to the TV glow, still visible through the front windows. You could even hear it faintly, a muffled ribbon of voices from whatever was playing. Mason tried the handle, locked, obviously, then cupped his hands and peered through the little window. He went still. "What?" Nico asked. "What do you see?" Mason didn't answer right away. When he finally leaned back, his face looked washed out even in the dark. "Papers," he said quietly, "like everywhere, covering the walls." Before anyone could process it, Nico shoved past and looked for himself. "Holy," he breathed. "Printouts. Photos, I think." I didn't want to look. Everything in me screamed to leave, go home, trash the whole stupid night. But curiosity is a mean hook. I pressed my face to the cold glass. The kitchen was dim, lit only by the glow spilling from another room, but it was enough. The walls were absolutely smothered with printed photographs. Hundreds, maybe thousands, layered like scales. Every visible surface was taped over in an obsessive collage that made my brain ache. From what I could make out, they were pictures of the street, our street, different hours, different seasons. I recognized Miss Darrow's flower beds from last spring, the Reyes family's car they'd sold months back, and people, kids walking to the bus stop, parents pushing strollers, teens on bikes, shot from a distance like surveillance stills. My eyes fell on one image that was closer than the others, sharper. 3 kids in Halloween costumes that looked like last year, a vampire, a witch, a skeleton. They were passing right in front of Mr. Halbrook's, probably on their way to richer candy haunts. The zoom was tight enough to show faces clearly. I knew the vampire. It was Nico's little sister, Mina. She'd been 9 last Halloween. "We need to call the police," Leela said, her voice trembling now. She had her phone out already, but before she could dial, we heard it, a sound from inside. Not footsteps exactly, more like something being dragged across the floor. Heavy, slow. We all edged back from the door at the same time. Nico yanked Mason's arm and hauled him toward the side of the house, back the way we'd entered. That's when I saw Mason staring past us. "Where's Nico?" he said. It took a second to compute. I turned. Nico was right there beside him. He'd just pulled on his arm. But Mason wasn't looking at Nico. He was staring toward the back fence. "Not Nico," Mason said, voice weird and flat. "The other kid, the one who was just by the grill." Cold flooded me. There were 4 of us. Me, Mason, Nico, and Leela. No one else. "What are you talking about?" Leela demanded, but she was scanning too, her phone's flashlight jerking. Mason insisted he'd seen someone shorter figure in dark clothes standing by the grill when we were all peeking through the window. He'd assumed it was one of us wandering off. We blew out of that yard like our lives depended on it. I smashed my shin on the fence gate corner hard enough to see sparks, but I didn't stop. We didn't stop until we hit Mason's Jeep 2 streets away, all of us heaving, checking and checking again that it was only the 4 of us. Mason kept repeating he'd seen someone maybe 5 feet tall, dark hoodie. Nico mocked him as paranoid, said it was shadows and he'd spooked himself, but I'd seen Mason's face. He wasn't easy to rattle and he looked genuinely scrambled, like his brain couldn't reconcile what his eyes had taken in. We sat in the Jeep nearly 20 minutes arguing what to do. Lila wanted to call the cops on the spot and report the cameras and the photos. Nico worried we'd get nailed for trespassing. Mason had gone quiet, white-knuckling the wheel and staring through the glass. Finally, I pushed that we should at least tell our parents and let grown-ups handle it. We agreed to head home, and tomorrow we'd figure out the right way to report what we'd seen. Mason dropped everyone off. When I got back, my mom was watching TV in the living room. I almost spilled everything then, but the words jammed up. How do you admit you were out to vandalize someone's place and stumbled into something far worse? I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those photos layered and layered, so many people living their lives while being documented. The next morning, a Wednesday, my mom woke me early. Her expression was the kind that means trouble. "Did you see Nico last night?" she asked. I told her yes, we'd hung out for Halloween. She sat on my bed and took a breath. His mom just called. He never came home last night. The room tipped. I said that couldn't be right. Mason had dropped Nico at his house around 10:30, same as the rest of us. My mom said Nico's mom had waited up and he never walked in. His phone went straight to voicemail. They'd already called the police. I dressed on autopilot and my mom drove me to Nico's place, where 2 patrol cars already sat. His parents looked wrecked, his mom crying on the porch while his dad spoke to officers. They asked me when I'd last seen him, whether he'd mentioned going anywhere else, if he seemed off. I told them everything I could without outing where we'd actually been, said we were just walking the neighborhood. One officer took notes in a small pad, face politely neutral, asking about problems at home or school, the standard runaway checklist. By afternoon, I couldn't take it. I called Lila and said we had to tell someone about Mr. Halbrook's place, everything we'd seen. She'd been thinking the same. We decided to tell her older sister, who was 22 and worked as a paralegal, someone who'd know what to do. When we laid it all out, pointing to exactly where the house sat on Maplecrest, her expression went grim. She didn't scold us for trespassing. She made us repeat every detail twice, then immediately called a detective hotline she had from work. Within an hour, 6 police cars were on our street. I watched from my bedroom as officers closed in on Mr. Halbrook's place, pounding the door with that official knock. When he didn't respond, they moved around back. I couldn't see what followed, but within 30 minutes they were leading him out in cuffs. He was smaller than I'd pictured, balding, wearing a cardigan that made him look like someone's retired granddad. He wasn't fighting or shouting. He looked resigned, like he'd expected this day. More police rolled up. They started hauling boxes, computer gear, hard drives, file folders. The whole street drifted out to watch. No one could believe it. The quiet neighbor who kept to himself, arrested right there. The full story unfolded over the next days, pieced from news and gossip. Investigators found more than 30 cameras around and inside Mr. Halbrook's property, all trained on street and sidewalks. His computers held thousands upon thousands of photos and videos of neighborhood children, organized into folders by name, age, physical features. He'd been at it at least 8 years, maybe more. The cameras used motion sensors, activating whenever someone passed. He had footage of kids waiting for the bus, playing in yards, riding bikes. Nothing explicitly illegal in terms of what was captured, since it was shot from his property of public areas, but the scale and obsessive patterning were enough for charges tied to stalking and endangering minors. They also found meticulous notes, routines, favorite colors, names of friends, a surveillance apparatus, detailed enough to make intelligence pros jealous. But here's what still claws at me. They found Nico, not at Mr. Halbrook's house, and somehow that made it even worse. Nico had apparently panicked after Mason dropped him off, couldn't stop replaying those images and that figure Mason swore he saw. Instead of going inside, he'd walked back to Maple Crest alone, intending to watch the house from a distance to see if anything suspicious happened. A neighbor 2 doors down from Mr. Halbrook had a security camera that captured Nico across the street around 11 p.m., just watching the place. What it also caught roughly 15 minutes later was a van pulling up, not his vehicle, something else entirely, a white contractor van with no visible plates. 2 men got out, walked straight toward Nico. The footage was grainy and angled, but you could see Nico backing away and the men speeding up, and then Nico was gone. The van rolled off. Police traced it through other neighborhood systems and traffic cams. It led them to a house in Post Falls, Idaho, about 20 miles away. What they found there was worse than anything at Mr. Halbrook's. Turns out he hadn't been operating alone. He was part of a network, and his role was surveillance, flagging targets, charting routines, feeding information to others who committed the actual abductions. The house in Post Falls was where they took the kids. I can't write the specifics of what happened inside. I still wake up over what the reports implied. They found Nico there with 2 other children missing from different counties. Nico had been there less than 24 hours when the raid hit. He was physically okay, shattered in ways I can't describe, but alive. The timing of our discovery and report literally saved his life. If we'd waited even 1 more day, the end would have been different. 7 people were arrested in all, including Mr. Halbrook. The trial was huge, made national headlines for a stretch. He took a plea and got 40 years. The others got more. Nico moved away with his family about 6 months later. Couldn't stand living on that street, knowing his every movement had been cataloged for years by someone living 5 doors down. I don't blame him. I left too for college and never returned except to see my mom. She sold the house in 2023. Sometimes I replay how many times I walked past Mr. Halbrook's as a kid, oblivious. How often I was photographed, filed away, analyzed. The police told us we were fortunate that his role was only observation, that he personally never laid hands on anyone, only cleared the way for others. That doesn't redeem it. He sat in that house for years watching children, fully aware what his notes would serve. The Halloween decorations were bait, a test to see which kids would approach the door close enough for crisp facial shots. That's why he never answered. He didn't want trick-or-treaters. He wanted footage. The figure Mason saw in the backyard that night, investigators think it might have been one of Halbrook's associates checking on something, maybe watching us as we clocked the cameras. We'll probably never know. And honestly, I don't want to. What I do know is Halloween doesn't land the same. Every lit porch, every elaborate display, every neighbor I can't quite place carries extra weight now. Trust is fragile. Sometimes the monsters don't lurk in the dark. Sometimes they live 5 doors down and give a polite wave when you grab the mail. People always talk about Halloween as if it's harmless fun, costumes, candy, and kids buzzing on sugar before bed. That's exactly how the night began for me and my best friend Ethan. We were both 13, caught between wanting to act mature and still clinging to childhood traditions like trick-or-treating. Our neighborhood, Maple Ridge, was calm and predictable, manicured lawns, flickering pumpkin lanterns, and porch lights glowing in neat rows. Before leaving, my mom gave us one rule: only take wrapped candy. We agreed, of course, then promptly ignored it the second we turned the corner. We'd been wandering for about an hour when we came upon a house that stood out. No fake cobwebs, no lights, just a single orange candle flickering on a small wooden table near the door. As we approached, an elderly woman stepped out. Her hair was snow white, twisted neatly into a bun, and she wore a hand-knitted shawl embroidered with tiny black cats along the edges. "Good evening, boys," she greeted us with a frail but kind voice. "You're my first trick-or-treaters tonight." She smiled warmly and handed us each a foil-wrapped brownie, still warm to the touch. "Homemade," she said with quiet pride. Ethan grinned and thanked her before I could respond. We didn't unwrap them right away. The foil felt a little greasy, and the smell of chocolate and cinnamon drifted through. It felt oddly intimate, like something your grandmother might make, not something from a stranger's doorstep. Ethan mentioned his aunt used to bake brownies just like that, then tore his open and took a bite. "See? Totally fine," he said, laughing. I remember hesitating, feeling the gentle heat of the brownie through the foil. It would have seemed rude not to try, so I took a few bites as we walked toward the next house. A couple of hours later, I started feeling sluggish, as though every movement dragged through thick mud. Ethan joked that we'd probably eaten too much candy, but his speech sounded thick, words slurring slightly. I remember standing in front of a yard filled with inflatable ghosts when everything started to tilt. The streetlights seemed to stretch, kids' laughter faded into muffled echoes, and I couldn't tell if I was still upright or lying down. Ethan said something, but it sounded like it came from underwater. Then everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on my bedroom floor. My mom was hovering over me, phone pressed to her ear, panic written across her face. My mouth was bone dry, and I could barely focus my eyes. She told me she'd found me collapsed near the front door when she got home from her shift. I tried asking about Ethan, but my voice barely worked. She didn't even realize I'd gone out with him. She thought I'd been alone all evening. That's when I saw the crumpled piece of foil beside me on the carpet, and something inside clicked into place like a puzzle finally solved. The next morning, my mom said Ethan had been taken to the hospital. His parents found him unconscious in their driveway. The doctors told them we were lucky. Whatever we'd eaten had been laced with a strong sedative. When the police came to question me, I sat on the couch trying to remember every possible detail about that woman's house. The candle, her shawl, the way she'd said, "You're my first trick-or-treaters tonight." I told them everything, but the more I tried to recall, the fuzzier the image became. Later that afternoon, 2 officers drove around the neighborhood with my mom and me. Everything looked as it should: carved pumpkins, spiderwebs, and strings of orange lights. But when we got to the spot where I swore that woman's house stood, there was nothing there, just an empty lot, overgrown with weeds, a faded "for sale" sign slanting in the dirt. One officer asked if I was certain, and I pointed right where the porch had been, where the candle flickered. He just nodded quietly, avoiding my eyes. That night, I couldn't sleep. My head ached, and I kept replaying the scene, her wrinkled hands passing us the brownies, the faint chime of her bracelets, that smell of cinnamon and warm chocolate. Around midnight, I heard footsteps outside my window. Slow, heavy steps crunching leaves. I told myself it had to be a raccoon or maybe the wind, but the steps stopped directly beneath my window. A long, bent shadow passed across the curtain, then slowly moved away toward the street. By morning, police cars lined the block again. They discovered something behind the empty lot, a cellar entrance buried under decaying boards. Inside were shelves packed with baking supplies, rows of foil-wrapped brownies, and scattered children's costumes. One detective quietly told my mom they'd also found folded blankets, an old lantern, and a radio set to static. No one had lived there, not for years. The house had burned down a decade earlier after a gas explosion. The property had been vacant ever since. When they showed me photos from inside the cellar, one detail made my stomach turn. On one of the shelves lay a neatly folded shawl, embroidered with tiny black cats, exactly like the one she'd been wearing. The detective said they were checking for fingerprints, though his expression made it clear he didn't expect to find anything alive linked to it. They told us Ethan and I had ingested just enough of whatever was in those brownies to knock us out, not enough to kill us. Whoever or whatever that woman was, she had planned for something much worse that night. A week later, life in Maple Ridge went back to normal. Decorations came down, kids went back to school, and adults whispered about it like it was some exaggerated urban legend. But I couldn't walk past that lot without feeling cold all over. The little table with the candle was gone, yet the grass where it had stood never grew back. The ground stayed dark, scorched in a perfect circle, as if something had burned deep into the soil. Even now, years later, Halloween makes me uneasy. I never eat anything homemade, not even from people I trust. And when porch lights flicker in the distance, I sometimes hear her gentle grandmotherly voice echoing in my mind. "You're my first trick-or-treaters tonight." My mom says trauma can distort memory, that maybe I've twisted parts of what happened. But I know what I saw, I know what I tasted, and I know that somewhere out there, someone else might still be handing out those same warm, foil-wrapped brownies. I wouldn't have pegged myself as the sort of person who'd get jittery over a high school reunion, yet the thought had been gnawing at me for months, like an animal worrying a bone. When the email invite arrived in my inbox, Hawthorne High, Class of 2010 reunion, I froze. 10 years vanished in a blink. 10 years since I swore I'd never step foot inside that gym again. But I replied yes. Not out of nostalgia or longing to reconnect, but because I wanted to step into that room and prove I wasn't the girl they'd torn apart piece by piece. Back then, I was the big one. At 17, I weighed close to 320 pounds, and that number seemed to give everyone a pass to treat me however they pleased. Every taunt, every giggle in the hallway, every low moo sound as I passed groups of boys that stayed with me. But the memory that burned deepest was the cafeteria. The day Tara Brightwell, the blonde cheerleader who always made sure she had an audience, stood on a bench and yelled land whale. The whole room erupted. Even the teachers didn't intervene. I went home, locked myself in the bathroom and cried until my skin was raw. That day I swore I'd show them all. Now a decade later, I sat tearing open Amazon packages with trembling fingers. Shapewear, hair extensions, press-on nails. For the past year I'd been using a medication that promised transformation. Advertisements called it miraculous, doctors called it semaglutide, online forums called it the cheat code. I'd sworn I'd never resort to needles, but after years of losing and regaining the same 40 pounds, I gave in. And for the first time ever, the weight stayed off. By June, I was down 85 pounds. My cheekbones looked honed enough to cut glass. My collarbones jutted like they belonged to someone else. For the first time, I could zip a dress and not cry. On the night of the reunion, I parked outside Hawthorne High, staring at the building that had been my personal hell. I saw the gym windows glowing, heard music thumping faintly. My hands clutched the steering wheel slick with sweat. "Get it together, Laya," I muttered. "You didn't go through all this for nothing." I flipped the mirror down, touched up my lipstick, and stepped out. My heels struck the pavement with a crisp sound, confident even if I wasn't. The moment I pushed open the gym doors, the atmosphere shifted, heads turned, mouths opened. No joke, Tara Brightwell's jaw actually went slack. "Lila?" she gasped, clutching her necklace like she'd seen a spirit. "Still on Earth?" I smiled slow and sweet. "Oh no, honey, I fly now." Her fake laugh was the music I'd been waiting for. Suddenly the same classmates who once whispered behind my back were flocking for photos, hugs, my Instagram handle. That's when I saw Ryan Blake, my old crush, the football captain I'd filled diary pages over though he'd barely noticed me. He looked incredible, crisp shirt, close cropped hair, the same smirk that used to melt half the cheer squad. "Wow," he said, handing me a drink, eyes scanning me up and down. "You're a whole different person." I burned the old version, I said, and just like that, we fell into conversation, easy, familiar, almost too familiar. By night's end, I was in his loft downtown. Minimalist furniture, abstract art, a coffee machine shaped like a spaceship. We were kissing, laughing, tugging at each other's clothes when suddenly my stomach clenched like a fist. The room spun. I barely shoved him away before collapsing, retching so hard I thought my insides would tear. The last thing I saw was Ryan's panicked face as he dialed 911. I woke in the ER with an IV in my arm. A nurse said dehydration, malnutrition, side effects from the injections. Then I heard a voice beside me. Guess we've got more in common than I thought. Ryan lay on the neighboring stretcher, shirt half open, hooked to fluids. Turns out he'd been using the same drug, abusing it just like me. I threw up 3 times last week from eating a salad, he said weakly. But hey, anything to impress, right? We both laughed, embarrassed but relieved. We tried quitting, really tried, but the weight crept back fast, like it had been hiding behind a curtain waiting for us, and we couldn't take it. That's when we found the group, a hidden Reddit enclave, invite only. They called themselves the Shining Circle. People there weren't just using the drug, they were forging prescriptions, trading black market vials, microdosing in secret. Ryan got us in. The first package arrived in a plain black box, no return address, no instructions beyond 1 shot per week, no refunds, and it worked. No nausea, no dehydration. We looked better than ever. My Instagram blew up. Ryan became obsessed, skipping work, weighing himself 3 times daily, stopping mid-kiss to check his reflection. Then came the deaths. A girl on the forum collapsed in a tanning salon, heart failure. Forensics found amphetamines in her vial. I panicked. Ryan shrugged. She was probably on other stuff. People exaggerate. But then he started seeing things, hearing voices, heart racing for no reason. One day he collapsed on the treadmill. That's when I learned he wasn't just using, he was doubling doses and secretly selling under the username Ghost Newton. The last time I saw him, we fought. I begged him to stop. He screamed that he'd rather die than be ordinary again. He stormed out. A week later, he vanished. His apartment was spotless, like he'd erased himself. The only clues, a blood-stained towel and an empty crypto wallet. The police questioned me. I told them maybe he ran off with a model, but deep down I knew Ghost Newton had consumed him. For months I spiraled, eating to fill the emptiness. Ice cream, fried chicken, anything to dull the hollow ache. My body swelled fast and angry. Nearly a year later, I saw him again. Not on the news, not in a graveyard, but at a resort buffet in Florida. I spotted him shuffling through the crowd in a sweat-soaked linen shirt, carrying a tray stacked with chocolate donuts. He was enormous, almost unrecognizable, but it was him. "Layla," he said, out of breath, eyes wide. We stared across the room for a long moment. Then he shuffled closer, raised the tray, and with a crooked smile said, "Still shining, huh?" I gave a weak smile. He laughed, handed me a donut. Me too. We sat by the pool that afternoon eating in silence. He told me he'd faked his disappearance, set up the blood, the empty wallet, everything. He'd gone underground when some circle members got exposed. One girl, he said, had literally melted, skin necrosis, body breaking down from within. I stared, horrified. He just shrugged, frosting smeared on his lips. "Maybe this is who we were always meant to be," he said, patting his massive stomach, fat and full of lies. The sun burned on my skin. I looked at my own bloated body, stretched and raw with shame. And for the first time in years, I laughed, not because it was funny, but because maybe he was right. Maybe this was the only truth left. I rarely gave my workplace much thought. It was just another tech company located in the heart of downtown Benton. One of those mirrored high-rises that appeared more impressive on the exterior than they ever felt once you were inside. The carpeting held the faint scent of scorched coffee. Everyone reheated old pasta for lunch, and the air conditioning droned so loudly it smothered your own thoughts. My name's Kara Mitchell, 26 years old, working as a customer support associate. Not glamorous, but it kept the rent paid and provided health coverage, so I clocked in 5 days a week without complaint. I'd grown up 2 hours away in a tiny town where every face was familiar. Moving here after college made the city feel overwhelming, too fast, almost alien. I missed the predictability of my hometown, but anonymity had its appeal, or at least, that's what I believed. I didn't have close friends at the office. I exchanged pleasantries with the marketing team, sometimes grabbed lunch when schedules aligned, but mostly kept to myself. The one constant was Lucas Reeves, a quiet IT guy who sometimes drove me home. We weren't really friends, just carpool partners. Lucas blended into the background, same faded hoodie every day, hair hanging in his eyes, always absorbed in his phone. He barely spoke, which suited me fine after a long workday. That was my routine. Nothing unusual, nothing dramatic, until the note appeared. It happened on a Wednesday, right in the middle of a week I already wanted to end. I sat down at my desk with a cheap coffee from the gas station, set down my bag, and started to wake up my computer. That's when I noticed it. A folded sheet of paper tucked under my keyboard. No decorative paper, just plain white printer stock, 4 words, written slowly in blue ink. "You are incredibly beautiful." That was all. No signature, no doodles, nothing to hint at who had left it. At first I laughed, not because I was charmed, but because it felt oddly outdated. Who even does that anymore? A secret admirer note, like it was sophomore year again. I held it gingerly, like it might sting. "All right, secret admirer," I murmured, smirking. It didn't upset me. If anything, it was sweet in a corny way. That evening, I slid into Lucas's old Civic for our usual ride home. He always drove as if he were late for something, his knuckles pale on the wheel. "You won't believe what I found today," I said, buckling up. He glanced at me briefly, then back at the road. "What's that?" "Somebody left me a love note," I said, literally folded paper under my keyboard. 4 words. "You are incredibly beautiful. Can you believe it?" He didn't laugh, didn't even smile. His grip on the wheel tightened and his jaw stiffened. "Did you tell HR?" His voice was flat. I blinked. "What?" "No. Why would I?" "It's not a big deal. You should report it," he said without looking at me. "Come on," I teased lightly. "Was it you? Be honest." But he said nothing else the entire ride. I brushed it off. Lucas was always peculiar, always serious. Maybe he thought I was careless. I didn't dwell on it. But the next week, my manager, Mr. Winslow, called me into a conference room with one of the HR reps. "Kara," Winslow began, carefully folding his hands. "We're investigating a situation and need to ask if Lucas Reeves has ever made you uncomfortable." The question hit me like a shock. "Lucas? No. He's quiet, but no." The HR rep, a woman named Tanya, leaned forward. "We're not asking you to accuse him of anything. We just need to know if he's ever crossed a line with you." "No," I repeated, though a wave of unease crept in. "Why?" They exchanged a look I didn't like. "We can't share details at this time," Tanya said, "but if anything unusual happens, come to us immediately. Understand?" I nodded, though my stomach coiled. That night, Sophie Clark from accounting messaged me on Teams. "Did Winslow talk to you about Lucas?" "Yeah," I typed back. "Why?" Her typing bubbles appeared, vanished, then reappeared. He used to give me rides too. Then he started showing up at my gym and my yoga class everywhere. My neighbor saw him parked on my street one night, just sitting in his car for hours. I stared at my screen, my hands clammy. "Please tell me you're joking," I wrote. "I wish I was," she replied. The real nightmare came that Monday. We were all crammed into the big glass conference room, 20 of us hunched over laptops and projectors. Mr. Winslow asked Lucas to present a client report. Lucas plugged in his USB drive, opened a folder, and clicked the wrong file. The screen erupted with a video. At first, it looked like explicit content, but then my blood ran cold. It was Sophie and Lucas, or at least disturbingly realistic AI versions of them. Their faces, their movements, rendered in grotesque, violent scenarios. Lucas lunged for the keyboard, slamming escape. But the computer lagged. For 5 excruciating seconds, everyone saw everything. Winslow yanked out the HDMI cord. Security stormed in minutes later, dragging Lucas away before he could speak. The room buzzed with whispers, fear, disgust. HR had us sign paperwork before leaving, swearing secrecy. They called it an isolated incident, but it wasn't. A week later, an anonymous email hit my inbox. No subject line, just one sentence in the body. "You laughed. Now you'll see how much fun it really is." Attached was a file. I couldn't bring myself to open it, but someone from legal did. Their face went pale. "It's you," they whispered. I didn't need further explanation. Days later, just when I thought it might all fade, I opened my mailbox outside my apartment. A folded paper, plain as before. You always thought I wasn't worthy. No envelope, no address, just sitting there. That one broke me. It meant he knew where I lived. From then on, I lived on edge. Every car idling too long on my street spiked my pulse. Every shape outside my window turned my blood cold. HR said Lucas had disappeared. Police refused to share details. No one knew if he was in custody, on the run, or something worse. All I know is, I never saw him again. Yet sometimes, late at night when I log into my laptop, I swear I hear the faint ping of a notification, like someone is still out there watching. Because monsters don't always hide under the bed. Sometimes they hold open the office door for you, drive you home, sit 2 desks away, and you don't realize until it's too late that they've already claimed your story as their own. I never expected that looking back on my middle school years would reveal that the friend I loved most would one day become the source of my worst nightmare. I met Maya Reed when I was 12. She was fearless, sharp-witted, and wild, the kind of girl who drew everyone in. I was quieter, more cautious, but somehow we balanced each other out. By the time high school began, we were inseparable. She called me her sister, and for years I believed it. We shared secrets, traded clothes, and talked endlessly about our futures. But when I entered my 20s, everything changed. My health began to fail, and I was diagnosed with a condition that left me partially disabled. I used a wheelchair most of the time, but at home I preferred to crawl or slide around to avoid straining my arms. It wasn't pretty, but it was my way of holding on to my independence. Through all that, Maya stayed by my side, or so I thought. She'd say things like, "You and me against the world," and I clung to those words like a promise. So when she told me that she and her boyfriend needed a place to stay, I didn't hesitate. Of course, I said without a second thought. Looking back, I should have thought twice. When they moved in, I had only one request. Just one. "No big dogs, please," I told her as we carried boxes into the house. I reminded her that while I loved animals, one big leap or shove could easily knock me over if I wasn't in my chair. She waved me off with a grin. "Relax," she said. "You know I'd never do that to you. No dogs, promise." I trusted her completely. But 3 weeks later, she broke that promise. They brought home a pit bull, hyper, unneutered, completely untrained. The thing was a living tornado. I love dogs, but this wasn't a playful pet. This was chaos with teeth and claws. "Maya," I said that first night, as the dog launched across the couch and sent a cup flying. She shrugged, sipping her wine as if nothing happened. "She's sweet," she said. "She'll calm down." Her boyfriend laughed and tossed a toy. "Just a puppy," he added. But she didn't calm down. Every time I left my wheelchair to crawl across the floor, the dog was there, jumping, licking, pushing. Maya's idea of discipline was yelling down while scrolling on her phone. One morning I went outside to grab my wheelchair from under the back deck. Before I even saw it, the smell hit me. My wheelchair was drenched, not with rain but urine. Dog urine soaked into the cushion, dripping from the wheels. I froze, staring. That chair wasn't just metal and rubber. It was my freedom, my mobility, my life, and it was ruined. "Maya," I yelled. She appeared above me, coffee mug in hand. "What's up?" she asked casually. "Your dog pissed on my chair," I shouted, furious. She blinked. "Really? Damn, I didn't notice. Sorry." That was it. No guilt, no help, just a hollow apology. So I dragged myself through the wet grass, hosed the chair down while she watched, and then sat in it, soaked in filth, just to get to class. The humiliation burned so deep I couldn't even cry. After that, things spiraled. Trash began piling up because they never took it out, and the dog loved shredding garbage. One night I came home to find a torn trash bag exploded on the stairs, food scraps leaking down the hallway to my room. I stepped right in it. The stench was overwhelming. Instead of yelling, I wrote a note on the fridge in thick black marker. "Clean up the damn trash in the hallway." The next morning, Maya stormed into the kitchen, pointing at it. "What's this?" she demanded. "The truth," I snapped. "Do you know how it feels to crawl through garbage because you two won't take out the trash?" She crossed her arms. "You don't have to talk to me like that. That's rude." I laughed bitterly. Rude as me dragging myself through filth because you're too lazy to clean up. But she didn't care. To her, I was the problem, not the mess. Then came the bathroom. Her long black hair clogged the drain every day. The tub and tiles were coated after every shower. I'd ask her to clean it, and she'd just giggle, "Oops, forgot." Every shower, I'd spend half my time peeling her hair off my legs, gagging as it stuck to me. And while I was drowning in disgust, her boyfriend lost his job. Bills went unpaid: electricity, internet, gas. Guess who paid them? Me. "I'll give you my share next week," he'd say. Every week. I started taking photos of receipts just to prove I wasn't imagining things. The tension in that house could have snapped steel. Then one afternoon I came home to find a stranger in the guest room. Maya's mother. "Oh, don't mind me," she said with a grin too wide to be kind. "I'll just stay a little while." That little while turned into 4 months. She paid no rent, offered no help, acted like she owned the place. The breaking point came when I told Maya I was moving out. "I'll be taking my bed," I said, her face twisted. "Where's my mom supposed to sleep then? You'd really do that to her? That's cold." I laughed in disbelief. "Cold? It's my bed, my house. Your mom doesn't pay for anything." That's when her mother snapped. "You ungrateful bitch," she screamed, lunging at me. Her hand cracked across my face, sending me crashing out of my chair onto the floor. Pain exploded across my head as she straddled me, hitting and clawing. I tried to shield my face while my blood splattered on the floor. "Stop, Mom, stop." I heard Maya shout, but not "don't hurt her." Instead, she yelled, "You'll go to jail for hitting a disabled person." That was her concern. Jail, not me. Maya finally dragged her mother off, and I crawled into my room, locked the door, and called 911. Police arrived minutes later. They dragged her mother out screaming, still trying to lunge at me. At the hospital, I sat in the ER, my face swollen and bloody. Then Maya and her boyfriend walked in. "Please don't press charges," she begged. She didn't mean it. "You know how my mom is, and like a fool, I didn't press charges. I regret that every single day." Not long after, I left that house, packing my clothes, my wheelchair, and whatever dignity I had left. They never paid me back. The landlord charged me for damages, scratched walls, stained tiles, the smell of dog urine everywhere. I refused to pay. That house still haunts me. Not with ghosts, but betrayal. A month later, Maya texted me one last time. "You didn't have to make such a big deal out of it." I stared at it, fury burning through me, then replied, "Burn in hell. Don't ever contact me again." I blocked her number and never saw her again. Last I heard, she, her useless boyfriend, and her psychotic mother moved in with an aunt. Poor woman, she has no idea what's coming. I never expected to be the type of person who reflects on my 20s with a sense of unease. People usually describe those years as the best of their lives. Affordable apartments, spontaneous night drives, friendships that feel like family. For me, they're the years I'd rather erase. My name is Claire, and I'm 26 now. But everything began when I was 21. Back then, I was lost. I'd left college after just one semester because the tuition crushed me. Instead of following the journalism path I once dreamed of, I ended up working shifts at a diner outside the city limits. It was the kind of place that always smelled like scorched bacon no matter the hour, where regulars left a single quarter tip like it was some sort of punchline. I lived in a cramped apartment off Willow Avenue, with flaking paint, a clanking radiator, and neighbors whose constant screaming meant I didn't need TV for entertainment. Still, I told myself it was only temporary. I'd save up, return to school, maybe get out of Michigan. Then came the gathering. It wasn't an official high school reunion, more like one of those casual Facebook-organized events. A bunch of people I used to know decided to meet at a local bar one Friday. At first, I ignored the invite. High school hadn't exactly been my bright spot. But then, I saw a name, Megan Hart. That name hit me like a blow. Megan had been my closest friend through middle school and much of high school. We were inseparable, the kind of girls who swapped clothes, whispered secrets, and planned escapes to bigger lives. But everything shifted in junior year. She fell in with a different crowd, the kind of kids who thought drinking in graveyards was the height of rebellion. At first I tried to stick by her, but eventually it felt like she was more interested in tearing people down than lifting me up. By senior year, we barely spoke. Still, seeing her name stirred something inside me, nostalgia, curiosity, maybe loneliness. Against my better judgment, I clicked going. The bar that night was crowded and reeked of cheap beer and cologne. Everyone seemed a little older, heavier, more worn down. I was sipping a weak rum and coke when I saw her. Megan? She hadn't changed much. Same long dark hair, same sly smile that made you feel like she knew a secret you didn't. She spotted me immediately. "Claire," she said, eyes bright. Nobody had called me that with warmth in years. "Megan," I replied, forcing a grin. "It's been ages." She hugged me, almost too firmly. And in that instant, it was like we were 16 again, skipping class to sit on the bleachers and gossip about boys. We spent most of the night catching up. She told me she was living in a rental house not far from where we grew up, working part-time at a boutique and freelancing online. She laughed at the word freelancing like it wasn't much. She asked about me, and I admitted the truth. I was still waitressing, barely scraping by. Her eyes softened. "You always deserved better, Claire. You were the smart one." That pierced me. No one had called me smart in years. By the end of the night, I was tipsy and intoxicated by nostalgia. When Megan asked if I wanted to hang out sometime, I said yes. At first, it felt great. We started seeing each other once or twice a week, grabbing coffee, driving around like old times, sitting in her living room and talking until too late. She had a way of making everything feel like an adventure again. But there was an edge to her, the way she watched people, the bite in her jokes, the sense she always knew more than she should. One night, she leaned back on her couch and said, "You know, I always thought we'd run this place someday, like we were untouchable." I laughed nervously. "You always pictured us as Bonnie and Clyde." "Maybe we still could be," she said, half smile, half dare. I thought it was just a joke. About 3 weeks into our renewed friendship, she asked me for a favor. "Can you drive me to this guy's house?" she said casually. "It's just across town." I didn't think much of it until we arrived. The place was dark, decaying, clearly abandoned. She told me to wait in the car. 10 minutes later, she came back with a backpack, tossed it in the back seat and said, "Drive." I didn't ask. I should have, but I didn't. Later, when she used the bathroom at my apartment, I peeked inside the bag, bundles of cash. My pulse raced. When she came out, she caught me looking. For a moment, her eyes went cold like a predator's. Then she smiled. "Don't worry about it, Claire. Some people owe me, that's all." "You want in, though? I could use a partner." I shook my head. "I can't. I'm not. I don't want to be involved." She smirked. "That's what you always say, but you're still here." Weeks blurred into months, and I couldn't pull away. She had a way of making me feel important. She'd buy me dinner, cover my gas, slip me cash when rent was due. But every kindness had a hook. "See? I take care of you," she'd say. "That's what friends do. Someday you'll take care of me." I kept telling myself I wasn't really involved, that I was just her driver, her confidante, her old friend. But deep down, I knew. The breaking point came one night when she showed up at my apartment, frantic. "Can I stay here? Just for tonight?" she said, breathless. "What happened?" "Nothing. Don't ask. Just please." She slept on my couch, and I tried not to notice her backpack seemed heavier than before. The next morning, she was at my kitchen table drinking my coffee like she owned the place. "You know," she said, "you're the only person I can really trust. Everyone else would sell me out. But you're solid." I didn't know what to say. My hands trembled around my mug. Then she leaned closer. "And I know you, Claire. You think you're better than me, but you're not. You've got just as much darkness in you. You just hide it better." I tried to laugh it off, but her gaze was steady, too sharp. That was when I realized I wasn't her friend. I was her project. It all collapsed the night she asked me to drive her again. I said no. I don't even remember the excuse. Work, exhaustion, something. She didn't take it well. Her smile faded. "You're not going to bail on me, are you?" "I can't keep doing this, Megan. I don't even know what you're involved in, and honestly, I don't want to." For a long moment, she stared at me. Then she leaned back and laughed softly. "You think you get to walk away? Claire, I covered your rent last month. I bought your groceries. You think that was free? You owe me." Her words sliced through me because she was right. I had let myself depend on her, and now I was trapped. The last time I saw her was 2 weeks later. She showed up at the diner where I worked, slid into a booth like any ordinary customer, except her eyes were different, harder. She ordered black coffee. When I brought it over, she held my wrist just a little too firmly. "You're not answering my calls," she said. "I've been busy. Don't lie to me." Her grip tightened, nails pressing into my skin. "You think you can cut me off after everything? You wouldn't even be standing here if it weren't for me." I yanked my hand free, voice unsteady. "We're done, Megan. I can't do this anymore." Her smile returned, slow and chilling. "We'll see." Then she stood, left a 20 on the table, and walked out. I never saw her again after that night. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I see her car parked across the street from my apartment. Sometimes my phone buzzes with an unknown number, and when I answer, there's only silence. I don't know if she's still out there watching, or if she's already moved on to someone else. All I know is that letting an old friend back into your life doesn't always bring nostalgia. Sometimes it invites your worst nightmare. I didn't expect a single childhood memory to linger so vividly after all these years, yet it never left. Now that I'm in my 30s with 2 kids of my own, every morning drop-off at their school stirs a faint chill along my neck. It drags me straight back to a bright spring afternoon when I was 5, standing on the cracked pavement of my elementary school's playground, witnessing something I couldn't truly comprehend until much later. My world back then was small, just my parents, my classmates, the neighbors, and my best friend Damon. He was 6, lean, restless, and always a step ahead. He had better toys, flashier sneakers, and the kind of reckless confidence that made him seem invincible. While I played it safe, Damon pushed limits, climbing too high, running too far, and laughing when teachers scolded him. We went to Meadowbrook Elementary, a squat red brick school in a quiet Midwestern town. The building formed an L shape, the long side filled with classrooms, and the shorter wing rarely used, old art rooms, storage, and forgotten equipment. The street curved around its edge where parents parked to collect their kids. It was the kind of place where the swings creaked, the paint blistered, and recess sounded like an untamed ocean of laughter and shrieks. For me, those 20 minutes were the highlight of every day. But that particular afternoon, things were different. I was seething because Damon had done something that felt unforgivable. He'd stolen my colored markers. That might seem trivial, but at 5, your markers are precious. My mom had bought them for me, 12 bright colors that gleamed like candy wrappers. I guarded them like treasure in my desk. Damon had swiped them during math and used them to doodle cartoons across his worksheet. I could feel the heat in my cheeks when I saw him coloring with them. "Those are mine," I hissed across the aisle. He grinned. "Not anymore." That smirk made something harden inside me. He always got away with it because he was older, bolder, faster. But not this time. I silently promised I'd make him pay. When recess came, revenge was all I thought about. The blacktop buzzed with shouting kids while teachers stood chatting, styrofoam cups in hand, barely looking our way. Damon wandered off toward the back corner of the school, near the unused wing. I figured he was up to something, maybe climbing the fence or digging through the grass for lost balls. Still angry, I trailed him, but as I rounded the corner, I stopped cold. Damon wasn't alone. A car was idling at the edge of the lot, a faded blue sedan with chipped paint and rust along the bumper. Its passenger door was open, and inside sat a man I didn't recognize. He wore a cap low over greasy hair and leaned toward Damon, holding something out. Candy. At least that's what it looked like. A small, wrapped bar catching sunlight between his fingers. "Hey kid," he called softly. "Want one? Got plenty more inside." Damon froze near the curb, staring. I was just a few feet away, hidden by the corner, peeking. At that age, I didn't understand danger. Words like kidnapper or predator didn't mean anything yet. What confused me was why the man didn't just get out and hand Damon the treat. Instead, he kept motioning for him to come closer. "Come on," he said. "Hop in real quick, I'll give you a whole box." Damon stepped onto the gravel, curious. And then something mean sparked in my 5-year-old brain. This was my moment. I could ruin it for him, pay him back for stealing my markers. I stuck out my tongue and shouted, "Hey, Miss Kelly's calling you." She said if you don't come back now, she's telling your mom you went past the fence. Damon turned sharply, glaring. Shut up, Noah. He snapped. You're just mad because he likes me, not you. I smirked, satisfied I'd gotten under his skin. Teacher, teacher, I sang out mockingly, dragging the words. That's when everything changed. The man in the car slammed the passenger door with a loud thud. Another man, someone I hadn't noticed, sat up in the driver's seat and threw the car into reverse. The tires spat gravel as the sedan jerked backward, speeding off down the road. Damon turned in time to see it go, his face twisted with fury. You scared him away, he yelled. He was giving me cookies, you jerk. I burst out laughing, oblivious to what I'd just stopped. Crybaby, I teased, waving my arms. Damon's fury exploded. He charged at me, shouting he'd punch my nose. I screamed and sprinted across the playground, and that's when a teacher intervened. Miss Kelly stormed over, sunglasses slipping down her nose. Enough, she barked. What's going on here? Damon, flushed and crying, shouted, He scared off the candy man. He was giving me cookies and Noah ruined it. Her face shifted instantly. Her eyes widened, color draining from her cheeks. What did you just say? She whispered. Damon repeated himself, pointing toward the parking lot. Miss Kelly didn't hesitate. She blew her whistle so hard the sound bounced off the walls. Everyone inside now, she yelled, waving her arms urgently. Kids groaned, thinking recess was over early, but her voice carried a tone none of us had heard before, tight, panicked, commanding. Inside, she pulled the blinds shut and made us sit on the rug. Her voice trembled as she spoke. If anyone you don't know talks to you outside this school, you do not go with them. You don't take candy, toys, anything. You run and find a teacher. Do you understand? A soft wave of yes filled the room. That evening, our parents got calls. The next morning, everyone gathered in the gym. I remember my mom's hand gripping mine so tightly it almost hurt. From that day forward, Meadowbrook Elementary had a guard stationed by the parking lot. Nobody was allowed near the back fence again. Back then, I thought the whole thing was because of my silly prank. But as I grew older, the truth sank in. Damon had been seconds away from stepping into that car, from disappearing forever. And the thought that chills me now as a father is how easily it could have been me, all because of a pack of colored markers. People need to understand what really happened to me last summer out in the Pine Hollow Reserve. I'm 32, work as an electrician in Milford, and have been hiking solo for about 8 years now. That Saturday in late June started off like any other weekend adventure. I left early, parked at a lesser-known trailhead about 40 miles from town, and planned a 15-mile loop through backcountry areas that rarely see another soul. The heat was already thick by 9 in the morning, humid enough to glue my shirt to my skin within minutes. I carried my usual gear, a light pack, 2 liters of water, some jerky and trail mix, my GPS, and a small fixed-blade knife strapped to my belt. The first few miles passed peacefully, just the droning of cicadas in the trees, the occasional rustle of small animals, and the crunch of my boots over the dry pine needles carpeting the ground. Around noon, I decided to leave the marked trail to check out a creek I could hear trickling somewhere below the ridge. That's when everything took a turn I'll never forget. After about 20 minutes of pushing through thick underbrush and thorny vines, ducking under spider webs and fighting the slope, I burst through a dense wall of mountain laurel and stumbled right into what appeared to be someone's camp. But this wasn't any backpacker's setup. No neat tents or careful leave-no-trace organization. There were 6 or 7 makeshift shelters strung together from blue tarps and rope tied between trees, a fire pit still glowing with hot coals, and a mess of belongings scattered around, clothes hanging on lines, crushed cans and trash littering the dirt. Empty bean tins, cigarette packs, and dozens of cheap liquor bottles, mostly whiskey and vodka, were tossed carelessly about, as though the people here just drank and threw things where they landed. Then the smell hit me. It was overwhelming. Filthy bodies, rotting food, and something chemical beneath it all, sharp enough to sting my nose. Leaning against a thick oak were several guns, 4 rifles, maybe 2 shotguns, and multiple boxes of ammunition sitting on a makeshift plywood table. The sight froze me in place. My first thought was to back away slowly, get out before whoever lived here came back. These weren't just vagrants down on their luck. The weapons alone made that clear. I stepped back carefully, trying not to make a sound when movement flickered in my peripheral vision. About 30 feet to my left, half hidden behind a pine trunk, someone was standing perfectly still watching me. It was a woman, maybe mid-40s, wearing a stained yellow tank top and cut-off jeans, her hair hanging in greasy strands around her face. She didn't say a word, she didn't move, just stood there staring at me with this blank, unsettling expression that made every hair on my arms lift. I raised a hand, forcing a small, awkward smile. "Sorry," I said, trying to sound casual. "Didn't mean to wander in, just got a little lost looking for the creek." She didn't respond, not a blink, not a sound. Then I caught more movement, this time to my right, behind me, everywhere. They were all around the perimeter of the camp. I counted at least 8 figures, maybe more, men and women of different ages, all dressed in tattered, filthy clothes, all wearing the same hollow stare. None spoke, none advanced, but their spacing was deliberate, like they were cutting off every possible way out. The nearest one to me, a thin guy in his 20s with a patchy beard and a faded baseball cap, stood near a makeshift table built from an old door balanced on cinder blocks. On top of it were several plastic bags filled with something white, a small digital scale, and a row of burner phones. In an instant, the chemical stench made sense. My throat went dry. This wasn't a camp of drifters. They were cooking something out here, and I had just walked straight into the middle of it. The silence stretched so long it warped time. Maybe half a minute, but it felt eternal. No one moved. No one spoke. I stood there drenched in sweat, my heartbeat thudding in my ears. Then from behind one of the larger tarp shelters, an older man appeared. He looked different, cleaner. His clothes were new, a gray button-up shirt tucked into dark jeans, polished leather boots instead of the worn sneakers everyone else had. His silver hair was pulled back neatly in a ponytail, and he walked with a calm confidence that instantly marked him as the one in charge. He approached until he stood 10 feet away, smiling pleasantly. His teeth were perfect and white, a jarring contrast to the other's decayed grins. "You're pretty far off the trail, friend," he said, his tone smooth and oddly polite, like we were two strangers chatting in a cafe rather than in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by armed strangers. "GPS can be tricky out here. Sometimes it sends folks right off course." I tried to steady my voice, explaining that I'd followed what I thought was a deer path down toward the creek and must have lost my bearings. He nodded, still smiling, then started asking where I'd parked, how long I'd been out, whether anyone knew I was here. Each question sounded casual, but the intent beneath them was razor sharp. He was gauging whether I was alone, whether someone would come looking for me. I lied, saying my girlfriend expected me back by 5 and had my coordinates through a safety app that she'd already texted twice for updates. His smile faded slightly as he pulled an old flip phone from his pocket and glanced at the screen. "No signal out here," he said evenly. "Hasn't been for years. Companies stopped maintaining towers in this stretch." A chill went through me, because he was right. I hadn't had service since 2 miles from the trailhead. He took a step forward and instinct made me back away. He chuckled softly. "Easy," he said. "No one here's looking for trouble. We're just folks who prefer to live free from all that government noise and oversight. I'm sure you get it. Some people just want their space." Behind him, 2 more figures stepped out of the tents, both holding hunting rifles pointed downward. One, a large man with a fiery red beard and a scar running from ear to jaw, went to the table with the white powder, calmly packing it into a black duffel bag, his eyes never leaving me. The silver-haired man's tone stayed warm, but carried an unmistakable edge. "Thing is, you've seen our little community here. That puts us in a bit of a bind. We prize our privacy. You understand. So we'll need to decide how to handle this." The woman in the yellow tank top drifted closer. She was maybe 8 feet away now, and I could see her arms covered in sores and scratches, some healing, some raw. Her pupils were so wide her eyes looked nearly black. She kept scraping her neck with dirty nails, muttering something too low to hear. The man noticed my gaze and smiled faintly. "Don't worry about June," he said. "She's been through some hard times, but we take care of our own." He gestured around the camp proudly. "Everyone here has their reasons. Some were pushed out, some walked away, but we've built something real here, a family. We share what we have, look after one another, and protect what's ours." He rested a hand on his hip, shifting his shirt enough for me to see the grip of a pistol tucked at his waist. "And we're very good at protecting what's ours." I knew bolting would be suicide. They were armed, knew the terrain, and had me boxed in. So I tried to stay calm, pretending to understand their situation. I told the man I completely got it, that I was just a hiker who'd wandered too far, not someone interested in anyone's business. I even made up a story about my brother living out of an RV and getting hassled by the cops, hoping to sound like the kind of person who sympathized with people wanting to live off-grid. The leader listened quietly, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he tilted his head, glanced around at the others, and some kind of silent exchange passed between them. Subtle nods, small gestures I couldn't decode. When he turned back to me, his tone was steady, almost gentle. "All right," he said. "Here's what we'll do. You're going to take a little walk with me and my associate here." He motioned to the red-bearded man, who just zipped the duffel bag shut. "We'll see you back to the main trail," the leader continued, "and from there you'll forget about all this. Forget the faces, forget what you saw, forget every word we've shared, because if you don't—" He paused. The red-bearded man standing behind him dragged a finger across his throat in a slow, deliberate motion that said more than words ever could. They made me empty my pockets first. My phone, my GPS, my small camera, all taken. The leader scrolled through the photos on my phone while the red-bearded man checked the GPS logs to make sure I hadn't marked anything near their camp. "Clean," the big man muttered, handing it back. They returned everything except the GPS. "That stays," the leader said. "Consider it a small tuition fee for the lesson you got today." Then we started walking. The silver-haired man took the lead. I followed in the middle, and the red-bearded one trailed close behind, rifle cradled in his arms. The rest of the camp remained where they were, but I could still feel their stares cutting through the trees as we left. We hiked in silence for what felt like forever, though it couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. There was no clear trail, just thick forest and uneven ground. The leader moved with absolute confidence, no hesitation, no checking bearings, like he knew every inch of this place by heart. Behind me, I heard the red-bearded man's heavy breaths and the occasional grunt when branches snagged his jacket. Finally, the leader stopped at what he called the main path. To me, it looked like any other faint line through the trees, barely visible except for a few patches of compacted dirt. He turned toward me and pointed north. "Your truck's that way," he said. "About 3 miles. If you move quick, you'll be there in about an hour." He took a step closer, close enough for me to smell the mix of coffee and cigarettes on his breath. His voice lowered. "Let's be clear about something," he said. "We know your name from your license. We know you're from Milford. We know what kind of truck you drive. So if anything comes of this, if we see cops, rangers, anyone snooping around, we'll know who to thank." His tone stayed calm, conversational, which somehow made it even worse. "We've got friends in town," he added. "People who can find anyone, anywhere. This forest is our home, and we don't take kindly to threats against it." The red-bearded man spoke up next, his grin humorless. "Saw your parking pass too," he said. "Nice blue Ford pickup, Arkansas plates ending in 472. Shame if something were to happen to it one night." The casual way he said it hit harder than if he'd shouted. The leader smiled one more time, that same polite, unnerving expression, and said, "You seem like a smart guy. Smart men know when to keep quiet. Don't make us regret showing mercy today." Then, without another word, they turned and melted back into the forest. They moved so smoothly, so silently, that even though I kept my eyes fixed on them, within seconds they were gone, swallowed by the trees as if they'd never been there at all. For nearly a minute, I just stood there, listening to the forest, waiting to be sure they weren't coming back. When I finally started moving, I kept my pace steady but fast, fighting the urge to run. Every shadow between the trees felt like a figure watching me. The next 3 miles stretched endlessly, each sound magnified: the wind, the crackle of leaves, the faint echo of my own breathing. When I finally caught sight of my truck through the branches, untouched, parked alone in the gravel lot, I felt a wave of relief so intense I nearly fell to my knees. I climbed in, locked the doors, and drove. No stops, no brakes, no gas, no food. I just kept going, gripping the steering wheel until my hands hurt, white-knuckled all the way back to Milford. I didn't stop driving until I pulled into my own driveway. Didn't even glance at a gas station or store along the way. I just wanted pavement, streetlights, and the sight of other cars again. When I finally turned off the ignition, I sat there in silence, realizing how close I'd come to never making it back. And you know what? I never reported it. Not to the police, not to the forest rangers, not even to a friend. I told no one, not a single soul. It's been 4 months since that day, and I still find myself checking my mirrors constantly, scanning faces and passing cars, jumping at sudden sounds. I still catch myself freezing when I see a flash of blue tarp in someone's yard, or catch that same chemical smell that burned my nose out there. I know those people are still out there, somewhere in the depths of Pine Hollow Reserve, cooking their poison and calling it freedom. I know they meant every word they said. Those weren't the ramblings of drugged-out drifters. They were deliberate threats, cold and serious. Sometimes silence isn't cowardice. Sometimes it's survival. There's a difference between being brave and being smart enough to recognize when you're completely outmatched, and I was. Every time I think back to that clearing, the way they appeared from between the trees without a sound, the calmness in that man's voice, the confidence in his eyes, I realize that if I'd said the wrong thing, made one sudden move, I wouldn't have walked out of those woods. The forest hasn't felt the same to me since. The peace I used to find in those quiet trails has been replaced by a kind of watchful dread. Every rustle feels like someone breathing nearby. Every patch of shadow looks too still, too aware. I used to think I understood wilderness, that nature was wild but neutral. But what I found out there in Pine Hollow wasn't nature. It was something else, organized, hidden, dangerous. So, no, I haven't gone back. Not to that trailhead, not to any part of that forest. I hike closer to town now, where the sound of traffic still hums faintly through the trees, where you can see the glow of a streetlight if you look long enough through the leaves. I used to think solitude was safety, that being alone out there meant peace. Now I know better. There are people who disappear in those woods, and I used to think maybe they got lost, maybe an accident happened. But now when I read about someone missing near Pine Hollow, I can't help but wonder if they just wandered too far like I did, only they didn't make it out. Last autumn, I was 24 and working at a sporting goods store in Eugene, Oregon, spending nearly every weekend trekking through forest trails with my coworkers. We were all seasoned hikers, the kind of people who'd pick sunrise over sleep just to get an early start on the trail. On one October morning, it started out like any other trip. My coworker Eli, his boyfriend Marcus, and our friend Renee decided we'd check out a lesser-known network of trails about 2 hours southeast of town. The weather was perfect. Crisp air, the scent of pine, and the kind of golden light that made the whole forest shimmer. We packed for an 8-mile loop, expecting to see remote backcountry views and maybe a few deer if we were lucky. I remember teasing Renee that the wildest thing we'd probably encounter would be a squirrel with attitude. We couldn't have imagined that within a few hours that easygoing day would twist into something that still makes me glance at my rearview mirror whenever I drive through wooded backroads. Roughly 3 miles in, Eli pointed out what looked like an old service road cutting away from the main trail, almost swallowed by thick brush and layers of fallen leaves. We weren't on a schedule, the daylight was still high, and Eli was convinced it might lead to some abandoned cabin or ranger outpost. Oregon's full of relics from the logging days, so it didn't seem unusual. The route was overgrown, every few steps a tangle of brambles snagging our pants, branches hanging low enough that we had to duck constantly. After maybe 15 minutes of fighting through that mess, the trees suddenly parted into a clearing where light cut through in dusty rays. And right in the middle of it sat a weathered white van partly hidden by waist-high grass, surrounded by rusted cans and what looked like an old campfire circle. The vehicle had probably been there for months, its tires flat, windows opaque with grime and pine needles, patches of rust creeping along the sides. But the part that drew our eyes was the rear doors, slightly ajar, just enough to make you wonder why. Marcus muttered something about stumbling on a serial killer's hangout, and we all half laughed, uneasy but curious. Renee hung back while Eli, Marcus, and I approached. Our boots crunched over broken glass and leaves, the forest eerily silent around us. The smell hit us before we reached the van, a thick, damp odor of moldy upholstery mixed with something sharp and metallic. Eli used a stick to nudge the door open, the hinges letting out a shriek that made us all flinch. The sight inside forced all of us back a step. The floor was littered with women's belongings, purses, shoes, bits of jewelry, and old cell phones, all mismatched like they came from different people. But what froze me were the steel restraints bolted to the inner walls, heavy-duty cuffs attached to thick chains. Stains darkened the floor beneath them, the kind that made you not want to ask what they were. Renee whispered that we needed to call the police, but no one's phone had signal this deep in the mountains. Marcus was already retreating, saying we should get back to the main trail and find help. That's when we heard it, the sound of branches snapping behind us. It wasn't the light scurry of an animal, it was deliberate, heavy footsteps, coming from the direction we'd entered. The four of us went dead still, even the breeze seemed to stop. The steps drew closer, slow and certain, cutting off our path back to the trail. Eli bent to grab a rock, Marcus pulled out a folding knife, and I picked up a sturdy branch, though I knew none of it would mean much if things went bad. Renee still had her phone raised, filming even though we couldn't call anyone, her hands shaking so badly the camera trembled. The footsteps halted maybe 30 feet away, hidden by a screen of pine and thicket. Then came whistling, a slow, tuneful sound like someone strolling without a care in the world. A man's voice followed, casual and friendly. "Hey there, didn't expect to see anybody out here. You folks lost?" The normality of it made my pulse spike. Eli's eyes flicked toward a narrow slope to our right, a game trail heading uphill. If we had to run, that was it. The whistling resumed, closer now, until he appeared through the brush. A man in his 50s, jeans faded, flannel shirt tucked into a belt, the picture of an ordinary outdoorsman. He smiled, lines crinkling around his eyes, carrying a fishing rod and a small backpack. But I noticed his boots right away, caked in fresh mud, though the ground here was dry and dusty, no rain in weeks. He glanced at the van, and for just a flicker his expression shifted. Gone was the friendly air, replaced by something colder before that pleasant mask slid back on. "Ah, you found my old project," he said, stepping between us and both exits, the overgrown road and the deer path. "Bought that thing years ago, figured I'd turn it into a camper, never got around to it." His words came out too smooth, too prepared, like he'd said them before. Marcus, trying to keep things light, joked that we were just exploring and should probably head back. The man's grin widened, but his eyes didn't move with it. "Where'd you park?" he asked softly. "I could show you a shortcut." He leaned the fishing rod against a tree, and I saw his right hand stay tucked in his jacket pocket, gripping something out of sight. Renee's phone was still recording, the lens catching a faint tremor. He noticed. "That's a nice phone," he said, tone flat now. "Does it even work out here?" It wasn't really a question. That's when Eli saved us. He suddenly hunched over, pretending to gag, muttering that he'd eaten something bad that morning. It caught the man off guard. He stepped back, hand leaving his pocket, empty, his face twisting in disgust. In that split second, Marcus shouted, "Run!" and grabbed Renee's wrist. Chaos erupted. Marcus and Renee sprinted up the deer path. Eli tore into the thick trees to the left, and I bolted toward the van, veering hard right. Behind me, the man shouted, his voice stripped of any friendliness now, replaced by raw fury. Footsteps thundered after someone, maybe Eli, maybe me. I didn't know. I crashed through branches, my arms and face scratched, leaping over deadfall, barely keeping my footing on the rocky slope. More shouts echoed through the woods, multiple voices, which meant at least some of us were still alive and moving. After what felt endless but was probably 10 minutes, I stumbled onto another abandoned logging road, wider and clearer than the first. My lungs burned and my legs trembled, but I didn't dare stop. Then I heard Marcus calling from somewhere to my left. Following his voice, I found him and Renee crouched behind a massive fallen trunk, both scraped up and panting. Renee's cheeks were streaked with dirt and tears, but her phone was still in her hand. We crouched there in silence for several minutes, listening for footsteps. Eventually, Eli burst through from the opposite direction, his sleeve ripped, blood streaking his forearm where he'd cut himself on something sharp. He'd lost the man by doubling back through a creek bed. We didn't stop to talk. We just started moving again, staying tight together, following that logging road until it met a gravel service route marked by faded forestry signs. 2 more exhausting hours later, we reached the parking lot where Marcus's truck sat exactly where we'd left it. The moment our phones picked up a signal, Renee called 911 while Marcus started the engine, ready to bolt if we had to. The dispatcher kept us on the line, gathering every detail, location, vehicle description, the man's appearance. Within 20 minutes, 2 sheriff's deputies arrived to take statements and sent more units toward the area. Renee showed them her video. It caught the inside of the van perfectly. The restraints, the scattered belongings, and a brief 10-second clip of the man before she lowered her phone. One deputy, an older woman with streaks of gray in her hair, watched the footage, then immediately got on her radio requesting backup and mentioning something about connecting cases. The phrase chilled me. She wouldn't say which cases, only that detectives would meet us at the station. We spent nearly 4 hours there, each in separate rooms, recounting every moment to different investigators. They showed us photo lineups, but the man's face wasn't among them. A detective named Carver eventually told us that 3 women had gone missing from trails within 50 miles over the last year and a half, all experienced hikers who'd vanished without a trace. The items we'd seen matched those on the missing persons list. When we were finally released after midnight, they warned us not to share specifics publicly while the investigation remained open. Days later, they located the clearing, but the van was gone. Only tire marks and bits of trash remained. Somehow, after we escaped, he'd returned, calm enough to drive that vehicle out of there. 2 weeks later, the van turned up torched in a ravine nearly 50 miles away, completely destroyed. The man was never identified, and the missing hikers were never found. What unsettled me most was how ordinary he'd looked. Someone you'd pass at a gas station, a neighbor waving from across the street, a friendly face on a trail. Eli quit his job and moved to Nevada. Marcus and Renee broke up soon after. She told me she couldn't see him without flashing back to that day. We all handled it differently, but we never hiked together again. I still live in Oregon, still work at the same shop, but I haven't set foot on a trail since. When customers ask about hikes near that region, I steer them somewhere else. The police asked us not to post details online, and I've respected that, changing small parts here to protect the case. But last month, Detective Carver called again. Another hiker missing, same pattern, same kind of area. Her car was still at the trailhead, untouched. He asked me to review some new photos, maybe help a sketch artist. I agreed, but deep down, I knew it wouldn't matter. He's still out there, maybe in another van now, maybe another state, still whistling that same casual tune as he hunts. If you ever find something in the woods that feels wrong, please don't let curiosity win. Just leave. Run until you see daylight. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, and some predators wear the faces of ordinary men. The weekend began like every other hiking getaway I'd taken with my college friends. It was early May of 2018, just after finals at Pacific State University, and the 4 of us, myself, Ryan, Mark, and Alex, agreed we needed to unwind in the wilderness. I was 22 back then, finishing my degree in environmental studies while working part-time at an outdoor gear shop. We'd found a rustic cabin near Mount Rainier through a sketchy rental site that Alex discovered, mostly because it was ridiculously cheap, yet had a few decent reviews. The place stood about 3 miles from the nearest trailhead, surrounded by endless pine trees and the occasional animal path. It felt like the perfect escape. No reception, no Wi-Fi, just the 4 of us, our bags filled with beer, snacks, and a deck of cards. The first day was exactly what we wanted. We hiked 8 miles along the Cascade Ridge Trail, snapped pictures at every viewpoint, and returned to the cabin around sundown, worn out but content. The cabin itself was much smaller than the photos had suggested. A single main room with 2 bunk beds, an ancient kitchenette straight out of the 1970s, and a bathroom where you had to jiggle the handle to stop the water from running. Still, compared to our usual tent camping, having a roof and 4 walls felt like luxury. We cooked burgers on a rusty propane stove, played poker with pretzels as chips, and listened to Mark retell the same breakup story he'd been milking since sophomore year. By 11, we were all wiped out, legs sore, stomachs full of cheap beer and greasy food. Sometime around midnight, I woke needing to pee, cursing the last beer I'd chugged. The cabin was swallowed in darkness except for the faint green glow from Alex's smartwatch on the nightstand. I grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight, careful not to step on any gear scattered across the floor. That's when I heard it, footsteps on the porch outside. Not the quick scurry of a raccoon or the light step of a deer, but heavy, deliberate pacing. Someone was circling the cabin. My breath caught as the sound moved from the front porch toward the side where our window faced the woods. The steps came 3 or 4 at a time, pausing, then continuing, the wood creaking under the person's weight. Whoever it was wasn't trying to be discreet. Mark stirred on the lower bunk across from me, eyes wide as he mouthed, "What's going on?" I shrugged, though every nerve in me was on edge. The sound traveled around the entire cabin, stopping at each window as if whoever it was inspecting the place. I crept toward the front window and gently pulled the curtain back an inch. Under the moonlight, I could make out a figure, a tall man wearing dark clothing, standing about 10 feet away, motionless, just staring. His arms hung at his sides. After half a minute, he turned and vanished into the trees. We woke Ryan and Alex, whispering what we'd seen. Alex, the skeptic, insisted it was probably a lost hiker, or maybe the property owner checking in. But Ryan said what we were all thinking. Who the hell checks on a rental cabin at midnight by walking circles around it? We dragged the heavy dresser in front of the door, the screech of wood on wood echoing through the stillness. Alex grabbed a cast iron pan from the kitchen. Mark took a trekking pole, and Ryan clutched his pocket knife like a weapon. I had my phone ready to dial 911, though we all knew there was no signal. We huddled together in the dark, every sound amplified, the wind brushing against the roof, branches scraping the walls, pine cones falling from above. An hour passed with nothing but our ragged breathing. The tension began to ease. We even joked nervously that we'd probably scared ourselves over some drunk local. Alex suggested moving the dresser back. Then the doorknob turned. Not fast but slow, methodical, like someone testing if it was locked. It twisted twice and stopped. The footsteps returned, heavier this time, circling toward the uncovered side window. That's when a face pressed against the glass, hands cupped around the eyes trying to peer in. The man looked about 40, with a scruffy beard and a baseball cap pulled low. His forehead touched the glass as he scanned the room, and even though we stayed completely still, it felt like his gaze locked right on us. Then he disappeared again. Silence followed, thick and unbearable. We could hear the faint hum of the fridge, the rustle of Ryan's grip tightening on his knife. Then came the screech of metal from the rear wall. Mark whispered that a small shed was attached back there, storing maintenance tools. We heard rummaging, objects clattering, and then the footsteps returned to the front. A heavy thud struck the door, then another, metal hitting wood. He was trying to break in, using something heavy like a crowbar or hammer. The old frame cracked with each blow, splinters falling to the floor. Alex shouted, "We called the cops. They're coming." A lie, but worth a shot. The pounding stopped, and then a voice came through the wood, rough and slurred. "Ain't no cops coming here, boys. Just want to talk." The way he said boys made my skin crawl. He knew exactly who we were. 4 young men alone in the woods. Ryan began recording on his phone while Mark grabbed the fire extinguisher from near the stove. The pounding grew harder. The wood began to split along the bolt line. Then the door frame shattered. The door swung inward and slammed against the dresser, leaving an 8-inch gap where a filthy arm reached through, grasping at nothing. Mark blasted the extinguisher through the gap, filling the air with a storm of white powder. The man screamed and stumbled back off the porch, coughing violently. We seized the moment. Alex and I shoved our weight against the dresser while Ryan dug through his backpack, pulling out a camping hatchet, a coil of rope, and the can of bear spray he'd insisted on bringing, despite our teasing. The man returned, furious now, wiping his face with his sleeve. He kicked at the door, pushing the dresser back inch by inch. Through the gap, his crazed eyes gleamed. He wore a flannel shirt with reflective stripes like a construction worker's. He jammed the crowbar into the crack and began prying with all his strength. Mark hit him again with the extinguisher, but it sputtered weakly. That's when Ryan lunged forward, shoving his arm through the opening and unleashing the bear spray directly into the man's face. His scream tore through the night raw and guttural. He stumbled backward off the porch, clutching his eyes. We used the seconds he gave us to fortify the entrance. Alex and I flipped the kitchen table, wedging it against the dresser. Mark dragged the bunk mattresses to block the windows, and Ryan stood by the door with the hatchet raised. Outside, we heard the man thrashing and yelling incoherently. Then faintly, we heard sirens in the distance. Somehow, Alex's phone had managed to send an SOS signal through a satellite connection when he tried calling 911 earlier. The sound grew closer. Flashes of red and blue filtered through the trees. The man heard them too. His footsteps retreated into the forest. By the time 2 sheriff's deputies arrived, sweeping the area with flashlights and guns drawn, he was gone. They took our statements, inspected the door, and radioed for backup to search the woods. One of them, Officer Delgado, recognized our description immediately. The man's name was Henry Dorsey, a former logger fired months earlier, now living wild in the forest. He'd been seen stalking hikers, following people from trailheads, and breaking into vacant cabins. They'd been searching for him for weeks. He was found 2 hours later hiding in a drainage culvert, still half blind from the bear spray. We spent the rest of the night at the sheriff's office, sipping bitter coffee and recounting everything. They told us Henry had a long history of addiction, an untreated mental illness, and losing his job had sent him spiraling. He'd been watching hiking groups for months, but we were the first he'd actually tried to attack. The detective said we'd done everything right, stayed together, fought back, and most importantly, kept him from getting inside. When we finally drove home that morning, none of us said a word. I haven't gone camping since. I have to share this because the park rangers, the police, no one will speak about what happened to my brother Daniel last September. I teach high school biology in Montana and have been doing so for 7 years. In my family, I've always been the practical one. Daniel was 29, a physical therapist at a clinic downtown, and every weekend he hiked alone to clear his head after long work weeks. He'd kept up this ritual for 3 years, always sending me pictures, awful selfies with that crooked grin, animals in the distance, or some jagged horizon behind him. That particular Saturday in September started no differently, except this time he went to Frostfall National Park, hiking the Ridgeview Trail, because he'd heard the bighorn sheep were especially active that season. The last text I ever got from him was at 8:47 a.m., a photo of the trailhead sign with a caption, "Heading out, back by 4." He was wearing his bright orange jacket, the one Mom got him so hunters could see him clearly, even though hunting wasn't allowed there. I joked the night before that he looked like a traffic cone and he laughed, saying at least search and rescue could spot him if he rolled an ankle. The Ridgeview Trail was one of the park's busiest routes, especially on a crisp fall Saturday. Weather was perfect, mid-60s, no clouds, and rangers later said about 40 people had started that same hike within an hour of Daniel. The parking lot had been nearly full, and several hikers remembered him vividly because of that orange jacket stretching near his blue Tacoma, adjusting his backpack straps, going through his usual pre-hike motions. Around 2 in the afternoon, I felt this strange unease, like realizing too late you've made a huge mistake. I tried calling Daniel, something I never did during his hikes, but it went straight to voicemail. I figured he was in a dead zone. It's common in the mountains. I left a joking message telling him not to forget my huckleberry bar from the gift shop. But by 5, when no text came saying he was back at his truck, concern began to settle in. Daniel was always meticulous about checking in. Ever since that one scare 3 years earlier, he never missed it again. By 6, I was already on the phone with the Park Service, trying not to sound panicked while explaining this wasn't normal for him. He was cautious, experienced, predictable. That evening, rangers started a light search. Just a few driving the roads, checking parking areas. His truck was still there, locked, his wallet tucked under the passenger seat as usual. They thought he might have sprained something and was just making his way back slowly. But then a couple, the Petersons from Minnesota, came forward with something odd. They'd seen him around 1:30 p.m., about 3 miles in, standing beside a massive pine tree. Mrs. Peterson remembered because Daniel had helped them take a photo earlier at an overlook, and she'd commented on his jacket, saying her grandson had the same one. When they passed again, he was standing by that tree, pack on the ground, staring into the branches, as if watching something move. Mr. Peterson asked if he was okay, and Daniel turned, gave them this enormous smile and said, "Perfect, actually, have a great hike." It struck them as strange. He'd stopped in such a plain spot, not a viewpoint, not a clearing, but they figured he'd seen a bird. Daniel's backpack wasn't dropped. It was propped neatly against the trunk, zippers closed. Inside, his phone, battery at 47%, full signal, both water bottles filled, his lunch untouched, his emergency whistle still clipped. But his hiking boots were inside the pack, clean, undamaged, socks tucked in neatly. The soil was damp from rain 2 days earlier, yet not a single footprint surrounded the spot. No bare tracks, no broken plants, nothing. Tracking experts said the same thing. It was as if Daniel had ceased existing right there. I stayed for 2 weeks, sleeping in my car at the trailhead. Every morning I hiked to that tree, sometimes with search teams, sometimes alone, just staring, trying to make sense of it. People walked past unaware they were crossing what felt like sacred ground. I talked to everyone who'd been on the trail, desperate for another clue. That's when I met an older hiker, Henry Walsh, retired Forest Service, who'd walked those paths for 30 years. He hadn't seen Daniel but froze when I described the location. In 1988, a woman named Laura Dunning disappeared from that very spot. Same details, backpack found intact, shoes inside, no prints, never recovered. Henry said the rangers back then called that stretch the Quiet Mile. Wouldn't explain why, just murmured, sometimes the woods decide to keep someone. The search lasted 3 weeks before being scaled back. They brought in cadaver dogs, heat drones, even university experts with ground radar, nothing. Daniel's phone records showed no calls after my 2 p.m. attempt. GPS placed him at that pine from 128 to 131. Then data stopped, not disabled, not lost signal, just ended while the phone remained on. The FBI joined briefly, suspecting a staged disappearance, but his accounts, apartment, and passport were untouched. The assigned agent, Coleman, later admitted she'd never seen anything like it. Everything wrong in the most deliberate way. 4 months later, a woman named Julia Hammond contacted me after seeing the story online. She drove from Idaho to meet me at a diner near the park. Her daughter Melissa had gone missing in Yellowstone in 2016. Identical case, backpack pristine, shoes stored, no trail beyond. But Julia told me something different. 3 days before Melissa vanished, she'd called her mother about meeting a hiker who spoke of thin places in the wild, spots where hikers sometimes felt compelled to stop and step through. Melissa had laughed it off, but said he warned her never to remove her shoes if she felt that pull, calling it an invitation. Julia had collected 23 similar disappearances across national parks, every case same pattern. The shoes neatly set aside. The detail that truly chills me came later, when Daniel's coworker Brian found a small notebook cleaning his desk. The final pages weren't patient notes, they were dated journal entries from 2 weeks before the hike. Daniel wrote about strange dreams of a warped forest that mirrored his trails, trees bending at impossible angles, paths that spiraled upward, a constant sense of something walking alongside him, mimicking his steps but never visible. The last entry from the night before he vanished read, "The footsteps are louder tonight. They echo mine, just half a beat behind. I think they're waiting for me to match them." Brian thought he'd been stressed, maybe sleep deprived, but I knew Daniel. He was grounded, logical, not one for imagination. Nearly a year after his disappearance, I returned to that pine for closure. I stood there for hours, tracing the bark, sitting where his pack had been. Just as I turned to leave, I noticed something carved into the trunk, about 7 feet up, half hidden by fresh growth, initials, LD, beneath it, weathered but legible, MH 2016. And above both, still oozing sap, DP 2024, Daniel Pierce. But my brother never carved trees. He despised leaving marks in nature. I photographed it, called the rangers. 2 hours later, when they arrived, the carvings were gone, not scraped, not hidden, gone. The bark smooth and clean. They looked at me with pity, suggesting grief counseling. But I know what I saw. I don't hike anymore. I can't even walk past a trailhead. In dreams, Daniel stands beneath that pine, orange jacket bright against endless green, waving, maybe greeting, maybe farewell. The Petersons reached out recently. Mrs. Peterson said his last smile had seemed different, like he'd just understood something no one else could. The case remains open, but I know they'll never find him. Henry was right. The forest keeps who it wants. All I have now is his orange jacket hanging in my closet, and the quiet belief that wherever he went, my brother found what he was searching for. I just wish I knew whether he meant to. The search dogs went wild when they reached that exact patch of earth. barking, yelping, spinning like they'd struck something unseen. And then silence. Total and absolute. 6 separate canine units, all veterans of wilderness recovery, failed at the very same spot to track Ashley Monroe's scent, precisely 40 feet from where her stainless steel water bottle stood upright against a mossy log. I've worked with mountain recovery and rescue for 8 years through floods, avalanches, and countless lost hikers, but nothing I've seen compares to what unfolded in those woods last week. Ashley was my roommate's younger sister, 24, newly graduated from nursing school, about to start her first job at St. Helens Medical. At 11:47 a.m., she sent her mother a cheerful photo from the summit, bright grin, peace sign, and her red hiking boots visible at the bottom edge. By 2 p.m., she had vanished from a trail she knew better than most. The Willard foothills in early August are crowded with day hikers, and the Crescent Lake Loop she picked that Saturday is practically a freeway through the forest, 5 miles round trip, well-marked wooden bridges over every creek, signposts at every fork. When she failed to show up for her 7 p.m. shift, her supervisor contacted her emergency number. Her car, an old Subaru with nursing textbooks visible through the back window, still sat in the lot. Her hiking permit, neatly filled out, listed her expected return time as 4 p.m. Search teams were dispatched within 2 hours of the call. I joined the next morning, assuming we'd find her somewhere close, sprained ankle, embarrassed, relieved. But the second day shifted everything. Around 11 a.m., Frank, an older volunteer with silver hair and worn-out knees, spotted something blue about 300 yards off-trail, down a steep slope covered in thorny brush. It was Ashley's insulated water bottle, perfectly upright against a decaying log, ice still half frozen inside after 36 hours outdoors. Her initials, AMC, were etched into the base, and half the water remained. The placement made no sense. You don't carefully prop your bottle if you're hurt or in distress, and you never abandon it without reason. 20 feet away, caught in the low branches of a hemlock like it had been tossed, was her lightweight purple rain jacket. That was when the dogs arrived. 6 teams from 3 counties, including Duke, a legendary bloodhound who'd once found a missing child in a blizzard. They started him at her car, letting him catch the scent from her sleeping bag stored in the trunk, then followed his path up the main trail, 2 miles in, a sharp left onto a barely visible deer path, then downhill straight toward the area where her belongings were discovered. But then came the unexplainable part. Roughly 40 feet from the bottle, every dog froze, not fading out like when rain dilutes a scent. No, they all stopped cold, whined, backed up, refused to move forward. Duke let out this low, grief-heavy howl that made the entire crew fall silent. Diane, the search coordinator with 15 years on the job, ordered us to sweep outward from that point in a grid formation, shoulder to shoulder, combing through the underbrush inch by inch. We checked every hollow, every dip in the soil, every thick bush. The terrain was oddly inconsistent. Not exactly a clearing, but not dense either, with near-perfect circular openings where sunlight broke through the canopy. The ground was blanketed in thick moss that disguised any disturbance, and the soil beneath was damp and dark, nearly black. We found animal prints, deer, raccoon, coyote, but not one human footprint beyond where the dogs had halted. The forensics crew collected soil, took photographs, even ran ground-penetrating radar, but the readings glitched, showing impossible variations in density every few feet. By Wednesday, things went from strange to terrifying. The search area had expanded 2 miles out. I was paired with George, a retired firefighter who muttered about how eerily quiet the forest was. No birds, no insects, just silence. He wasn't wrong. Normally the air there hums with jays and sparrows, but that day it felt muted. While checking a ravine that paralleled the main trail, George grabbed my arm and pointed down. 50 feet below, near a massive cedar root system, was what looked like deliberate digging. Fresh soil, clean edges, the dirt piled neatly aside. We radioed it in, and within minutes, everyone converged. The excavation team treated it like a crime scene. The pit was empty, but not just empty. It measured 6 feet long, 3 wide, 4 deep, corners so clean they looked carved by machine. The walls were compacted smooth, precise. At the bottom were faint patterns, rows of shallow impressions resembling writing or symbols, though no one could decipher them. The smell was chemical, not earthy, sharp metallic, almost like copper mixed with antifreeze. While forensics worked, I spotted something wedged in the root ball. Ashley's phone, cracked screen, 12% battery. It still powered on. The last images weren't from the summit. 17 photos followed, all taken between 1:47 and 1:53 p.m., every one pitch black. The location data placed them within a 100-foot radius of that pit, but at different altitudes, like she'd been moving erratically up and down terrain. Her last text thread was with someone named Paul, not saved in her contacts. 3 days before her hike, he'd sent her GPS coordinates, no words. She replied, confirmed for Saturday. The coordinates? A quarter mile from where the dogs lost her scent. The number traced back to a prepaid phone bought in cash at a Tacoma gas station 2 weeks prior. Activated once, never used again. Surveillance footage showed a man wearing a baseball cap and glasses, average everything, head lowered. Then Friday morning, day 6. A tourist from Ohio, unaffiliated with the search, stumbled into the ranger station trembling. He claimed he'd found a campsite, but wrong. At first, rangers thought he was delirious until they saw his photos. Deep in old-growth forest stood a camouflaged hunting blind, elaborate and layered tarps painted in forest tones, netting disguised with moss and branches, positioned with sightlines to 3 trail intersections. Inside were maps of the area marked with dates beside certain points. Ashley's name wasn't written, but 12 others were, all women between 20 and 30, some familiar from accidental disappearances over the past 2 years. That discovery changed everything. The FBI arrived within hours, shut down the mountain, and deployed units in unmarked vans with gear that looked military grade. They found 7 blinds total, each filled with maps, notes, and unsettling supplies. Notebooks recording hiker patterns, best times for isolation, physical descriptions, favorite routes. Ashley's details were in the newest log: her red boots, her Saturday hikes, her usual parking spot. Handwriting analysis revealed at least 3 different authors. Also discovered pre-cut rope, heavy-duty zip ties, and bottles of that same copper-sweet chemical, later identified as a veterinary anesthetic absorbable through skin. But the worst came after. Ashley was never recovered. On day 8, cadaver dogs led teams 5 miles off-trail into a dense, tangled basin hidden beneath a canopy so thick it formed near darkness. Inside, investigators uncovered remains corresponding to 8 of the 12 women, various stages of decay, from 18 months to mere weeks old. Ashley was not among them. The FBI canvassed every hiker from the past month, pulled security footage from every business within 50 miles, and poured through thousands of dashcam hours. 2 men were arrested when their DNA was found on items from the blinds, both small-time offenders, both claiming they'd been paid anonymously via cryptocurrency to maintain sites and log activity, never meeting their employers. They said others handled collections. Investigators confirmed the men had been exchanging notebooks at designated drop points, no cameras, always at night, payment left in coded envelopes. They're charged with conspiracy, but without bodies or direct evidence, the case falters. Ashley's family hired private investigators, chasing false sightings and whispers. Sometimes I drive up to the now barred trailhead, staring through the chain-link fence at the woods where her scent simply ceased to exist. I think of those 17 black images, her desperate attempt to capture something unseen. Someone studied her for weeks, learned her routines, planned her vanishing with precision. And the truth that chills me most is this: whoever orchestrated it all is still out there, watching other trails, writing new names in hidden notebooks. And Ashley Monroe, whether lost, taken, or worse, remains as absent as her scent, beyond that inexplicable point where even trained dogs refuse to go. I can still recall my first night settling into the dorms at Westfield University. It was the middle of August, the air dense with humidity, and the entire campus hummed with that anxious, buzzing energy that only new students seemed to radiate. I'd made the 6-hour drive from my small town in Kansas, my parents' aging Subaru loaded to the brim, suitcases, boxes, a tiny fridge, and a cheap Target desk lamp I convinced myself would make the place feel like my own. My assigned roommate was named Tyler Quinn. The housing office had paired us at random, and all I knew about him came from a small printed card. Hometown, Madison, Wisconsin. Major civil engineering. When I first stepped into room 214A, he was already there, sitting on his bed with headphones in. He didn't glance up right away, just gave a short nod like I'd interrupted something. "Hey man, I'm Alex," I said, dropping my duffel beside the bed. He tugged one headphone out, looked over briefly, and muttered, "Tyler." That was it. No handshake, no smile, no small talk. He turned back to his laptop screen, and I told myself not to take it personally. Everyone reacts differently to change. I figured some get loud, some retreat inward. Maybe he just fell into the latter. During those first few days, we barely exchanged words. He wasn't unfriendly, just distant, like his mind was always somewhere else entirely. The room stayed spotless, his side always in perfect order, not a single sock out of place. He'd leave early in the morning, return late at night, and spend hours motionless at his desk with the blinds drawn. One evening I called my mom. "Yeah, he's quiet," I said, trying to make it sound less unnerving. She laughed softly. "Better that than messy or noisy, right? At least he's clean." "Yeah," I said, forcing a chuckle. "That's true. By then, I had my own circle. Some guys from Literature 101 and a girl named Erin from the floor above. We'd hang out in the lounge, play ping pong, trade notes, and gossip about campus rumors. By the time I'd come back to the dorm most nights, Tyler was gone again, probably home for the weekend. It became routine, comfortable even, until that night in late October. That Friday had dragged on forever. Midterms were close, and I'd been buried in the library since morning. When I finally returned to the room around 8, Tyler wasn't there. His bed was perfectly made, laptop shut neatly on the desk. "Probably went home again," I muttered. I tossed my backpack aside, plugged in my headphones, and started gaming. The room was still unnaturally so, only the faint ticking of the radiator filled the silence once the heater kicked in. Near 11, I decided to call it a night. As I took off my headset and turned toward the bed, I caught something, just the slightest flicker of motion near the other side of the room. I froze, staring at the shadowy space beneath Tyler's bed. His mini fridge sat down there along with a few plastic storage bins, but I could have sworn something moved. I blinked hard, leaned forward, then I saw it again. A hand, human. My breath hitched as I lurched back, eyes wide. Before I could react, a voice drifted from the darkness. "Oh, you saw me." Tyler crawled out slowly, his expression void of emotion. His hoodie was half unzipped, hair matted like he'd been lying there for hours. "Dude," I said, trying to laugh it off, though my voice faltered. "What the hell are you doing under there?" For a brief second, he looked almost embarrassed, then smirked. "Just screwing around, man. Wanted to see if you'd noticed. Been under there 3 hours." He shrugged casually. "Guess I lost track of time." I waited for him to laugh, to elaborate, but he didn't. He brushed off his hoodie, muttered something about brushing his teeth, and left the room like nothing strange had just happened. I sat there for a long while, staring at the empty doorway. When he returned, I pretended to scroll through my phone. He climbed into bed, turned off the lamp, and that was it. For a few weeks after that, things went back to their silent normal. I told myself it was just a stupid prank. I even told Erin about it while we walked to class. "Wait, he hid under your bed," she said, half laughing, half disturbed. "No, his bed," I corrected. "He was under his own bed." She frowned. "That's way creepier." "Yeah," I admitted. "I'm trying not to think about it." About a month later, the tension returned. It was a Wednesday. I remembered because I had a paper due that Friday and I'd stayed up later than usual to finish it. Tyler came in around 10, dropped his backpack, and went straight to the bathroom without acknowledging me. When he came back, I was still typing. He sat on his bed, silent, staring forward at nothing. "You good, man?" I asked after a minute. He blinked like coming out of a daze. "Yeah, just tired." He switched off his lamp and lay down. By midnight, I was half asleep when I heard a faint metallic tapping, soft but sharp like something brushing against metal. The sound came from his side of the room. I lifted my head, but the darkness was thick. It stopped for a moment and I told myself it was nothing. I was drifting again when I suddenly felt that unmistakable sense of being watched. Turning my head toward the faint light from the hallway crack, I froze. Tyler was standing beside my bed. His figure loomed still and silent, his face blank, eyes locked on me. In his hand he held something heavy and dark, a hammer. I jerked back instinctively, tangled in my sheets. "What the hell, Tyler?" He didn't react at first, then slowly lowered the hammer. "Relax," he said flatly. "Just fixing my bed." "In the dark?" I snapped. "You were standing over me, dude." He blinked, confusion flickering over his expression. "You moved. Thought I woke you up." His tone stayed calm. Too calm. My pulse thundered in my ears. "Just go to sleep," I said, forcing the words out. He hesitated, muttered, "Sorry," and climbed back into his bed. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat upright until dawn, jumping at every sound the building made. The next morning, I went straight to student housing and requested a transfer. I didn't tell them the whole story, just said I felt unsafe. They told me it might take a week or two. That night, I locked the door and stayed with a friend across campus. I told Tyler I had a group project keeping me out for a few nights. He only nodded. When the transfer finally went through, I waited until he'd left for class, packed everything I owned and left without a word. I avoided that entire hallway from then on. Months later, I heard from someone in the cafeteria that Tyler had been suspended. Something about an incident in the dorms. No one would say what happened, and I didn't ask, but even now, sometimes when I close my eyes, I see it again. The faint hallway light, his still silhouette beside my bed, the hammer hanging loosely in his hand. And I wonder what might have happened if I hadn't opened my eyes that night. I still recall the morning I stuffed every belonging I had into the back of my dented silver Toyota and left behind the quiet familiarity of my hometown in Kansas. I had just graduated, and after endless applications and interviews, I finally secured my first proper job, a logistics position at a fast-growing company in Columbus, Ohio. It felt like the years of studying and hoping had finally led somewhere. Leaving my parents was harder than I'd expected. They were proud, but my mom cried that last night, clinging to me as she whispered, "Promise you'll call every Sunday, okay?" I nodded. I didn't realize then how much that promise would come to mean. The company offered relocation assistance for new hires, which helped since housing in the city was pricey. They worked with several apartment complexes that rented to employees. So, when HR asked if I'd consider sharing a 2-bedroom with another recent hire, I agreed without hesitation. It seemed like a good way to start fresh. That's how I met Ryan Hale. Ryan was from Washington, tall and lean with pale brown hair and an expensive-looking wardrobe. He carried himself with a strange sort of arrogance disguised as charm. We met during orientation week, and at first he seemed harmless, talkative, confident, always eager to share how he'd nailed his college internships and how he planned to optimize workflow systems once he got settled in. He spoke in buzzwords and corporate catchphrases that made supervisors light up, but you could see other employees roll their eyes when he wasn't looking. I stayed neutral. I just wanted to do my work and keep to myself. Our apartment was newly built, modern, quiet, with sleek gray floors and a minimalist kitchen that looked straight out of a design magazine. My room was on the right, Ryan's on the left, and we shared a small balcony overlooking the parking lot. Everything seemed fine those first few weeks. We were both adjusting to the job, and since we worked in the same department, we saw each other all day anyway. He liked the spotlight. I preferred the background. The first unsettling moment came one Friday night, about 3 weeks in. Ryan asked if I wanted to grab drinks with a group from work. I told him I was exhausted and needed to finish a few projects. He smirked and said, "You'll never climb the ladder staying home alone." I forced a laugh, but the way he said it carried a trace of mockery, like he saw me as a loser. Around 2 a.m., I heard him stumble in drunk, muttering to himself as something clattered onto the floor. I almost got up to check, but then I heard him mumble, "Guy thinks he's better than me, idiot." I froze, unsure if I'd heard right. Maybe he wasn't even talking about me, I thought. I tried to dismiss it, but after that, little things began to feel off. My toothbrush would be slightly out of place. My phone charger unplugged in the morning even though I'd left it in overnight. One morning, I found the mug my sister gave me smashed in the sink. When I asked him about it, he shrugged. "You probably dropped it and forgot." His tone was too casual, too smug. Then one morning, my phone alarm didn't go off. When I checked, my phone was dead, unplugged halfway from the wall. I was obsessive about charging it before bed. I barely made it to work on time, sweating through my shirt. That evening, I asked him, "Hey, Did you unplug my phone last night?" He looked up, spoon halfway to his mouth, and grinned. "Why would I do that?" I hesitated. "Maybe it got bumped or something." He smirked again. "Sounds like a you problem." The way he said it made my skin crawl. After that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I'd come home to find the air conditioner blasting in winter or lights left on in empty rooms. One afternoon, I came back early and caught him inside my bedroom. He jumped, startled, and muttered, "Just checking if you borrowed my notebook." When I told him to stay out, he grinned like he enjoyed my irritation. A few nights later, I woke around 3 a.m. and saw a faint flickering glow under my door, the kind that comes from a television. I opened it quietly, only to see Ryan standing motionless near the kitchen counter, facing my direction. He wasn't watching TV. He wasn't moving at all. After a few seconds, he whispered, "Couldn't sleep. Don't freak out," then walked away. I didn't sleep much after that. The next day, he was all smiles at work, cracking jokes and chatting like nothing happened. I started wondering if stress was getting to me. Maybe I was reading too much into everything. But then came the morning that ended all doubt. My desk was covered in chaos. Files scattered, papers ripped, folders overturned. I yelled, and Ryan came out of his room smirking. "What? Ghosts make a mess in there?" I snapped. "Were you in my room again?" He laughed. "Man, relax. You're losing it." When I told him to stop touching my things, he muttered, "Maybe lock your door next time, genius." Problem was, the bedroom doors didn't have locks, only the bathroom did. After that, I started sleeping with my phone under my pillow, my work files hidden beneath the bed, and a chair wedged against the door. For a few nights, things were quiet. Then one night around 2 a.m., I woke to the faint creak of floorboards. I stayed still, eyes half open. In the dim light from the window, I saw him crouched near my desk, wearing a hoodie. My pulse thundered as I reached over and turned on my lamp. "Ryan, what the hell are you doing?" He froze, then sprinted out of the room. I chased him down the hall, shouting. He slammed his door shut. "Open the door! I saw you!" No answer. "You're losing your mind," he finally yelled back. My hands shook from the rush of adrenaline. That's when I knew I had to get out. But breaking the lease required both tenants' consent or a huge penalty. Over the next few days, the apartment became unbearably tense. He avoided me at work, sat across the cafeteria, never spoke, but I could feel him watching. Then suddenly, one morning, he didn't show up. By lunch, everyone knew he'd been fired. Apparently, a coworker reported him for sending disturbing messages. HR called it harassment. That night, I came home feeling weightless with relief. Finally, it was over. But when I opened the door, the relief vanished. The apartment looked ransacked, couch cushions torn apart, TV screen cracked, drawers emptied, clothes shredded. My laptop gone. My room looked like it had been hit by a hurricane. I called the apartment manager immediately, filed a police report, and sent photos of everything. The officers said they'd pursue charges since his name was still on the lease. That night, I stayed at a coworker's place. I never slept there again. For weeks after, every creak in my hallway made me flinch. I'd wake to phantom sounds, soft footsteps, faint clicks of doors. The police never recovered my laptop, and Ryan never came back. A neighbor told me later she'd seen him the night before his firing, loading trash bags into his car at 2 a.m. He must have known what was coming and decided to wreck my life on his way out. I still can't explain why his resentment ran so deep. Maybe he saw me as competition. Maybe he was just unhinged. Now every night before bed, I check every door, every lock, and sometimes still wake up certain that someone is standing in the dark, quietly watching me breathe. I wasn't thrilled about moving into the dorms. I can still picture myself standing before that 6-story red brick building on the far side of campus, suitcase in hand, my mom behind me reminding me to double check if I packed my toothbrush. I nodded, pretending confidence I didn't feel. The building looked older than the brochure suggested, its paint flaking, an exit sign flickering above the glass doors, and the faint scent that hit as soon as I stepped inside, a strange blend of bleach, microwaved popcorn, and dust. My name's Layla Warren, and this happened during my freshman year at Ashwood University, a medium-sized college in Illinois. I'd been paired with a random roommate named Kayla. Never seen her, never spoken to her. The school only provided her name and our room assignment, B21. When I got there, her side was already set up. A neatly tucked bed on the left, a suitcase stashed beneath it, a few bits of decor, a string of fairy lights, a printed photo of some foggy lake taped to the wall, and a small candle she wasn't supposed to have. I remember thinking, great, one of those girls will spend all night on FaceTime, but when Kayla finally arrived, she was nothing like I imagined. Tall, frail, with light hair twisted in a careless knot and dark circles framing her eyes. She barely glanced at me as she walked in. "Hey, you must be Layla, right?" "Yeah," I said, smiling awkwardly. "Hey." She dropped her bag on the bed. "Cool. I'll take the left side, that fine?" "Sure," I replied. That was it. No small talk, no questions, no friendly curiosity, just silence. For the next few days, she was almost invisible. She'd vanish before sunrise and return long after midnight. I'd hear the soft click of the door, her quiet steps on the carpet, and the faint creak of the bed as she climbed in, never turning on a light, never saying a word. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe she was busy or already had her own circle. College worked that way. Some people dove in, others disappeared. But it started feeling strange when I realized nearly 2 weeks had passed without seeing her during the day. Small things began to bother me. The smell. Every night a faint trace of perfume, floral yet sharp, like jasmine laced with smoke. And her phone never stopped buzzing when she wasn't there. Once, I noticed the screen light up again and again. Unknown caller. One Thursday night, it was pouring outside, and I was up finishing an essay. Close to midnight, the doorknob turned softly, the lock clicking. When the door opened, Kayla slipped in, drenched. Her hoodie was soaked through. She looked startled to see me awake. "Oh hey," she said from the doorway. "Hey," I answered. "You okay? It's pouring out." She paused. "Yeah, just went for a walk." "At midnight?" I asked. She gave a half shrug. "I like the rain." Then she climbed into bed, still wearing her wet clothes. By morning, she was gone again. A few days later, all her things disappeared. I came back from class, opened the door, and found her half of the room completely bare. No lights, no picture, no candle, just a dent in the carpet where her bed frame had sat. I texted her, "Hey, did you move out or something?" No answer. Days passed. Then a week. Nothing. I asked the dorm office. Her name was still on the roster, but they said sometimes students take temporary leave. It didn't quite add up, but I didn't question it. Truthfully, I was relieved. I rearranged everything, pushed my bed to the center, added a shelf, hung some posters. For the first time, it felt like my room. Months passed quietly. I barely thought of her again, until April. It was a Sunday night. I'd gone to bed early for a midterm the next morning. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of keys jingling outside my door. Then a soft click. Someone was unlocking it. I froze as the knob turned and the door creaked open. Light spilled in from the hallway, outlining a thin figure carrying bags. I sat up. "Who's there?" I whispered. The door opened wider, and I saw her face. "Kayla?" She looked exactly the same, only paler, eyes hollow. She stepped in like she belonged, dropped a duffel bag on the floor and said sharply, "What the hell happened to the room?" "What?" I asked, confused. "Why's my stuff gone? Where's my bed?" "You left?" I stammered. "You've been gone 6 months." She stared at me blankly. "I was at my boyfriend's," she said flatly. "Okay, but you didn't tell me that," I said. "You never texted back. I thought you moved out." She sighed, "Didn't get your text. My phone broke." Then she peeled off her wet jacket and began unpacking right there clothes, books, a framed photo of her and some guy smiling by a lake. "Kayla? You can't just show up in the middle of the night," I said. She looked at me coldly. "It's my room too, remember?" Something in her tone made my skin crawl. The next morning I went to housing to request a transfer. They said it might take a few days, so I stayed, one last week with her. That's when things began to unravel. She rarely slept. She'd sit up for hours, phone in hand, scrolling through nothing, screen dark. Sometimes I'd wake and see her staring at the wall, unmoving. One night I heard her whispering. I thought she was on the phone until I noticed she wasn't holding one. Her voice was quick, low. "Kayla," I whispered. No answer. I caught fragments. "He's not gone. I saw him. He was at the window." I turned on the lamp. She was sitting cross-legged, eyes wide open, facing the wall. "Kayla, are you okay?" She slowly turned toward me, her face vacant. "Do you ever feel like someone's still here, even when you know they're not?" I didn't reply. I left the room and spent the night downstairs in the lounge. A few days later, she was gone again, but her things remained. Her phone sat on the desk, unlocked. Anxiety got the best of me, and I looked. There were dozens of messages from a contact saved as E, the latest ones unread. "You can't keep ignoring me. You said you saw me again." "He's gone, Kayla. Let him go." The last message had been sent 2 days before she returned. That night, I heard movement under her bed, a faint, dragging sound. I froze. The noise shifted, slow, deliberate, like fabric scraping the floor. I forced myself to look. Nothing there. Just a few boxes, her suitcase, and a faint, sour metallic odor. When housing finally approved my transfer, I didn't care where I went. 2 weeks later, my new resident advisor mentioned that campus police had collected Kayla's belongings. She never came back. Her ex-boyfriend, the one in the picture, had died in a car crash the week she'd vanished. No one saw her on campus after that night she returned. Sometimes I replay that moment in my head, the door unlocking at 2 a.m., her whispering that eerie question, and I can still see the faint muddy footprints on the carpet leading from the doorway to her bed, none leading back out. Moving into that small apartment on the western edge of the city wasn't something I planned, and I couldn't have predicted how much it would alter my life. When I first signed the lease, I was desperate. I had just relocated to Dayton after finishing college and was barely surviving on a receptionist job at a dental office that didn't even cover my rent. My old place had been nice, but way too expensive. So when I spotted an ad for a 2-bedroom apartment listed at $900 total, I jumped at it immediately. The listing read, "Female roommate wanted clean, easygoing, no drama." That's how I met Tessa. She was about my age, mid-20s, tan skin, platinum blonde hair with black roots showing, a nose ring, and this half-lazy grin that made her look like she never took anything too seriously. She told me she worked a night shift at a gas station on Larkin Avenue. She came off as polite but detached, not unfriendly, just distant. The apartment itself wasn't great. It had a damp smell no air freshener could fix, thin walls, and a flickering kitchen light that buzzed all night. Still, it was a roof over my head. The first couple of weeks passed uneventfully. We exchanged small talk in the kitchen every now and then. She'd complain about rude customers. I'd tell her stories from the clinic. Well, we weren't close, just two people splitting rent. Then things started to look up for me. I got promoted. It wasn't a massive raise, but it was enough to make me start dreaming about having my own place again. I didn't tell Tessa right away. She'd been venting a lot about money problems, about how she hated her job and wanted to quit. I didn't want to sound like I was rubbing my good luck in her face. A few weeks later, she stopped going to work altogether. I didn't notice at first. My hours were long, and she was usually sprawled on the couch watching TV when I got home. One night I asked, "You off today?" She looked up, her hoodie drawn over her head. "Got fired," she muttered. "Really? What happened?" "My boss is a jerk," she said flatly. I told her that sucked and hoped she'd find something soon, but she didn't seem interested in looking. Over the next few weeks, something shifted. She was home constantly, sleeping in late, inviting people over at weird hours, strangers, men I'd never seen before. One of them had a spider tattoo that crept up his neck like it was crawling toward his jaw. I didn't want trouble, so I kept my distance. I locked my door every night and quietly counted the months until the lease ended. Then one Thursday night, everything unraveled. I'd stayed late at work and picked up takeout before heading home. The apartment was empty and silent when I got there. I ate, showered, and was halfway through a Netflix episode when my phone buzzed. It was a text from Tessa. "Hey, can you come get me, please?" I frowned. "Me? What's going on? Where are you?" No response. Then my phone rang. "Tessa," I answered. Her voice trembled. "I need you to come get me, please. I'm stuck." "Where are you?" I don't know," she stammered. "Somewhere near Mason Creek Park. My car broke down and I tried walking, but I got lost." "Mason Creek? That's 10 minutes away. How did you end up there?" "I was heading to this new job," she said between soft sobs. "Please, just come. I'm scared." Her crying sounded raw and real. "All right," I said. "Send me your location." She dropped a pin. According to the map, she was deep inside the park near the lake, an area known for being pitch dark after sunset. The only lights were in the parking lot, the rest swallowed by woods. Still, I grabbed my keys and drove out. When I arrived, the lot was empty except for one dim bulb flickering near the far corner. I dialed her. "Okay, I'm here. Where exactly are you?" "Walk down the path a little," she said, her voice faint. "You'll see a trail near the lake. Come that way." "You went into the woods?" "I didn't mean to. Please just come, I'm freezing." I sighed, turned on my phone flashlight and started walking. "Keep talking, okay?" I said. The gravel crunched beneath my shoes, loud in the silence. The light illuminated only trees and narrow trail ahead. "Tessa?" I called out. No answer. I checked my phone. Her location was just a few hundred feet farther. Then I heard rustling in the trees. "Tessa?" I said again. Nothing. Another sound, a branch snapping somewhere off to the side. My pulse raced. I turned slowly, scanning the shadows, and that's when I saw him, a man stepping out from behind a tree about 30 feet away. He wore a dark hoodie, hands buried in his pockets. I froze. Hey," I called out, trying to steady my voice. "Have you seen a girl around here?" He didn't reply, just started walking toward me. "Hey, I'm talking to you," I said, backing away a little. Then another figure appeared on the path behind him, coming from the opposite direction. That's when it hit me. This wasn't random. "Oh God," I whispered, spinning and running. Footsteps thundered behind me. One of them yelled, "Grab her!" I tore down the trail, branches clawing at my arms, the phone slipping from my hand. My breathing was ragged as I spotted the faint glow of the parking lot ahead. I was close, so close, then someone yanked the back of my jacket. I screamed, twisting hard, and we both hit the ground. I scraped my knee on the gravel. He tried to pin me, but I kicked out as hard as I could, catching his jaw with my boot. He grunted and fell sideways. The second one was still charging. I scrambled up and ran, legs screaming in pain, heart hammering. I burst out of the trail just as headlights appeared down the road. A car was coming. I sprinted toward it, waving frantically. "Help, please." The car slowed, honking. The two men stopped at the edge of the lot, half hidden by the trees. The driver's window slid down. It was a woman in her 40s. "Are you okay?" she shouted. "Call the police," I screamed. "They're after me." She glanced past me, her face going pale. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, yelling the details while keeping my eyes fixed on the woods. The woman stayed inside her car, whispering something I couldn't hear. I saw movement in the darkness again, then silence. 10 minutes later, blue lights flashed across the lot. Relief washed over me so sharply I nearly collapsed. The officers combed through the woods. About 20 minutes later, one came back and said, "We found 3 people, 2 men and a woman, your roommate." She says she didn't know what was going on, but we found drugs on her and the others, plus text showing she planned this. They were going to lure you out here and rob you. I sat in the back of the patrol car, staring as they led her past me in cuffs. She didn't look afraid. She didn't even look ashamed, just cold. She locked eyes with me and whispered, "It wasn't supposed to happen like that." That sentence still echoes in my mind. The robbery charges didn't stick. She got probation for drug possession. I packed up and moved out the next week, changed my number, and never looked back. Sometimes when I drive past Mason Creek Park at night, I still see that lone light flickering at the far end of the lot, and my pulse quickens because I know she's still out there and she still remembers where I live. That semester stands out vividly in my memory because it almost didn't happen at all. I was in my final year of medical school, exhausted, broke, and barely hanging on, but determined to finish my internship. My name's Lena, and back then I'd been assigned to complete my rotation at Brenton General, a teaching hospital in a city I'd never lived in before. Most of my classmates got placements near home, but mine was nearly 4 hours away. I didn't have any family nearby, and by the time I applied for student housing, the hospital dorms were already full. Like most broke students, I went on a desperate search for somewhere cheap but livable. That's when my friend Riley, another classmate, texted me. "Riley, hey, where'd you end up?" Me, "Brenton General sucks, it's so far." Riley, "Wait, same. Want to split a place near the hospital?" It was a relief. I'd known Riley since our first year. She was witty, grounded, and we'd survived countless all-nighters together, so I trusted her completely. We found a place through a Facebook post, a small two-person boarding room on Elmere Street in a quiet neighborhood just one bus stop away from the hospital. The landlady, Mrs. Porter, was an older woman who seemed pleasant but strict. She told us no male visitors overnight and reminded us to keep noise to a minimum. When we first moved in, it all felt fine. The room was small but tidy, white walls, wooden flooring, and a bunk bed to save space. Riley took the bottom bunk. I claimed the top. The first week passed easily. We'd wake before sunrise, catch the bus, then collapse at night after long shifts. Between patients and paperwork, we barely had the energy to speak, except for random late-night jokes about how medlife was killing us. But that changed one night. It was Thursday, and I was completely drained. The ER had been overflowing all day, and I hadn't eaten properly. Riley messaged that she was covering an extra shift since one of the interns called in sick. I decided to grab something from the McDonald's nearby. I remember that humid air, the faint buzz of the streetlights, and the sterile mix of coffee and disinfectant clinging to my scrubs. When I returned, it was close to 10:30 p.m. The building was silent, save for a faint creak in the hallway as I climbed the stairs. I locked the door behind me, climbed onto my bunk, and sank into the mattress. My body felt like lead. I scrolled through Facebook, half asleep, and messaged Riley. "Coming home tonight?" No reply. I kept scrolling through random videos. 5 minutes later, I heard the sharp click of the door unlocking. I was sure I'd locked it, but Riley had her own key, so I didn't think twice. The door opened and closed softly. I heard the sound of shoes being kicked off and the faint rustle of a plastic bag. The lower bunk shifted slightly. She must have climbed into bed. "Finally done," I mumbled. Her voice came softly from below. "Yeah, got us some breakfast stuff for tomorrow." I smiled faintly. "Nice, you're the best." We chatted lazily for a few minutes about the new resident who always messed up the charts, the vending machine that swallowed our coins, just meaningless chatter. Then she said quietly, "Can you turn the light off?" The switch was near the door, a few meters away. "Girl, you're closer," I muttered. "You do it." Her voice sounded weaker this time, strained. "I can't. My head's killing me." I sighed, pushed myself up, and sat on the edge of the bed. "Fine, I got it." I leaned over to complain again, and froze. The bed below was empty. The blanket was perfectly folded. Her backpack was gone. For a second, I couldn't process it. I looked down again. Nothing. My eyes darted toward the bathroom. Door open. Lights off. "Riley?" I whispered. No answer. Slowly, I climbed down the ladder, each creak echoing through the room. I checked under the bed, inside the closet, behind the bathroom door. Empty. Then my phone buzzed loudly, nearly making me drop it. A call. "Riley." I answered instantly. "Where are you?" I asked. Her voice came through with background noise, people talking, dishes clattering. "Still at the hospital," she said. "Sorry, didn't see your text. I'm heading to McDonald's right now. Want anything?" My voice came out in a whisper. "You're not home?" "No," she said, confused. "Why?" I didn't answer. I just ran, grabbed my phone, bolted out the door without shoes, and flew down the stairs. Mrs. Porter's door opened as I passed, but I didn't stop. I sprinted out into the street, heart pounding as people turned to stare from the 24-hour laundromat across the road. When I reached the McDonald's down the block, I saw her inside, wearing her scrubs and holding a paper bag. She frowned when she noticed me. "Lena, what's wrong?" I broke down right there, telling her everything, how I heard the door, talked to her, saw the bed move. She thought maybe I was half dreaming, until I showed her the call log. I'd spoken to her on the phone just minutes after that thing talked to me. We didn't go back that night. We checked into a cheap motel nearby and shared a bed, though neither of us slept. The next morning, we told Mrs. Porter we were leaving. She didn't seem shocked, only pressed her lips together and said quietly, "That room's been empty for months before you girls moved in." The last tenant was a nursing intern too. Poor soul never woke up one morning. That was all she said. Riley and I packed immediately and found another place near the hospital, even if it cost more. I couldn't bear to sleep in a bunk bed again. For months afterward, I'd wake to phantom creaks in the dark, certain that someone or something was lying beneath me, whispering, "Turn off the lights."